Stay tuned, part 2 starting now.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, V8 Vegetable Juice, and Campho-Phenique. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This week, A Winter's Tale, set in a pleasant residential neighborhood in the Canadian city of Montreal, where two attractive young women share a cozy, stylish apartment, their workaday problems and pleasures, and their dreams and uncertainties of the future. For Nicole Nugent, there's the question of whether or not she should marry the budding young novelist, Christopher Galloway. For Laura Prescott, still smarting from a broken love affair, there is her current plan to start a beer garden restaurant to put her penchant for German cooking profitably to work. But for Nicole Nugent and Laura Prescott, there will soon be a far more immediate and vital concern. There's a psychopath loose in the neighborhood. He's murdering people. And his victims all are women. Our story, Face of the Foe, begins after this word.
Josephine, open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Coming now, Pete.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
It was only in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This World History lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
Asphalt and concrete, neon and steel. Nowhere, anything real. Bolted doors on the houses. Shutter doors on the hearts. Broken dreams in the concrete. Murder dreams in the steel. Grief in the darkness. Grief in the space.
Picture this. A cool, blustery winter's evening in the city of Montreal. In front of a cozy fire in the living room of their shared apartment, Nicole Nugent and Laura Prescott sit over their after-dinner coffee.
Till Eulenspiegel. How does that sound to you as a name for my restaurant?
Till Eulenspiegel? What is it?
It's not a what is it, it's a who is it. A collection of satirical tales were written about him back in the 1500s. He was kind of a German hippie of his time. Liked to play tricks on the establishment, including innkeepers.
Now that you've told me, it's a great name. But will the customers know who he is?
His legend will be proclaimed on a plaque outside the door and on the back of our menu. I just hope this place I have an appointment to see tomorrow turns out to be as ideal as it sounds. It's a delicatessen restaurant with modern equipment, even an area at the side for outdoor tables and chairs, and it's right across from the university. A beer garden should have great appeal to college students.
It sounds perfect. How come the owner is giving it up?
He's retiring.
What time is your appointment with him?
Not until late tomorrow afternoon, so I have to try to get my mind off it. I'm going to a movie with Amy tonight. Want to join us?
No, thank you. This is the kind of evening to curl up in front of the fire with a good book. Especially if the man you're in love with is too busy writing one to curl up with you.
I take it Chris is on a deadline.
Again. I'm not sure I want to marry a man who's already married to a typewriter.
I wouldn't hesitate too long if a man like Christopher Galloway loved me.
Be careful on your way out. You may run into the man in apartment 4.
Oh, I hope not.
All we knew of the man in apartment 4 was the name on his mailbox, T. Oliphant. He'd moved in a month ago. A tall, stooped, cadaverous-looking character with a bald, high-domed head and a gray prison pallor look to his skin. Every time Laura and I encountered him in the lobby, he looked at us through his thick lensed glasses in a way that gave us both the creeps. A cold, sneering look, as though we were reacting to something that thoroughly disgusted him.
He's a woman hater. I'm sure of that.
Sybil Hepworth thinks he's the mad bomber.
It's ridiculous to even ask where Sybil Hepworth gets any of her ideas. But where did she get that one from?
Well, you know how he's always carrying a brown carton under his arm when he goes out? And she says she hears him hammering on something in his apartment all the time.
So she figures he's in there making bombs.
Well, you know Sybil. Sybil Hepworth was our apartment house busybody. Unfortunately, her apartment was right across the hall from ours. And now, as Laura left for her movie date, Sybil came flying out of her door to corner me with an idle comment about the weather, which was always her devious way of trying to strike up a gossip-laden conversation.
Real wintry night out, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Not fit for man or beast. But I noticed it didn't daunt Miss Prescott none. She must have a very important engagement to go out to a night like this.
Very.
She's a beautiful girl. Used to see her going out all the time with a gentleman friend. But he doesn't seem to come around anymore. I suppose things between them must have gone as they say.
Gone what?
You know, like they write in the gossip columns.
Oh, do you read the gossip columns, Miss Hepworth? I shouldn't think you'd have the time. Good night. I'd long ago reached the conclusion that Sybil Hepworth moved her bed out into the lobby at bedtime. But she was right about one thing. It was a real wintry night outside. I stirred up the flames in the fireplace, kicked off my shoes, and settled down on the sofa with my book. It was a murder mystery, a good one. I was so absorbed in the story I was reading that the sudden frantic pounding on the door gave me a start that nearly sent me out of my skin. Who could it be, and what was wrong? No one had rung the buzzer. Whoever it was, how had they gotten in? I was almost afraid to open the door, but the urgent hammering went on like a cry for help. I turned the catch and cautiously opened the door. The colorless, terrified face of a woman peered in at me.
Please let me in. Someone's after me.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard. And beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. You'd go after big mouth in close to the bank. And beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beech nut's the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beech nut just keeps getting better. Like beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beech nut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew. We'll return to our story in a moment.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. A household move is always a difficult undertaking, but it can be particularly unpleasant during the summer. Pickups and deliveries are more likely to be delayed then because the demand on moving companies is at a peak. One way to minimize such problems and save a substantial amount of money, too, is to move yourself. However, there are a few things to think about before you go out and rent a truck or trailer. Are you and your helpers physically up to carrying your heaviest furniture in and out of houses? If you need a large trailer, is your car up to towing it? Rental trailers are cheaper than trucks, but less advisable for long hauls with heavy loads. You should also take into consideration the additional wear and tear on your car and allow for greatly reduced gas mileage. Unless a driver is accustomed to pulling a camp trailer, hauling a load of furniture may present problems, especially in parking. Sure, you want to save money, but be sure you know what it means to do it yourself. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Let me in, please.
Yes, of course.
He was right behind me, all the way down Winnicott Road.
You're safe now. I've locked the door.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Come in and sit down. I'll get you some brandy, and then you can tell me what happened. With shaking hands, she put the armful of sheet music and books she was carrying on the coffee table and sat down heavily on the sofa. A big, ungainly woman with a round, childlike face framed by black sausage curls. In her late 30s, I figured, and well-to-do, judging by the pastel mink, velvet pantsuit, and pearl necklace she was wearing. I went into the kitchen and poured a generous measure of brandy into a glass, noting by my watch that it was 10:30. And at that moment, I suddenly remembered something that sent a shiver of fear down my spine. Only 4 nights ago, a woman had been found strangled inside a garage on Winnicott Road.
Thank you, Miss
Nugent, Nicole Nugent.
I'm Kathleen Windsor. I live on Winnicott Road, close to Queen Mary. I was on my way home.
And someone was following you?
Yes. He followed me along Côte Saint-Luc from Girouard and then down Winnicott. I crossed the street, and he crossed right behind me, getting closer and closer.
How frightening.
I knew I couldn't reach my house, so I turned and ran down Phoebe Lane.
Did he come after you?
Yes, he stopped for just a minute, and then I heard him coming. That's when I ran in and started pounding on your door. Oh, thank heaven you were here to let me in.
But how did you get into the lobby without ringing the buzzer?
I didn't have to ring. The door wasn't locked.
Oh, that's what I was afraid of. We've been having trouble with the lock on that door. I guess the janitor hasn't fixed it yet.
Well, you'd better see that he does. But I am grateful that it was still broken tonight.
Perhaps I should call the police. Could you give them any description of the man?
No. I just ran when I heard him getting closer. I only glanced at him once when I crossed the street on Winnicott before he came across after me.
What did he look like?
Kind of short, I think, with a dark coat. I couldn't really see. It was dark and he was in the shadows. I was really too frightened to notice.
Oh, I understand.
You see, only last Monday night, a girl from my church choir was murdered on Winnicott Road.
Yes, I read about it. It must be awful when it's someone you knew.
Elsie Grumberger. She sang the solo sometimes. Had a beautiful soprano voice.
Shall I get you some more brandy?
No, I have to go home. Mother would be so worried if she knew. She's always warning me to come straight home after choir practice.
You live with your mother?
Yes, but she's in the hospital now, has been for weeks, poor thing, with a broken hip. If we were to call the police, something might appear in the paper to worry her.
I don't think you have enough of a description to be of any help to them. And I'm sure the man isn't still hanging about.
Oh, dear, I hope not. To tell you the truth, I'm frightened about walking home from here.
Oh, but I won't let you walk home alone. I'll go with you.
Oh, that's very kind, but do you really think you should? I mean, that means from my house back here, you'd be walking alone.
Now that she mentioned it, the idea didn't exactly appeal to me. We were in definite need of an escort. And almost at once I thought of Mr. Matrai, the janitor. If he were home, he wouldn't mind, I was sure. I remembered his telling me how he liked to take walks at night. there he is now. In just a few minutes, you'll be safely home.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Matrai. This is so good of you.
No trouble at all, Miss Nugent.
This is Miss Windsor. She lives just down the street on Winnicott Road.
Thank you ever so much for coming to our rescue, Mr. Matrai.
A sudden suspicion dawned on me. Was Kathleen Windsor just imagining things? Had a man actually been following her, or was it only wishful thinking? Well, she was close to 40, I was sure of it. But when it came to men and mother, it appeared she was just a naughty little girl. Mr. Matrai's broad, swarthy face remained expressionless at all of the fawning and giggling Kathleen Windsor couldn't seem to refrain from. Your things are on the coffee table, Miss Windsor. Don't forget them.
Oh, yes, my music. I'm going to be singing a solo this Sunday. Are you a church-going man, Mr. Matrai?
Yes, I go to church every week.
As the three of us came out of the apartment, I saw the door across the hall furtively closed. I knew that Sybil Hepworth had had her eyes and ears open. A full moon rode high behind a veil of clouds. We walked quickly, heads down against the wind, and arrived at Seabury House in a few minutes' time. A doorman in maroon and gold livery tipped his hat to Kathleen Windsor, swung the outer door open, and admitted us into the inner sanctum. We rode a whispery, silent elevator to the 4th floor, walked down a thickly carpeted, softly lit hall to a plum-colored door numbered 415. We waited while Kathleen Windsor searched her purse for her keys, found them, and opened the door.
Won't you please come in for a moment? Both of you. Just to see that everything's all right.
Yes, of course. Just for a moment.
He might have gotten into my apartment somehow.
No, that does not seem very likely to me. It would be very difficult to get past that doorman and through a locked door.
But we'll make certain you're safe before we leave. Won't we, Mr. Matrai?
Of course.
Mr. Matrai patiently looked into every corner and cupboard and checked the window leading to the fire escape.
There is no one here. You do not have to worry.
But the other rooms, Mr. Matrai, would you mind?
He went into the kitchen, the bathroom, and Kathleen's mother's room, looking behind curtains and doors and the clothes hanging in closets. Finally, we walked together into the room that I knew at once belonged to Kathleen Windsor. The little girl's room, all pink and white with ruffled curtains and a menagerie of stuffed animals on a canopied 4-poster bed. From a rocking chair in the corner, a giant plush teddy bear stared at me with glass-button eyes.
It's all right, Miss Windsor. I've looked everywhere. There is no one.
I know you're going to think this is silly of me, Mr. Matrai, but there is one other place he could be hiding. Would you just take one little peek under my bed?
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's V8. What you got there? It's V8. Looks like tomato juice. It's V8. Try it. Wow! It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice. V8.
When a skin injury makes your child cry out in pain,
Ow! It hurts!
remember Campho-Phenique. Campho-Phenique is the multi-purpose family medication that instantly stops the pain of minor cuts, scrapes, burns, even cold sores and fever blisters. Campho-Phenique gently penetrates skin injuries to kill germs, protect against infection, helps nature heal skin injuries. Campho-Phenique, the penetrating first aid medication, stops pain instantly. Campho-Phenique.
The 0 Hour continues after this.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get going? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll take care of the futures of our sons? Well, let me ask you now, who's gonna tell them about the push right now. Well, let me lay it on ya.
Well, let me tell them, you know, if you're 18 or older, you can help a lot of guys be prepared by being a leader in scouting. I mean, fella, scouting today's a lot more than you think.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get more? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't going out, teach your sons to be prepared.
In retrospect, my adventurous evening with Kathleen Windsor seemed rather ludicrous. I was looking ahead to the following evening when that struggling young novelist, Christopher Galloway, would tear himself away from his current literary effort long enough to take me out to dinner. But it was just my luck to wake up the next morning with a cold.
Cheer up. 2 weeks from now, you'll be sunning yourself on the sands of Jamaica, where probably no one's ever even heard of a cold.
Oh, right now, my only concern is about my date with Chris tonight. Any time he's willing to take off when he's on a deadline is pure gold.
Yes. A glass of freshly squeezed vitamin C. Maybe if you take it easy all day, you'll feel better tonight.
Oh, maybe.
Too bad you had to go out at all last night.
My big errand of mercy. It was a fool's errand, I'm sure. That poor silly woman. You should have seen her bedroom, Laura. It looked like something out of an old Shirley Temple movie.
Well, from what you told me, I guess her mother just never let her grow up.
Her mother should have seen her last night, giggling and fawning over poor little Mr. Matrai.
How was Mr. Matrai taking it?
He didn't say anything after we left. You know how quiet and polite he always is. I caught him staring at her a couple of times, though.
You would better remind him to fix that lock on the lobby door.
Oh, we met T. Oliphant in the lobby on our way out last night. And you should have seen the way he stared at Kathleen Windsor.
I've seen the way he stares at me, and that's enough.
It was strange. He looked her up and down with that awful sneer of his.
Maybe he doesn't approve of women in mink coats.
A mink and an apartment at Seabury House. Whatever it is that Kathleen Windsor lacks, it isn't money anyway.
Well, minks aren't in my line. All I want is a nice-going little restaurant. I hope this place I'm seeing today will be it. Keep your fingers crossed.
I will. That's about as much activity as I feel up to. It was a long, cold day. Even bundled up under blankets on the sofa in front of a roaring fire, I couldn't stop shivering. I kept trying to get Chris on the phone, but the line was always busy. I knew he had the receiver off the hook. Another annoying habit of his when he was in the throes of creation.
Hello?
Finally, I've been trying to ring you all day.
Oh, you know I sometimes take the phone off the hook when I'm writing.
Yes, I know. It's very frustrating.
What's the matter, Muffet? You sound a little out of sorts.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. I have a cold, that's all.
Oh, poor Miss Muffet. I thought you sounded a little fuzzy. Hey, what does this do to our dinner date?
It cancels it, I'm afraid. I just don't think I should go out tonight.
Oh, well then how about me bringing dinner in? Your favorite Chinese food. Or would you rather not have any company at all?
Well, not just any company, but you and Chinese food sound perfect. I'm rallying already.
Good girl. I'll be there soon, and I won't stay too late.
Oh, it's just as well. Probably full of germs.
Seeing as how they're your germs, I'll risk it. I'll see you about it.
Muffet. Chris always called me that. With affection, but also with a twinkle of amusement in his eye that he wouldn't explain. I couldn't honestly say why I didn't jump at the chance to marry Chris. I loved him and he loved me. We both knew it without having to say it all the time. But I also knew his commitment to his work might sometimes come between us. Was that the real reason I put off saying yes? Right now, with the man of my life due any minute, I thought I'd better try to make myself as appealing as anybody with a cold of the nose could be. About all I could manage was a touch of eye makeup and a few strokes of the hairbrush. At least it took some of the lackluster from my eyes and returned a little of the sheen to my hair.
Hello, darling. How's my muffin?
to feel, huh?
I'll live, especially now that help's arrived.
With provisions. Yeah, beef, wonton, lobster, shrimp, fried rice, pineapple chicken, and pork chop suey.
Sounds fantastic, even to my poor dull taste buds.
Hey, where's Laura? I brought dinner for 3.
Well, she should be back any time. She went to check out a location for her restaurant. It sounded perfect.
Oh, good. Well, let's get everything all ready. She may be in the mood for celebration when she comes in.
I don't have anything to celebrate. The property wasn't even for sale.
Not for sale? But I thought you talked to the owner on the telephone.
Well, I thought I did, too. I told him he'd called me in answer to my ad. But he swore it wasn't he who called.
Then who was it?
He said it must have been some joker. Some joke.
I wonder why anyone would do something like that.
Don't ask me. Maybe running a wanted ad in the paper on my own wasn't such a good idea.
Oh, shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Let's see the ad.
Oh, my God.
Nicky, what's the matter?
What is it, Buffett?
That story in the paper. Look what it says. I pointed to a small news item at the bottom of the page. Woman found strangled was the headline. Below it, with disbelieving eyes, I read, early this morning, the body of a woman identified as Kathleen Windsor was found in her apartment at Seabury House on Winnicott Road. She'd been strangled.
Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, someone to care.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Your Heart Association presents Maureen Stapleton and Martin Balsam.
A red blazer with brass buttons. Oh, it's great.
Open the other birthday present.
It feels like, well, what is it?
A sphygmomanometer.
Spig what?
Sphygmomanometer. I can take your blood pressure with it.
Oh, just when I need it.
Well, it's your 40th birthday. I'd like to celebrate 50 more. And there's millions of people walking around who don't even know they have high blood pressure.
So
high blood pressure, if it goes untreated, can lead to heart attack, stroke, and other not-so-nice things.
Look, I don't have it.
How do you know? There's no constant symptoms, and you never get checkups.
Well, I'm not about to let you check my blood pressure.
Then you'll see the doctor about a checkup.
Okay.
Good. Then I'll return his spare
So this was a trick, huh?
I thought of it after reading a Heart Association booklet on high blood pressure. You ought to read it.
Your free copy of your Heart Association booklet on high blood pressure is waiting for you. Why not pick it up? Just another service you support when you give to the Heart Fund. Make heart health your #1 cause.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man, just trying to eat, and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be free. Get ready for life, be free as the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what I learned don't want to detract. Wanna see things instead of all over the world. There's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success. Learn an exciting job and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This episode brought to you in part by Beach Nut, V8, and Campo Felipe. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio. You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Subscribe for more videos.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salute, your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you as stars an old friend of these proceedings, Mr. Peter Lorre, and a newcomer, Mr. Richard Conte. For their appearance tonight, Joe Eisinger has written an original suspense play with sporting blood in its veins, and in which death has a ringside seat. Its title, with apologies to Mr. Steinbeck, is Of Maestro and Man. And so, with the performance of Peter Lorre as the maestro and of Richard Conte as the man, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
The number is 8. Ada from Decatur. Get aboard, boys. Speculate so you can accumulate. Put down a handful, pick up a hatful. And he throws a 5. The money is 8. Make the point and break the joint. 7-1 the hard way. The man wants 2 4s. He'll make it the hard way. He's got a hunch. He bets a bunch. Get aboard, boys. And the dice read days in the week. 7 and the man's down. Pass the dice and make some ice. Everybody plays and everybody wins. Lay it on the line, we pay it on the line. 3 to 2, a 6 or an 8, even money 10 or 4, I lay it and take it. Right or wrong, I go along.
Tough one to lose, Maestro.
Mr. Cripp.
Did I frighten you?
Oh, no. It's just that I didn't...
Maybe your nerves need looking over, Maestro. I think I'd have jitters, too, if I dropped a bundle like you did tonight.
What time is it?
3 in the a.m., Maestro. Too late to play again.
Oh, please, another hour, huh?
I don't mean the time. I mean I think I got enough of your paper for one night. My stick man just handed me these tabs, 15G.
You know that my IOUs are good, Mr. Cripp. You know that.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. You ever see my private office, Maestro? Right this way. Sit down, Maestro.
Well, it's growing late, and
It'll only take a minute. How's Ricky?
Oh, Ricky. He's in the mountains. He has a vacation, a little rest.
You know, it's a great little welter, that Ricky Martin. Punched like a heavy, feet like a flyweight. Yeah, fine boy to have in your stable.
I don't have what you call a stable, Mr. Cripp. Ricky Martin is all I've got.
Yeah. All my life I dreamed of having a boy like Ricky Martin. Not for the money, not for what he'd bring, just to own him. Like a fast horse carrying your colors. He leaves them all behind. You know, I'd be willing to trade you any 3 of my boys for Ricky Martin.
Well, that's very generous of you, Mr. Cripp, but I don't think
I didn't think you would. Well, you're a lucky man, Maestro, finding a boy like that.
Yes, I am.
I sometimes wonder how you did it. You haven't been in the fight game long in this town. I remember the first time I see you and your boy hanging around the garden.
Yes, that's right. The fighting profession is still a little strange to me. You see, all my life I've been an impresario, you might say. In Paris, in Brussels, Vienna, ballet, opera, plays. And when I came to this country and found Ricky, I could see that here was a...
Yeah, you could see, all right. Cigar?
Thank you.
There you are. I always say there's nothing like a good cigar to promote good feeling in a business talk.
Business talk? What do you mean?
A little matter of 32G.
Oh.
17 you dropped last week and 15 tonight.
Yes, my luck has been a little bit of...
You know, that's a very impressive signature you got, Maestro. Like a professor or something. All those curls and loops, very impressive. Looks like $1 million on these tabs. I'm sure it's good for 32G.
Of course it...
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that.
Well, if that's all, Mr. Cripp,
That's all, Maestro.
Well, then, good night, Mr. Cripp.
Just a minute, my friend. You're leaving something behind.
What?
Your IOUs.
I don't understand.
I figure I got enough of your paper. I want my money now.
But I can't. I
Then
haven't...
get it.
I must have time.
I run a cash business.
But you gave me credit.
You got assets.
What?
Ricky Martin.
No.
Then pay.
No. I won't let you steal him from me. He's mine. Do you hear me? He's mine. I found him, I built him, and you can't steal him from me.
I want that boy.
No. I love him like a brother.
Nuts, you'll swindle him on every fight.
I won't give him up.
Then you'll pay my collectors 32G.
But it's a gambling debt you can't collect.
My collectors don't carry a summons. A barrel and 50 pounds of cement.
All right, Mr. Cripp. You leave me no arguments. And you have added greatly to my education.
I don't think there's much I can teach you, Maestro. Only this time I'm out in front. I'll show you I'm a generous man. Honest John Cripp. Run an honest game and I make a square deal. 50G for the boy. 32 in tabs, 18 in cash. No beefs later.
Thank you.
I was sure you'd be sensible about this, Maestro. I had the contract drawn up. Just put that impressive signature on the dotted line.
May I use your pen?
Sure.
Thank you. There you are, Mr. Cripp.
Ricky Martin now belongs to me.
Mm-hmm. Your pen writes very easily.
You can keep it, part of the deal.
Thank you. I shall treasure it as the most expensive pen in the world.
How soon will Ricky be back in town?
Oh, I expect him in my office tomorrow.
Good. You'll tell him he now belongs to honest John Cripp.
Yes, I'll tell him. You know, Mr. Cripp, I don't think Ricky Martin is going to like being owned by you.
You just leave that worry to me, Maestro. I have a way of making people like me. Even if it kills them.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you the play called Of Maestro and Man. You have heard Peter Lorre in the prologue to this study in suspense.
And now, for a moment, let's conjure up a scene of our own. Let's imagine ourselves in sun-drenched Havana. Let's imagine that we're dining in the gay Club Montmartre. As you listen to the music, you put down your wine glass to tell our host how much you enjoy his hospitality. Part of the credit belongs to Cuba, he smilingly acknowledges, but part of the credit belongs also to your country for producing this excellent wine which adds so much to our enjoyment. For this is Roma wine from California in your own USA. Now, it is a fact that connoisseurs of many other lands know the excellence of Roma wines made in famous wineries located in the heart of the choice wine districts of California. But millions of Americans also know these things and have made Roma by far America's largest selling wine. Here at home, Roma wines are truly inexpensive. No duty, no overseas shipping costs to pay. And for only pennies a glass, your meals, your entertaining can have the added delight of superb Roma wines. You will find them of truly excellent flavor and character. Fine products of age-old winemaking skill, perfected by modern quality controls and tests. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California, for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our sound stage Peter Lorre as the Maestro and Richard Conte as Ricky Martin in Of Maestro and Man, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Say, Ricky hasn't come yet?
Huh? Oh, no,
boss. I've been sitting here in your office like you told me, but he ain't come and he ain't called.
I don't understand it. I can't. And his train arrived 2 hours ago. And...
Hello. Hello, Maestro. Sam.
Ricky, where have you... Oh.
Maestro, this is Lynn Carter.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Carter?
And this is Sam Lynn. He was my trainer.
Hello.
Ricky has told me so much about you during the past 2 weeks that I feel like...
Yeah, you know how it is, Maestro. Out on the lake at night, the guy gets to rambling and...
I found it all very colorful.
Ricky, there's something I must tell you if Miss Carter will excuse us for it.
But there's something I must tell you, Maestro.
Hmm?
It's about Lynn and me. You see, we...
What is it, Ricky?
Well, Lynn and me, we're gonna be married.
Married?
What?
Yeah, we just, well... When I met Lynn, I don't know how to tell you this, Maestro. You know how I feel about you.
Ricky, what are you trying to say? Tell me.
It's just that
Ricky is trying to tell you, Maestro, that he's quitting the ring.
Ricky's quitting the ring?
Ricky quitting?
I must, Maestro. I'm going away with Lynn to South America. Her father owns he wants us to live down there. I'm going to work for him.
But, Ricky, you can't. Not now.
I'm
just...
sorry, Maestro, but don't make it tougher for me. You know I always wanted to quit, always hated it. Now I have a good reason. We're taking a plane to Rio tonight.
But you can't, Ricky. You can't run out of me like this.
I don't figure I'm running out on anybody.
But you don't know what's happened, Ricky. You can't quit. I sold you.
What?
To Crip.
The Crip? To that? Why didn't you ask me first?
I couldn't, Ricky. I had
Buying
to.
and selling me so much beef on the hoof at so much a pound.
But you know...
Buy me and sell me until I can't take any more punishment and there's no
Please,
buyer.
Ricky.
That's why I'm getting out. Lynn was right. 2-3 years in the Crip stable, I'm a punching bag for the new boys. A gibbering idiot like poor Sam here.
Who's that?
I'm sorry, Sam. I just...
Don't call me. I'll kill you.
Shut up, Sam. So Lynn was right, huh? I knew it was her fault. I knew it the minute she walked in here, smelling of her perfume.
All
and
right.
Yes, it's all your fault. Why didn't you leave him alone?
Maestro.
He's different from you. He's not your...
Cut it.
No. You like the way he looked in the sun, in trunks, huh? These muscles and that beautiful body.
That's enough.
You just had to have him. You had to bring him back to show
Maestro.
to your friends, huh? Great catch. You scheming, conniving, 5 cent...
Ricky, no! Sam, stop him. You'll kill him. Ricky!
Ricky.
Ricky, he's choking. No.
All right. I'm all right now.
Oh, Ricky.
I should have killed him for that. Come on, let's get out of here.
Boss, you all right, boss?
Yes, sir.
Well, he'll like to kill you then. Hey, your face is a funny color.
Come, Sam. Help me to the car, sir.
Sure, boss. Sure. There, you all right now, boys?
Yes, sir. I'm all right now, Sam. You're a good boy, Sam.
Sure. So Sam's a good boy. Sam's no rat, but Ricky's a rat, huh? Huh, boss? Ricky's a rat.
Sam, we must do something. Sam.
Oh, sure, boss. That Ricky is a rat. He called me a idiot. I'll kill him, boss. Sam's a good boy. He don't like for Ricky to do the boss no hate. I'll kill him.
No, Sam. Shh, please. You must not get excited, Sam. We must think.
Sure, boss. Let's think. Your lip is all it bleeds.
Yes, you're a good boy. He called you an idiot, yes, but you're a good boy, Sam.
I like when you pat me on the head like that, boss.
We have a problem, Sam. Mr. Crip must not hear about Ricky quitting.
Ricky quitting, boss?
Something happened to Ricky. An accident. They happen every day, Sam.
Oh, sure. Accidents happen. Well, when I was a little boy, a
Crip and say, it's a tragic thing, Mr. Crip. Fine boy like that. You a boy, Mr. Crip. You a $50,000 boy, Mr. Crip. It's a tragic thing, huh? Yes. tragic finale to a promising career.
Oh, yeah, boss. That would be some tragic, some finale.
It must be an accident, Sam. Mr. Critt must never be able to say it. Do you understand that, Sam?
Oh, sure, but when I was a little boy,
Sam?
Yeah, boss?
Sam, in Langton's gym. You know what a main steam valve for the steam room is?
What, boss?
The valve, Sam. The one that lets the live steam into the steam room.
Oh, sure, but the gadget that the guy turns off and on the steam with, huh?
That's right,
Oh,
Sam.
sure, boss. It's under the stairs in the basement on the other side of the gym. You know, on the side where the
Yes,
pipes...
Sam, yes. Do you think you could get under the stairs into the basement?
Oh, sure. Nobody cares if I go to the basement. Sometimes I go there...
Yes, Sam. And do you think you could open the valve as wide as it'll go?
Open the... For all the steam to go fast into the steam room?
Yes, Sam.
Oh, boy, that's some hot, all that steam, boys.
Yes.
Hey, you can't stay in there and all that hot. The Jew was up the gym when poor Sharky got all the hot because the valve broke and the door was stuck. The Jew was there when they brung him out, huh? Boy, that was some looking dead Sharky, all right.
Yes, Sam, a very tragic accident.
Some tragic, all right, boy.
Sam, come here. Take my watch. Can you read the time?
Well, sure. What do you think? I'm a dumb. The little hand is on a 2, and the big hand is on a 6.
That's right.
And that means 2:30, no?
That's right, Sam. Now, look. When a little hand will be on a 5, you seen it? And a big hand on a 12 here. It'll be...
At 5 o'clock.
That's right.
Yeah, you see, I'm no dumb. 5 o'clock.
And at 5 o'clock, Sam, you must be in the basement at Langton's gym by the steam valve. And exactly 5 o'clock, Sam, you'll open the valve all the way.
For all the hot?
Yes, Sam, all the hot.
Oh, but you can't stay in... The Joe was up the gym when Shark...
I won't be in the steam room, Sam. But Ricky will. Alone.
Shoreham Hotel.
Ricky Martin's apartment, please.
One moment, please.
Hello?
Ricky? Hello, Ricky. This
What do you want?
Ricky, please, I don't know how to begin, but I've got to see you. There is so much I want to say to you.
I'm sorry, Maestro.
Look, Ricky, please, just for a few minutes. Please, Ricky. Look, meet me at Langton's gymnasium, huh? Look, you have all your old boxing things there in the locker room. I want you to give them to me. I want to keep them, Ricky, as a souvenir.
Well, okay, Maestro. Just for a few minutes, though. I have to meet Lynn at the airport at 6.
Oh, thank you, Ricky.
Forget it. Meet you at Langton's in a half an hour.
Fine. Goodbye, Ricky. You'll come.
Ricky? And you'll get him in a steam room?
Yes, Sam. Yes. I'll get him into the steam room. And I'll sit there with him and talk to him. And talk to him about this and about that. With the steam thick around us, hiding us from each other. When I begin to feel the live heat, Sam, at 5 o'clock, Sam, at 5 o'clock, I'll be talking about old times as I quietly slip out of the room, and he'll be sitting there alone, thinking of old times, not knowing I'm gone and that he's alone, until it is too late. He will hear the sudden rush of steam and feel the scalding heat. And he'll run to the door, but it will not open. And he'll pound and scream in agony, but the door will stick. And each scream will draw burning steam into his lungs. And then they'll find him. But it'll be too late. Too late. It will be too late. Oh, hello, Ricky. Hello. I'm so glad you came. See, I was just going to take my steam bath.
I had to wait until Lynn called me. I told her to meet us at the airport at 6.
Good. Come, Ricky, let's go to the locker room, huh? Look, here is your old locker, Ricky. You have the key?
Yes. Here, you open it.
Thank you. But first, Ricky, please, I want to tell you how I feel, how I've been so miserable because you should have killed me, Ricky.
Maestro.
Yes, Ricky, I deserved it, but you see, I wasn't myself. You know that.
Let's forget it, Maestro. Go ahead, open the locker.
All right, thank you. See? Look. Your punching bag. Look, your trunks. Your gloves. And here, look here, Ricky, this pair. This pair you wore the night you beat Kit Foy. Wasn't that a fight, Ricky? How can we ever forget the third round? Remember what the newspaper said? Every word is burned into my memory. Last night, a new star of the ring was born. Ricky Martin, sensational new welter.
Cut it, Maestro.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Ricky. I know how you feel. Ricky, are you sure? Isn't there one chance that you'll change your mind?
No, Maestro. Not a prayer. What time is it?
Well, it's only about 4:45. Come on, Ricky, don't you want to have your last team with the old Maestro?
Well,
No, come.
Well, okay, but remember, old Maestro, 5 o'clock's my deadline.
Oh, well, Ricky, that I guarantee you.
Say, who's around at this time of the day?
Huh? Oh, Joe.
Sam, I wanted to tell you how sorry I am.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, all right. Call me put on the boss a slug.
Come on, get
oh, boy. Sure gonna be some hot sorry, all right.
Sam, stop mumbling. Get going.
Some hot, tragic finale, all right.
Get going.
Some hot...
Oh, that poor guy. See, Maestro, that's why I'm getting out now. I don't want to look like that in 5 years.
Here's your towel, Ricky. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. How much time we got?
Well, it's just a couple of minutes before 5. It's time for a quick steam and a shower, and then we meet Lynn, huh?
Okay.
Good old steam room.
They really got that steam up today.
Yeah.
It's so thick you can't see your hand in front of you.
Yeah, but it's good for you. Come on here, feel your way over here, Ricky. Come sit here with me on the second shelf. Here. Yeah, that's right. Just keep your head down and your eyes closed and relax like me.
Yes. This feels fine.
Yes. You'll begin to feel even better later. Tell me, Ricky, how you met Lynn.
Well, she was staying at the same hotel with her mother and father. He came up on business. A right guy, Maestro. You'd like him.
Yes, I'm sure I would.
One night I just found myself dancing with her. I don't know yet how it happened. But there we were. And after that, well, it seemed like there was nobody else in the world but we two. I don't know, Maestro, but suddenly I realized that what I wanted most in the world was right there. Something I can't remember having. Something I wanted all the time and with all my heart. I'm tired of hotel rooms and training camps and fight talk and no one and nothing to come home to. I love Lynn. I love her family. They love me. That's all there is, Maestro. I guess that's the crop for any man. Hey, it's getting kind of hot, Maestro.
Remember, Ricky, remember the day we first met?
Maestro, the steam is getting a little too much.
Remember, it was backstage at the Met. You wanted to be a ballet dancer. I must laugh when I think of those days. You had muscle and you had grace and you had power, but you didn't know what to do with them. And I showed you. Not ballet. Years of sacrifice. For what? I found you and I found the ring and I brought the two of you together. In 1 year, you were near the top. Yes, it was a long year, Ricky, but we went through it together. Yes, I can't help feeling that your leaving is almost a tragic finale to a brilliant ring career.
What?
Yes, a tragic finale. And then when we got your first fight in New York, how nervous you were.
your New York debut. Not at the Met to the music of Offenbach's Gaîté Parisienne, no. But at the Madison Square Garden, to the roar of 15,000 throats. Do you remember the last thing you said to me before you went into the ring? Remember? Hey, Ricky, where are you? Ricky, where are you, Ricky? Ricky, don't leave me here, Ricky. Ricky, come back. Please come back, Ricky. Open the door. Ricky, don't leave me. Ricky, my God! Ricky!
Colonel Joy, please go to the reservation desk. Colonel Joy. Attention, please. Flight 17, Clipper to Rio, ready. Flight 17, ready. Mr. Gluskin, Miss Thompson, Captain J. Stevens, Mr. and Mrs. Ricky Martin. Flight 17, board, please.
Ricky, here, hurry.
Hello, darling. Sorry I'm late.
Come on, we've only got... Where's the maestro?
The maestro? I left him in the steam room at the gym. Slipped out on him. I couldn't take it. Poor guy's all broken up. He feels like it's, well, what he'd call a tragic finale.
Mr.
He'll
and
get over
Mrs.
it.
Ricky Martin, board flight 17, please.
Come on, darling, let's go.
And so closes Of Maestro and Man, starring Peter Lorre with Richard Conte. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
It's my job, it's my privilege, to tell you how much pleasure and enjoyment you can add to everyday living by serving Roma wines with meals, when entertaining, or anytime. And in hot weather, let me suggest Roma wine cooler offers. Just put ice cubes in a tall glass, half-fill it with your favorite Roma wine, then fill it up with sparkling water. For a sweeter drink, add sugar. Ah, that, my people, is really something. And it's so simple, so good, and so inexpensive. It's a fact. The cost of Roma wines is only pennies a glassful. Get Roma wines today. Enjoy them regularly. If your dealer is temporarily out, please try again soon. Just be sure you ask for ROMA, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines, made in California, for enjoyment throughout the world.
Richard Conte appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of the Technicolor production Wilson. Next Monday, same time, you will hear two distinguished leading ladies, Miss Maureen O'Sullivan and Dame May Whitty, as stars of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, ROMA, made in California, for enjoyment throughout the world.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or looking.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, opening the door to another tale of mystery and suspense, inviting you to open your ears and your mind to the world of terrifying imagination. You're about to be taken on an unusual museum tour. There won't be any Mona Lisas on this tour, no Greek vases or Roman statuary, because this establishment specializes in only one kind of exhibit. And that's why our story is called The Murder Museum. You may have been to a murder museum like the one in our story, a house of wax, where the most brutal crimes of the century are recreated in paraffin for the wide-eyed enjoyment of the public. But now you're going to have the unique opportunity of hearing one of the most shocking exhibits of all speak for itself.
Oh, John, please believe me. He means nothing to me. I swear it.
And that's why he was in your bedroom, Ida? Is that why?
Please. Oh, think of our little boy. Look at Vincent. You're frightening him to death.
Death. That's right, Ida. Death. That's what you deserve.
Our mystery drama, The Murder Museum, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Michael Wager. Our tale begins inside the Murder Museum itself, the home of Professor Raphael Gallinari's House of Horrors. There's a fair-sized crowd in the museum today. As usual, they listen in fascination to the words of their tour guide as he takes them from one bloody exhibit to another, recreating for them the terrible crimes which have immortalized these criminals and their victims. But there is one person in the crowd who seems reluctant to listen to his words, who hangs back and shields her pretty eyes from the sight of the wax images. Her name is Lisa Brandon.
To this day, no man knows the true identity of the madman known as Jack the Ripper. But the theory persists that he may well have been a physician or at least a medical student, judging from the skill with which he wielded the instrument you see clutched in this hand as he attacked the terrified young woman. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the tour of Professor Gallinari's Murder Museum. Thank you for your patronage, and please tell your friends about us.
Sir, excuse me.
Yes, miss?
Could I ask you a question?
Well, yes, of course.
I was curious about the Raymond exhibit, but I see that you haven't opened it to the public.
No, miss. The Raymond exhibit is still closed for repairs.
Well, the truth is, it's the only reason I came to the Murder Museum. I wanted to see the Raymond.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. The exhibit won't be open for another week at least. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going out for some coffee.
But even if it isn't completely ready, I wonder if you'd mind showing it to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I can't do that.
Well, I came a long way to see it, all the way from San Francisco. It would be a terrible disappointment. Look, I'm willing to pay you.
Now, please, put that money away, miss. Why is it so important for you to see the Raymond? You, any connection with the family?
Well, yes, in a way. I knew Vincent Raymond. I met him when he lived in San Francisco.
I see.
Look, you said you were going out for coffee. Could I come with you?
Well, sure. I just go to this little coffee shop down the street, but you're welcome to come along. So you knew Vincent Raymond. You an artist, too?
No, not really. But my brother owned a small art gallery on Green Street.
And sold Raymond's paintings?
Well, actually, no. He didn't really care for Vincent's work. It was so dark and gloomy. Frightening, really. But he felt sorry for him, and he loaned him some money, and sometimes he let him help out in the gallery.
And that's how you met him?
Yes, that's right. I came home from college, and I met Vincent. I didn't know anything about him.
Meaning, about his parents.
It took Vincent a long time before he was willing to talk to me about them. Vincent,
Yeah?
isn't that music a little loud?
Sorry, I'll turn it down.
Are you angry with me or something?
No, why? Why should I be?
I don't know. You've hardly said 2 words to me tonight. All through dinner,
I was trying to digest that rotten food. Whoever told me that restaurant was worth trying must have had a secret death wish.
I didn't mind it.
Had only one thing to recommend it. It was cheap. That's the only criterion I have, you know?
I didn't complain, did I?
No, you never complain. You just suffer in silence. You think I'm some kind of gifted, starving artist who has to be tolerated for his poverty.
Oh, you're so hard on yourself, Vincent.
Well, let me tell you something, Lisa. I'm starving, but I'm not an artist.
Well, let's not talk about it tonight. Let's just relax.
You know I can't paint. Your brother knows it. I fill all my canvases with memories of my own nightmares, only you cannot call them art.
Vincent, why do you paint in such a gloomy style? I've never seen you paint with anything that had any color or lightness. All those blacks and grays and slashes of red. Oh, I know I'm no sort of expert, but can't you talk about your work with me?
There's a reason for it, Lisa. There's a reason.
Well, what?
I told you, my nightmares, they're all visions in black and gray and slashes of red.
Well, then if you won't talk about your paintings, why not tell me about your nightmares?
You wouldn't enjoy hearing about them. Or rather, about it.
It?
I have only one nightmare. Just one. I have it virtually every night. Sometimes it follows me into the daylight. I can close my eyes, and there it is. For years, I've tried to destroy it by painting it. Not its details, just its colors. But the therapy hasn't worked.
Please tell me about it.
I've never told anyone before.
But why not?
I suppose I never met the person I wanted to confide it. Maybe now I have. But if I'm going to do that, this music has to stop. My mother's maiden name might mean nothing to you, but at one time, many years ago, it was famous among people who loved the theater. She was an actress. Her name was Ada Krim.
Ada Krim? I think I do know that name, Vincent.
She was born and raised in England. She was known as the beautiful Ada. She didn't have a very long acting career because she capped her success on the stage with an even more successful marriage. She became the bride of John Lloyd Raymond.
Your father?
Yes. My father. He was a wealthy man. My grandfather had left him heir to one of the largest glass manufacturing companies in the West. Mirrored glass was his specialty. It seemed very appropriate to have our house full of mirrors. Maybe that's how it all started, that problem.
What problem?
Well, you know the way mirrors are, Lisa. After a few years go by, they stop being kind. And when that happened to my mother, she had to do something about it. Something to prove that she was still the beautiful Ada. No matter what the mirrors were beginning to say.
And what did she do, Vincent?
She took lovers. Lovers are the best kind of mirrors for a bored rich woman.
Were you the only child?
Yeah. I was her only child. At first, I was a pampered little boy, one of her favorite playthings. Then she became bored with me, too. She stopped noticing that I was around. Maybe that's why she never made any attempts to hide her actions from me. She simply didn't know I was there.
Vincent, you saw these men?
I think I've said enough.
So, you never found out what Vincent's dream was all about?
Not then, I didn't know.
But you could have guessed, I suppose, if you knew the history of Ada Krim and John Raymond.
Well, yes, I became curious enough to learn the history. I had a friend who worked in a newspaper, and she checked into the dead files and found the story for me, the whole terrible story. But I didn't tell Vincent that I knew about it. It was obvious that he didn't want anyone to know the truth. But one day it emerged.
How?
Well, it was a beautiful spring day, the first really warm day of the season, and Vincent and I went for a walk. Vincent, why don't we walk down to Ghirardelli Square? We could do some window shopping, maybe have some lunch.
Considering the state of my finances, we'd better window shop the restaurants, too.
Oh, no, I have money.
Good for you.
Are you going to be stubborn again?
I'm going to teach you a lesson.
I'll tell you what, Vincent. I'll buy myself some lunch if you want to split a hamburger.
Wait a minute,
with me.
don't fool around with me.
Get your hands off me!
You need a lesson.
Hey, you get away from her!
It's about time somebody...
Get away from her!
Help me, please!
Hey,
You take your hands off her!
Please, Vincent,
my wife.
don't!
I don't give a...
Stop it, Vincent, for God's sake! Vincent! Vincent!
I'm sorry, Lisa. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I just went crazy.
Why? What made you do it, Vincent? You could have killed that man.
I couldn't stop myself when I saw what he was doing and what he was going to
They were
do.
man and wife.
Yeah. Man and wife. So were my parents.
Was that the reason? Was it because you saw your mother and father quarrel?
Quarrel? You think that's all they did? Don't you know the truth yet?
Yes, Vincent, I do know. I didn't want to tell you before, but I know that your father murdered your mother.
And you know how he murdered her. My father came home early one night. A full day earlier than he was expected. He walked into my mother's bedroom, and that man was there. Might have killed him, too, but he was fast on his feet. We lived in a very old-fashioned house, Lisa. A quaint, old-fashioned Victorian manner. The kind that still had gas lamps on the wall. And fire axes. I used to hear my father joking to his friends about the fire axe on the wall.
Vincent, don't talk about
When
it.
he saw my mother, he ripped the axe off the wall, and he used it.
Please.
You read about it, Lisa, but I saw it.
You what?
I was 6 years old, terrified 6-year-old, who came to find out what all the noise was about.
Oh, no.
I saw the whole thing happen from the first stroke of the axe to the final blow.
Oh.
Now you know what my nightmare is all about, all the blacks and grays and slashes of red.
Oh, you poor man.
All right. Now, I've told you the whole story, so maybe now you know why I can't see you again.
What?
Don't come near me again, do you hear me?
Vincent.
Don't come near me. Ever. It's been said that the mind is like a haunted house, where the ghosts of the past rattle their chains and cry out their suffering. Of course, that's why we have our psychiatrists and psychoanalysts, and these days, even our exorcists. The house cleaners of the mind. But what will it take to free Vincent Raymond of his demons? Or can he ever be freed? We'll find out. And now, Act 2 of the Murder Museum. Lisa Brandon has come all the way from San Francisco to see the Raymond exhibit. But she seems to be having a hard time talking the museum guide into allowing her a private showing. However, she hasn't given up.
Yes. I was in love with Vincent Raymond, and I was terribly unhappy when he walked out of my life.
You mean you never saw him again?
Oh, yes, I saw him again, but things weren't the same between us. He was tormented by the memory of what he had seen, and it changed his life.
The dreams began in the orphanage. They began there and they never stopped. I woke up screaming in horror every time the dream came to me. I became an outcast, without friends, without sympathy.
Oh, Vincent, I'm so sorry.
That's when I realized that my only hope for any sort of life was keeping my secret.
But you're not a child now.
No, I'm older, Lisa, but nothing's changed for me. Oh, yeah. There's one thing that's changed.
Well, what's that?
I'm giving up my so-called art. I'm going to look for a job.
Well, I'm sorry, Vincent. Because I did think you had talent.
I've got to get some money to live on. My talent won't provide that.
Well, I thought you had some savings.
They're all gone after that lawsuit.
What lawsuit?
That man I beat up on the street. He sued me for damages. He won, of course. His wife stood up in court and verified that I'd beaten him up with no provocation at all. Nothing like a wife's loyalty, is there?
But, Vincent, why didn't you let me know? I would have been a witness
Oh, it
for
wouldn't
you.
have mattered.
Well, how are you living now?
Well, on the welfare rolls, of course. But don't worry about me.
Look, if I can lend you any money, it won't...
No. I have borrowed enough from you and your brother. I don't want any more money or sympathy. Just leave me alone, Lisa. Can't you get that through your head? Leave me alone.
He did find a job eventually, waiting on tables down at Fisherman's Wharf. He seemed to sink lower and lower every day. My brother and I tried to help him all we could, but he refused to take any more charity. I tried to sell his paintings by putting them in the window of our little gallery. But there was only one person who seemed interested in Vincent's gloomy efforts. Hello? May I help you?
Yes. I have been looking at the paintings in your window, trying to make out the artist's name.
Oh, his name is Raymond.
Raymond? Would that be Vincent Raymond, by any chance?
Oh, yes, it is. Did you like the work?
It's interesting. I'm an artist myself. But that sort of thing, all those dark colors, it doesn't really appeal to me.
Oh, I see.
However, I am interested in the artist. I wonder if you could tell me how to reach him. Is he a local resident?
Yes, he lives in San Francisco. Oh, would you mind telling me your name?
Oh, yes, of course. Here is my card.
Raphael Gallinari.
You might say that I am a portrait artist.
Oh, and is that why you want to meet Vincent? To paint his portrait?
Something like that. Now, will you help me?
All right. I'll tell you where you can reach him.
Who is it?
Raphael Gallinari.
Who?
Please open the door, Mr. Raymond.
What do you want?
May I speak to you for a few moments, Mr. Raymond?
I don't know you.
I thought perhaps the young lady in the art gallery might have mentioned my name to you.
What young lady? Oh, you mean Lisa?
May I come in, please? It's about a rather important matter.
Oh. All right, come in. What is it you want, Mr... What was that name again?
Gallinari. Please, my card.
What are you, some kind of bill collector?
No, Mr. Raymond. As a matter of fact, I'm an artist, like yourself.
Tough luck for you, Mr. Gallinari, if you're an artist like me. Take a look around. You see any canvases in this place?
I understand that you are working at a restaurant these days.
That's right. Listen, if it's my work you're interested in, they're all at the gallery.
Let me be honest with you, Mr. Raymond. It isn't your work I care about. It's mine.
Yours?
That is correct. You see, I am a portrait artist, a sculptor, actually.
So what?
This is how we differ in our talents. Yours is dependent on the quality of imagination, while mine is devoted to verisimilitude. If you would permit me, perhaps I can buy us both some dinner and we can talk about our art.
If you hadn't mentioned dinner, Mr. Gallinari, I would have said no.
You know how it is with an artist. You know how we become obsessed sometimes, obsessed with a certain idea, a certain passion for a subject.
No, Mr. Gallinari.
I wouldn't know. I lost all my passion for art a long time ago.
Ah, but if you had the inspiration, if there was one thing you wanted to paint more than anything else in the world, believe me, the passion would come flooding back like the tide.
And do you have such a subject in mind?
Yes, I do. A subject which has haunted me for years, more years than I wish to count.
And this has something to do with me?
Everything to do with you. Will you have another glass of wine?
Sure, since you're buying.
You see, Mr. Raymond, I am contemplating a certain work, a sculptural project, and one which would be impossible without you.
How could that be?
In order to answer that question, I have to bring up a subject which may be painful to you.
A lot of subjects are painful to me, Mr. Gallinari.
This one, I think, has left the deepest wound.
Wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Raymond. I mean your parents.
How do you know who I am? Did Lisa tell you?
Oh, no. No, I assure you, the young woman at the gallery said nothing at all to me about you.
And how did you know? Damn it.
Because I've made it my business to find you. Believe me, it's taken a very long time. The last address I had for you was in the Midwest. Then I ran across one of your paintings in a traveling exhibit, the Moorland exhibit.
Yeah, that was the only show I've been in, and nothing sold.
I found out that you were in San Francisco from the proprietors of the exhibit. Finally, I saw your work in a little gallery on Green Street. Your style is unmistakable.
Rotten, but unmistakable.
Mr. Raymond, I remember the beautiful Ada.
Go on.
I'm quite a few years older than you. I have a very clear memory of how your mother looked on the stage before her retirement. I thought then that she was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen.
Beauty is very fleeting, Mr. Gallinari. Like life itself.
Yes, I know that. But then, that's why artists are born, aren't they? To capture that fleeting beauty and imprison it on canvas or in clay or in what? Or in other media.
Why don't you get to the point, Mr. Gallinari?
Your mother's beauty is the point. If I had been the sculptor then that I am now, I would have carved her image then. But alas, I was only a boy.
I still don't know what you want from me.
I want to sculpt your mother's image, Mr. Raymond. But there is only one drawback. I have no model to work from.
There's nothing I can do about that. My mother's been dead for 25 years.
I know there are some faded old newspaper photographs of her, but they're not really helpful, not to someone who insists on verisimilitude.
I don't see why it's so important. Who cares what Ada Krim looked like?
But I care. Very much. You see, I've already started the project.
You have?
Yes. I've been using the crude photographs of her as a guide. I've obtained a sort of likeness.
Look, I cannot stop you from doing what you please, Mr. Gallinari. If you're asking for my permission...
Well, in a way, yes, I suppose I am. It does seem like a slight invasion of privacy.
Yeah. All right. If your conscience bothers you, I'll tell you what you can do. You can order another bottle of wine.
Mr. Raymond, I would gladly order you a case if you would give me one more permission.
What's that?
To sculpt your father, too.
My father?
As I said, this is a form of obsession with me. But from the moment I began work on the statue of Ada Krim, I felt that I couldn't stop until I had also done the head of John Lloyd Raymond.
He's dead, Mr. Gallinari. I have no way to prevent you from sculpting him or painting him or anything else. But I'll tell you one thing. You won't get me to talk about him.
Oh, no. I would not dream of it. But you see, I have a peculiar problem. While there are some likenesses of Ada Krim available, in the case of your father, well, I cannot find a single photograph. I have searched and come to a dead end. And what I was wondering, I know this is an imposition. If there is something in your possession...
You think I have a picture of him?
It was only a hope. I know his memory is painful, but you were his son, and sometimes, well, there are souvenirs one hates to discard. Well, Mr. Raymond?
I have pictures of him.
You do?
I won't give them to you.
Please, don't be so hasty.
I won't give them to you. But I'll sell them to you.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm perfectly willing to pay.
I owe Lisa Brandon and her brother exactly $127. That's the price.
Done, Mr. Raymond. $127. And I'll still throw in that case of wine.
Vincent told me about Mr. Gallinari's visit when he paid me back the money that we'd loaned him. He didn't really care about those photographs he had. He was happy to have gotten rid of the debt. But there was only one thing wrong. I think you must know what I mean.
Yes, I think I do. Raphael Gallinari didn't tell Vincent Raymond the whole truth.
No, he didn't tell him the truth. He didn't tell him what kind of a sculptor he was, or what use he would make of his work after it was completed.
Yeah. And obviously he didn't tell him the medium he would use to carve the statues.
No. He didn't tell him that the medium would be wax.
And that the subject would be murder.
And what happened when Vincent Raymond learned of the duplicity of Raphael Gallinari? Or was it really duplicity? Gallinari said he was a sculptor. Gallinari said he believed in authenticity. And, of course, Gallinari paid for the privilege of using Vincent's photographs as a model. But has Gallinari paid enough? And now, here's Act 3 of the Murder Museum. For Vincent Raymond, all nights are the same. A dark passage into yesterday. A grim return trip to the past. But men must sleep, and sleepers must dream. So there's no escape for him.
Ada!
John, please believe me.
Ada!
He means nothing to me, I swear it.
And that's why he was in your bedroom, Ada?
Please.
Is that why?
Please, think of our little boy.
Ada!
Look at Vincent. You're frightening him to death.
Death! That's right, Ada. Death! That's what you deserve!
Oh!
Ada! That's what you deserve!
Oh, dear God. When will it stop? When will that dream stop? Who is it?
It's me, Vincent. It's Lisa.
Lisa? Oh, wait a minute. Hey, what is it? What are you doing here so early?
I just couldn't wait. I've got wonderful news for you, Vincent.
What about?
Your painting, the large one in the window, it's been sold.
Sold? You're joking. Who would buy it?
Oh, please, let me come in.
All right. Just let me get a robe on.
It happened. First thing this morning, the gallery wasn't open more than 10 minutes, and this man walked in wearing a Homburg, Vincent. I didn't think people wore Homburgs anymore. He did.
Well, who was he? What was his name?
Well, he gave me a card. Oh, wait a minute. It's right here. I've got it in my purse.
It wasn't someone named Gallinari, was it?
What?
Raphael Gallinari calls himself a sculptor?
No, it wasn't him. It's, wait, his name is, here it is, Charles Mulholland. Does that mean anything?
Mulholland? That's Mulholland Gallery in Chicago. High priced. Oh, no, I doubt if there's any connection.
Well, anyway, he bought it, Vincent, without any quibble about the price, and in fact, he was surprised that it was so low.
Miracles never cease, do they?
Oh, Vincent, if he really is somebody, then maybe your work will start to be recognized.
Oh, forget it, Lisa. There isn't any more work for me. Just waiting on tables. That's my art. And I'm getting better at it all the time.
Well, anyway, here's your money. It's all in $50 bills.
Wait now. That's the full $300. What about the gallery's commission?
Oh, don't be technical, Vincent. You need the money more than we need the commission.
No, sirree, you've got to accept 1/3 of it. Right. It wouldn't be fair otherwise.
I knew you'd feel that way.
I can't believe it. It's the first painting I've sold, Lisa. Do you realize that?
I told you you had talent. That'll teach you to listen to me.
You're right. I should always listen to you, Lisa. Listen, I've got an idea. Have you had breakfast yet?
Well, I had coffee.
Tell you what. I'm going to get dressed, and we'll go celebrate with champagne and eggs Benedict. And then we're going out tonight. I'm going to buy you the fanciest dinner in San Francisco.
Well, Vincent, you can't spend all the money in one day.
Why not? Probably the first and last money I'll ever make for my paintings. Let's put it to good use.
Well, it seems that Vincent had more talent than anyone realized. Those dark and gloomy paintings seemed to have the qualities of genius. At least, that's what Mr. Mulholland said in his letter.
Lisa, listen to this. Just listen to this.
Go on, I'm listening.
The Mulholland Gallery would be most interested in arranging an exhibition of your work.
Oh.
Listen, they're willing to pay all the costs of carding and insuring the paintings. They'll even pay my fare and expenses to Chicago so I can attend the opening. Lisa, can you believe it?
Oh, Vincent, it's the most wonderful thing I ever heard.
Well, it's not a one-man show, nothing that grand, but the Mulholland Gallery. That's one of the best, Lisa, one of the most prestigious.
Do you know when you'll be leaving?
As soon as I can get all the stuff crated and shipped. I guess the sooner the better. Lisa, why don't you come with me?
Oh, I couldn't do that. I still have to be at the
Your
gallery.
brother can take care of it for a week or so. That's all the time it'll take.
Oh, I just couldn't do it, Vincent. But when you have that big one-man show, I promise to be there.
And that was when Vincent Raymond went to Chicago.
Yes, that was his reason for going there. A very happy reason.
Was the show a success?
Oh, it was. The press reception to Vincent's work was very good, far better than the evaluation he received back home. I guess it's true what they say about a prophet being without honor in his own country. In this case, in his own state. There were 12 paintings in all the exhibit, and at least half of them were sold in the first week. And for the first time, Vincent was a happy man. He sent me just one letter, and it contained a very good piece of news. Perhaps even more important than the news of his artistic success.
Dear Lisa, just a quick note to tell you that I'm well and spending money like a drunken sailor. I bought 2 new suits. Yes, I said suits with matching pants and jacket, believe it or not. But more important, I'll tell you one other thing that seems to have happened to me. For the last 3 nights, I've slept without a dream. I think you must realize the importance of that, Lisa. 3 nights of dreamless sleep. The most precious 3 nights of my existence.
But those dreamless nights didn't last very long. Because the very next morning at breakfast, in his hotel room, Vincent opened a local paper and saw a strangely familiar name.
Gallinari. Gallinari? What's that all about? Announcing the opening of Gallinari's Murder Museum. Oh, no. That can't be the same man. The Murder Museum, world's most terrifying house of wax, vivid recreation, scenes of crime, passion, and horror never before witnessed. Oh, it can't be the same man. It can't be. Where's that phone number? Oh. Hello. Is this the Murder Museum? Yes, I know you're not open yet. Listen, I want to ask you a question. This man, Gallinari, I want to know his first name. Raphael. And he is. Listen, what time are you open? No earlier than that? Then tell me where I can find Mr. Gallinari. Yes, it's important. No, my name does not matter. All right. First show, 2 o'clock. Oh, dear God, don't let it be true.
And here, ladies and gentlemen, you see the notorious mass murderer of Huntersville, Nebraska, who not only dispatched his victims with poison, but then mutilated their bodies in the dreadful fashion you see before you. And now, if you'll step to the next exhibit, you will see the latest addition to Professor Gallinari's world-famous murder museum. For the first time in any house of wax, the horrifying axe murder of one of the most glamorous women ever to appear upon the American stage.
It's true.
They called her the beautiful Ada. And yes, Ada was beautiful as she was faithless. And one day, her wealthy manufacturer husband, John Lloyd Raymond, returned home from a business
I've got to ask you something.
Excuse me, sir, but I'm still not
Gallinari.
through with this.
Where is he? Does he have an office at this museum?
Well, now, please,
Look,
sir,
I've got to see him. Make him remove this abomination.
Well, no, his office is in the rear. I don't know if he's there.
Out of my way!
No, just here. Come back here.
Who is it?
Open up, Gallinari. Open the door.
Yes, what is it?
Let me in. I have to talk to you.
I'm sorry, I'm quite busy at the moment, and Raymond? Is that you?
Yes, Vincent Raymond.
What are you doing in Chicago?
The question is, what have you done?
Now, be calm, young man. There is nothing to get so excited about.
That's your art out there, Gallinari, out there. That's the verisimilitude you were talking about?
Yes, that's right. I tried to be faithful to the original. I'm not ashamed.
You liar, you thief!
Now, come. I've stolen nothing. I've imitated life, but stolen nothing. Now, please, sit down. Calm yourself. Let me offer you a drink.
You lied to me. You pretended to be something you weren't. You never told me you were going to create that horror out there.
I told you only the truth. That I wish to do a sculpture of your mother and father. I only neglected to tell you the medium. Some artists work with clay and marble. I chose wax. Is that so wrong?
You know it's wrong. You made a public spectacle out of it. And now you're going to do something about it. You're going to get rid of that thing out there.
I am afraid that's impossible. The exhibit took months to create. They all do. The investment in time and money.
I'll sue you. I will make you destroy it.
Ah, Mr. Raymond, don't make unnecessary problems for yourself. Murder is in the public domain.
There has to be some way to make you tear it down, and I will. I swear it. I won't let that thing stand.
Of course, I know myself what happened next. Because I was there in the murder museum the night that your friend Vincent Raymond returned.
Oh, please. Can you tell me about it? I never did know the details.
Well, from what I understand, he went to a lawyer the very next day to see if there was some legal means to get Gallinari to destroy the exhibit. He must have gotten some idea how difficult it would be to get an injunction against the museum. Because that's when he decided that the only recourse was to destroy the sculpture itself.
Yes, that would be like Vincent.
And what he did was very simple. He came back to the museum for the last show of the day. But during the tour, he slipped away from the crowd and hid behind one of the curtains until everyone had gone. And then he walked up to the exhibit and stopped in front of it. Of course, the instrument he needed to destroy the exhibit was already there. The fire axe was real, like the clothes of the wax figures and the furnishings of the room. All he had to do was take the axe out of the hands of his father's statue, and that's what he did.
Destroy. Let me destroyed.
I saw him standing there as still as the wax figures themselves. And I froze in the doorway, too, afraid to move. Because I saw his eyes. And I was afraid to become a victim, too. And then I heard him sobbing.
You shouldn't have done it.
Should have done it. We saw him turn the axe toward the figure of his father. But then a strange thing happened. He began to shake from head to foot. He seemed unable to bring the axe down on the figure of John Lloyd Wayne.
No! No, it wasn't your fault. It was hers. Hers!
Suddenly he turned around and brought the axe down on the wax figure of his mother.
You're the one who did it! You did it!
That was when Professor Gallinari himself came out of his office.
Stop it! Stop it!
Raymond dropped the axe. The destruction of the wax figure complete. But Gallinari was infuriated and threw his arms around his throat. Raymond struggled with him. They fell in a heap to the floor.
Stop it. Don't say any more, please. I'm sorry. I just can't bear to hear any more.
Does that mean that you don't want to see the Raymond exhibit now?
No, I still want to see it. But I'm taking the next flight back to San Francisco, so I suppose there's no use.
Well, I guess it's only fair that I show it to you, Miss Brandon, since you came all this way. We keep the curtain closed whenever we're fixing up an exhibit or preparing to show something new.
This is really very kind of you.
Oh, that's all right. I just hope that you don't find the exhibit too depressing.
Is it a very good likeness?
Yes, I think it's very good. But judge for yourself. As you can see, the figures are all ready, but the furnishings need some work still. Well, what do you think?
It's horrible. Horrible. Oh, I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't say that. I did ask you to show it to me.
Yes, I was afraid you'd feel that way, miss. Because the likeness is really very good. It was Gallinari's brother who did the statue of the professor. Naturally, he'd get that right.
But that's Vincent, too.
Yes.
Just like him.
It's a very good likeness of Vincent Raymond. That's just how he looked when he strangled the life out of Professor Gallinari. Right here in the Murder Museum.
If you are contemplating a visit to a wax museum, we pass on this advice to you. 1, don't go during a heat wave. 2, make sure that you can stand the sight of wax. And 3, be certain you don't have any murderous ancestors who just might show up in one of the exhibits. We hope you enjoyed tonight's tour through the Murder Museum. We hope that you'll always come back through the creaking door of the Radio Mystery Theater, because it's the one place you can enter where your imagination provides the real thrills. Tonight, we tried to aid that imagination with the voices of Michael Wager, Marion Seldes, Robert Dryden, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/C/GAR.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
The applause that rang through the reception room of the Bahrainian embassy was for Mrs. Peel, who had just completed the Dance of the Seven Veils for the Crown Prince, Ali. Well, she'd completed as much of it as she was going to.
6 veils. I only counted 6 veils. There's still one more.
Oh, she was poorly educated, Your Highness. Alas, she cannot count.
I would speak to this woman.
Oh, certainly. Emma, over here, please.
Yes, Master.
What you say? We don't want to offend the offendee.
Mrs. Peel stepped forward, and in response to the prince's gesture, sank onto a cushion. There was an awkward silence.
She is a shy one. Not much to say.
Retarded. Definitely retarded.
But I've taken a great fancy to her. I will buy her from you. I offer 12 goats for this woman.
Oh, but Your Highness, I couldn't possibly. I mean...
It seems, Your Highness, that the British have no respect for your wishes. Now, if it were my government that was so requested...
I was about to say that I couldn't possibly accept anything. No goats, no, not a thing. No, if you like her, she's yours. I give her to you. You can put her into your harem at any time.
It is agreed, then. Vizier?
Oh, great one, I am here.
Take her.
Are delighted with the sparkling clean wash they get from Cold Water Omo. Like Mrs. Connie Goldie of Vereeniging.
Well, I found myself without any hot water one Monday morning. Yes. So I dashed out and I bought a packet of Cold Water Omo. And I've never been without Cold Water Omo since.
Yes, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
To keep your complexion soft and smooth, choose Lux with its creamy, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 7, the final episode of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel managed to arrange an effective, if rather noisy, end to the fantasy game. John Steed had discovered the method to be used in the attempt upon the life of Crown Prince Ali of Bahrain. The late Mr. Ponsonby Hopkirk of QQF Inc. had worked it all out. The plan was based on the famous story of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. The killer was to be smuggled into the Bahrainian embassy in a large honey jar. 40 of these jars had been delivered and deposited in the prince's harem. One of them contained the assassin. As no man other than the prince was allowed into the harem, Steed had coerced and tricked Mrs. Peel into joining the prince's 130-odd wives. Mrs. Peel, thrust through the door of the harem, wasn't very pleased with John Steed.
If I ever get my talons on Steed, he's going to have scars to show for quite some time. So this is how they do it, do they?
Mrs. Peel walked down what was virtually a corridor of little draped cubicles. Above these cubicles were small, tastefully engraved plaques.
Sharon? Mona? Ruth? Oh, dear. All we need to come across now is a duty roster.
Mrs. Peel walked the length of the corridor and, opening another small door, found herself in a large storeroom.
Storeroom. This is more like it. Large ornamental jars.
Approaching the jars cautiously, Mrs. Peel inspected them.
Bumble's Best Honey keeps your strength up. Well, let's see what it contains. honey, all right. Well, if there's a man hidden in there, I don't fancy his chances. 1 down, 39 to go.
In the main reception hall, the dinner party was over. The guests had left, and only John Steed and Arcady were seated on cushions near the prince. Steed was working hard.
Oh, very amusing, Mr. Steed. Very amusing, old boy.
Another drink, Your Highness, and please tell me more about your camels.
I fear we are detaining, Your Highness. Your Highness must be extremely tired. Your first reception, you must be anxious to retire.
Oh, yes, as a matter of fact,
Come, the evening is young, and all this is so entertaining.
There is entertainment and entertainment, Steed, eh?
Yes, well, before we take our leave, may I be allowed to offer Your Highness a small gift?
Steed produced a small portable tape recording machine and placed it next to the prince.
Just press the button, Your Highness.
Oh, like this?
Strokes it into the covers, and Carew feels there's no run.
Ah, cricket.
216 for 5.
Cricket.
80 runs behind. And Gibbs again into bowl to close.
It's a full commentary of the last Test match.
That is kind, most kind. We're pleased to accept, Mr. Steed. Do you play cricket, Mr. Arcady?
No, alas, no, I don't.
Oh, it's the most pleasant of games.
Actually, this is a double tape. You press this button on the other side, and it plays the second track, like this. It's specially recorded for you, Your Highness.
Oh, very nice. Makes me quite homesick.
But you carry your home with you wherever you go, Your Highness. Your whole entourage awaits you.
Oh, yes, you are right, Arcady.
The prince switched off the recorder and yawned once again.
I fear you're right, Arcady. I am rather tired.
In that case, we ask permission to withdraw.
Yes, I think I'll cut along now.
But this excellent liqueur isn't half finished yet.
Oh, no need for you to rush off. The two of you can stay and get better acquainted. It's been a very pleasant evening. Thanks.
The prince made for the door of his harem. Steed moved after him.
But Your Majesty,
Sir! The prince disappeared inside. The door closed. The guards barred Steed's way with crossed scimitars. You're on your own now, Mrs. Peel. At that particular moment, Mrs. Peel, having worked her way through inspecting half the stone jars, was searching yet another.
Empty. So Steed was right. Let's see. Yes, breathing holes drilled into the earthenware. So the killer is in the harem. Loose. In here at the moment, but where?
Emma, little star of the east.
Oh, no. Now for it.
Your prince is here. Your prince is here.
If the assassin's waiting, he couldn't be given a better chance.
Prince is waiting. Prince's waiting for his Emma. Princey Wincy's coming to get you.
Oh, Princey Wincy will get a sick ear if he tries anything on.
Mrs. Peel ducked into one of the cubicles, one that bore the name Miffy, number 238. The harem girl lay back on a lace coverlet. She was bound and gagged.
So he's around here somewhere.
Emma, my patience is running thin. Show yourself, woman. That is a command.
Mrs. Peel stepped out into the corridor.
Emma, my eastern star.
The prince held out his arms. Mrs. Peel, looking beyond him, saw an arm stretched out from the drapes of another cubicle. She rushed forward, knocking the prince flying. Mrs. Peel grabbed at the gun arm and yanked Vincent out into the corridor like a ball from a cannon. She hurled him into the stone jars. Mrs. Peel, following through, rushing after Vincent. The prince picked himself up and watched in horrified amazement as Vincent snatched a scimitar from the wall.
Right. It's about time I settle things with you once and for all.
Vincent advanced on the helpless Mrs. Peel. Mrs. Peel kicked a honey jar over and rolled it at him. It tripped Vincent and gave Mrs. Peel time to snatch another scimitar from the wall. They fought. The prince winced as Vincent slashed out at Mrs. Peel. Mrs. Peel sidestepped and gave a powerful sweep with her scimitar. It crashed into Vincent's, knocking it from his hand. Mrs. Peel stepped forward and, placing the point of her sword at Vincent's throat, forced him back against the stone wall.
Right. Start talking. Who's behind all this? Come on, talk.
It was Arcady. Arcady's idea. Arcady's the man you want.
Say that louder. Loud enough for everyone to hear. Come on.
Steed and Arcady were still in the reception room. They'd heard the terrific noise from within the harem, and then the voice.
It's Arcady! Arcady's the man you want! He planned to kill the prince, I'll prove it!
Steed looked at Arcady, who made for the exit. Steed grabbed him.
No, you don't.
Steed got hold of Arcady's evening jacket by the sleeves. Arcady merely slipped out of the coat and legged it for the exit just as Mrs. Peel, having stopped only to lay out Vincent with the flat of her scimitar, appeared from the harem.
Steed? Steed, where's Arcady?
Gone. There's no great rush. I know where to find him. Look at this appointment slip in his pocket. Read it.
QQF Inc., fantasy number 4, subject, escape of Arcady from pursuing agents. Come on.
My friend, I don't know what this is all about, but clearly you've saved my life. Anything I have is yours. My jewels, my horses.
No, really.
My favorite wife.
Oh, well, in that case...
Oh, come on, Steed. You can't have me and a favorite wife.
In the QQF, Arcady ransacked the drawers of the desks and searched all the filing cabinets, spilling papers all over the place. Eventually, he found what he was looking for.
A forged passport and an airplane ticket just in time.
Just too late.
What?
Arcady swung round, gun at the ready, but Mrs. Peel, who was standing quite close, holding the Trick Aladdin's lamp, merely smiled sweetly and gave the lamp a rub. Arcady recoiled with surprise, and through the smoke haze, John Steed appeared with his umbrella. He swung it up quite high and brought it down on the back of Arcady's neck.
Nicely timed, Steed. You were...
Mrs. Peel broke off, peered through the haze. Steed had disappeared. Mrs. Peel looked down at the floor. There was a pause. And then the sound of Steed's umbrella banging beneath.
Hey, Mrs. Peel, get me out of here! Get me out of here!
Quite fantastic.
Some days later, sitting on the carpet in Steed's apartment.
Well, Prince Ali signed the oil treaty.
It's amazing. After all, we didn't succeed in keeping the murder attempt from him, did we?
Yes, the top brass weren't too pleased about it, actually. We got a firm lecture.
Oh, well. It was bound to happen someday. I always knew we'd end up on the carpet.
Ah, but if you're with me, it's always a magic carpet, Mrs. Peel. Goat's milk or champagne?
Pepsodent has Earlium, an amazing discovery that actually polishes teeth so sparkling clean and white, dulling film can't find a hole. Feel the difference with your tongue.
You wonder where the dawn is went when you polish your teeth with Pepsodent.
New Pepsodent, the white toothpaste you can feel working.
Pepsodent, Pepsodent, Pepsodent.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
That's Harry Pope over at the bar there, Mr. Dillon. A little short fellow.
Ah. Where'd he tell you he's from, Chester?
Boston. Or near there.
He's a long way from home.
Yes, sir. Well, it seems his wife died, and he wanted to move somewhere else. So he come out here about 4 months ago and built himself a little sod hut out on the prairie. Planted some corn, and now he's trying to raise a few hogs. That's all.
And he's scared to death, huh?
Yes, sir. That's what he told me.
Well, if he's going to live out here, he's got to learn.
Mr. Dillon, why don't you talk to him? Maybe you could explain it to him. I'll call him over, huh?
From what he's told you, I don't think anybody could explain it. It's all in his head.
Harry? Hey, Harry, come here. Hello, Chester. Oh, Harry. This is Marshal Dillon, Harry Pope.
How you do, Mr. Pope? Why don't you sit down?
Nobody ever called me Mr. Marshal.
All right. Chester tells me you've been worried lately.
It's the Indians, Marshal. They come scratching around at night, and they hoop and holler some, too.
Yeah, I know. Tell me, do they do this every night?
No, sir. But maybe once a week they do.
Well, what makes you think they're Indians, Pope?
I can hear them, that's why. I got a good stout door, or they'd have been in on me long time ago.
You know what coyotes sound like?
They ain't coyotes. I can hear them talk.
Oh? Well, what do they say?
They just yell. I can't understand it. But I asked Chester here if maybe the army wouldn't come out and run them off. Marshal, if they ever catch me outside my hut, I'll be done for.
Pope, let me tell you something. If what you've been hearing was Indians, you'd have been done for a long time ago. Indians don't just scratch around at night like that, and they don't come whooping and hollering like that either. Now, you've heard talk about Indians, and, well, you're scared of them, and, well, maybe your imagination's done the rest.
No, sir. Them are Indians. They're right there. I can hear them talking, I tell you.
Well, then why don't you shoot them?
Well, I don't have a gun.
What?
Figured that'd just make it worse, Marshal, if I started shooting at them.
Well, do you know how to shoot?
Oh, yes, I learned in the Army.
Well, then you better get a gun. A man needs one out here, Pope. And besides, if you go out of your hut after them the next time they come, you'll see what I mean.
But if I kill any of them, don't you think they'll go after their whole tribe?
No, Pope, I don't think they will.
All right, Marshal, I'll try it. I'll get me a gun today.
Oh, say, that was good. Yeah, I was hungry. Oh, and I nearly forgot, Matt. Chester said not to wait for him. He'd have supper later.
Oh, what's he doing, Doc?
He's talking.
Talking?
To a girl, Matt, and a pretty girl. And he was doing all the talking when I left. She just stood there shaking her head.
Smart girl.
Oh, I don't know, Matt. Chester's young yet, and he may not be real handsome, but at least he's not old and mean.
Did you ever try to borrow $1 from him, Doc?
Yeah, and I did, too. Of course, I had to pay him back $1 and a dime the next day. But it was easy. I didn't have to lift a finger. He came right up to my office after.
Yeah, I know. He's got about 8 of my time.
Well, he's smart, that's all.
Marshal Dillon. Oh, hello, Honeyman. You know Doc Adams here, Ned Honeyman.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do?
Sit down.
Yeah. Bad news, Marshal.
Oh?
You know that new feller, that Harry Pope?
Yeah, I met him a couple of days ago.
I'm going to meet him again, Marshal.
What do you mean?
He killed Joe Carter last night.
What?
Carter's worked for me a long time. One of the best friends I ever had. They buried him this morning.
Well, where did this happen? Did they have a fight?
Pope shot him in cold blood, that's all. Out near that hut of his. Blasted Easterner. I'm looking forward to seeing him hung.
Were you there, Honeyman?
No.
Then how do you know Pope shot him?
Well, Earl Brandt was there. He brought Joe's body back to the ranch.
Brandt works for you, too, doesn't he?
Yeah, not so long as Joe.
Oh, tell me what happened.
I did. Pope murdered Joe Carter. They was riding by that dirty little sodbuster's hut last night. He come out and he shot Joe and he killed him.
Well, maybe it was a mistake, honey.
Oh, you don't kill men by mistake, Marshal. Well, now you going to arrest him?
I'll ride out first thing in the morning.
He might run.
No, he won't run. He wouldn't know how.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Okay, Marshal.
Ain't much of a place Pope's got here, is it?
Well, he's only had a few months, Chester.
Yeah.
Besides, he's new to this country.
There he is, over by the hog pen.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Marshal. Chester.
Oh, Harry.
Pope.
Marshal. They was back again, all right. Night before last.
Who was, Pope?
Them Indians. But I came outside and shot at them, like you said, and they rode off. I just hope the whole tribe don't come out after me now.
Pope, how many Indians were there?
It's just two. That's all I saw, anyway.
You say you shot at them. Did you hit them?
Well, I couldn't tell. It was too dark. I tried to, though.
Well, tell me what happened, Pope.
Well, sir, I heard him just like before. So I got my gun and I loaded it. Then I yelled at them. I don't know if they heard me, but they put a couple of shots into my hut there. Then I opened the door just a little bit, and I heard one of them riding off right over that way. I took a couple of shots at him, and then the other one started shooting at me from somewhere, so I ducked inside again and waited. But they didn't come back. At least not yet, they ain't.
No.
I sure hope you're right about them not bringing the whole tribe, Marshal.
Pope, those weren't Indians.
Oh, Marshal, why do you keep saying that? I know better.
They were two men who worked for Ned Honeyman, and one of them, Joe Carter, you killed.
What?
Earl Brandt was the other man. He took Carter's body back to the Honeyman Ranch.
He did?
I'm afraid you made a bad mistake, Pope.
Oh, but how do you know about this, Marshal?
Ned Honeyman told me.
He could be lying.
Honeyman has his faults, but lying isn't one of them.
Then you believe I killed that man?
It looks that way.
Well, I don't know what to say, Marshal.
Pope, has there been any trouble between you and these men?
Oh, no, sir. No, I hardly know them. They've ridden by a few times, that's all, but I wouldn't have shot at them if I'd known who they was. Except it couldn't have been them. They were shooting at my hut first. Oh, it just don't make any sense at all.
I think he's telling the truth, Mr. Dillon.
You going to arrest me, Marshal?
Well, the Indians that you've been hearing around your place don't exist, Pope. Indians just don't act that way. And, well, I believe you think you've been hearing them. Maybe it's getting worse with you. And so the other night you heard those men riding by and, well, you just started shooting.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
I don't think you intentionally murdered Carter, if that's any help.
Then you're not going to arrest me?
No, I'm not.
Maybe we ought to go talk to that fella, Brandt, huh?
No, it's better if they come to us, Chester. And they will. He and Honeyman both.
Okay.
Now, don't get scared and try to run, Pope. You wouldn't get very far.
I won't, Marshal.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Chester.
You were right. They're in town already. I saw them on the way here.
Oh, good. I think Brandt knows something he hasn't told Honeyman, Chester. Maybe we can get it out of him.
I hope so. I sure do feel sorry for that poor little fellow, Pope, even if he is crazy.
I'm not so sure he's crazy. But anyway, we'll soon find out.
Yes, sir. Here they are.
Good morning, Marshal. Good morning, Chester.
Good morning, Mr. Honeyman.
This here's Earl Brand I brought with me.
Hi, how do,
Earl.
Mr. Brand?
Marshal, I figured you'd want Brandt's report. Let's try him.
Me and Carter was good friends. I aimed to see that Yankee sodbuster hung.
All right, Brandt. Tell me about it.
Nothing to it, Marshal. Me and Carter was riding past his place. He come out and started shooting at us. He killed Carter, and I took a couple of shots at him and drove him back inside that hut of his, and I packed Carter onto the ranch.
Will you swear to that in court,
Oh,
Brandt?
of course he will. Well, why shouldn't I, Marshal? That little murderer been telling you something else?
Yeah? He thought he was shooting at Indians.
What? Oh, that miserable dog.
Now, you weren't there, Honeyman. How do you know what happened?
Well, Brandt told me what happened. Who else would have shot Carter?
Brandt, why do you think Pope shot at you?
I don't know, Marshal. He's crazy, I guess.
Is that all?
Well, that's enough, isn't it, Marshal? Look, he killed Joe Carter. Now, what difference it makes?
The difference between murder and something else, Honeyman.
Well, bring him in here and ask him. I'll beat the truth out of him if he lies.
He isn't here.
You what?
I didn't arrest him.
Well, why not, Marshal?
He said he thought they were Indians, and I believe him.
You mean you ain't going to arrest him at all?
Not until I find out what this is all about.
Well, I told you what it's all about. Come on, Honeyman, let's get out of here.
Oh, wait a minute. Marshal, no man can kill a friend of mine and claim he thought he was shooting Indians. Now, what's the matter with you anyway? You think I'd let anybody get by with that?
Carter was my friend, too.
If the law won't see justice done, we will.
Now, I'm warning you. You try to kill Pope and I'll arrest you. And if you do kill him, you'll hang for it.
Well, I always thought you was a good man, Marshal. And I always respected you. But now I'm...
shut up, Ned. Brandt, why don't you tell the truth? Whatever it is, why don't you tell it?
We're wasting time.
All right. My guess is you and Carter have been hounding that man, making him think there have been Indians after him. Now, why? Were you trying to drive him out of the country? Why, Brandt?
Your talk gets crazier all the time, Marshal. I'm leaving, Honeyman.
For the last time, Marshal, you going to do anything about Carter's murder?
It wasn't murder, Honeyman. Don't you see that now?
He's dead and Pope shot him. That's all I know. That's all I need to know. Come on, Brandt.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, man your armchair action stations and join Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. There's danger in Dick Diamond's fist, dynamite to blast him through sudden lethal moments in his investigations. When he starts closing in, his enemies fight deadly and dirty. But nothing stops Richard Diamond, private detective. Hear him again tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
That afternoon, I rode out to see Pope. It was a bad situation, and I did a lot of thinking about it. There was only one solution I could figure out, and I wasn't sure it'd work. I found Pope weeding the few miserable rows of corn he'd planted out in front of the small bluff against which he had his pig pens and his hut built. I got down and walked over to him.
Well, Marshal, have you changed your mind?
No, I haven't.
Good.
Look, Pope, I don't know why they did it, but Carter and Brandt were the Indians you thought you heard. They were trying to scare you for some reason.
I know.
What?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about what you said, Marshal. And I figure you know what Indians are like and that you wasn't lying to me. So it must have been Carter and Brandt.
Well, have you thought of any reason why they were doing it?
No, sir. None at all.
Honeyman and Brandt want you arrested, Pope.
You going to do it?
I have no reason to. But they're threatening to take it into their own hands.
Can't you stop them?
I can't arrest them for talk. Listen, Pope. Now, you won't like this, but it'd be better if you left here. Now, it isn't your fault, but you've got enemies now, and you'd be a whole lot safer somewhere else.
No. No, I won't leave. Let them come. I'll fight it out with them.
Well, it'll just mean more bloodshed.
Well, like you said, Marshal, it ain't my fault. And the man's got a right to defend himself.
Yes, I know. But you won't have any peace here. You'll start jumping at shadows.
I won't leave, Marshal.
Well, all right. But think it over anyway.
I have.
I'm sorry about this, Pope.
Thank you, Marshal.
So long.
Goodbye, Marshal.
Pope went back to weeding his corn, and I rode off past his little hut and around the narrow bluff he'd built it against. I'd gone maybe half a mile beyond when I heard 2 rifle shots behind me. I turned and raced back to the bottom edge of the bluff where I dismounted and walked up to where I could see around it. And just then I heard a horse coming along the trail, and I stepped back and waited. Whoever it was would pass within a few feet of me. I got the drop on you, Brent.
Don't shoot.
Now keep your hands up. Now throw one leg over and slide off. Slow.
How long you been here, Marshal?
Turn around. All right, you can put your hands down.
I might as well tell you, Marshal. I just shot that Yankee sodbuster.
Well, that's something to be real proud of, Brent.
He killed a friend of mine.
Pope meant no harm to either one of you. What were you trying to do to him, you and Carter?
We were just having a little fun, that's all.
Fun?
There's no use lying now, Marshal.
There never was.
Well, we'd have a drink or two and ride over now and then, give him a few war whoops. He'd just sit in his hut and shake. One night I sneaked up the door. I could even hear him crying inside. He was sure scared that time.
Now, that must have been a lot of fun.
Not as much as next day when we'd ride back and hear all about how the Indians were after him. I even wanted the army to come out and run him off.
I know.
It'd been all right if he hadn't gone and bought himself a gun.
I advised him to.
You did?
I'm sorry if I spoiled your fun, Brent.
Carter's dead because of you.
Does Honeyman know about this?
I told him I was going to get Pope, is all.
And he agreed?
He just said he sure hoped somebody'd get him.
All right, Brandt, let's go bury him.
I ain't gonna bury him. Let him rot.
You'll bury him. Or I'll bury both of you. Now, you take your choice.
You mean that, Marshal?
Get moving.
Sure.
It was too late to try to teach Brandt anything, but Ned Honeyman was a different matter. I wanted to be sure he understood what really happened. Otherwise, he'd spread the word against me and against the law. And there were a lot of men who'd be glad to listen to him. We buried Pope near his little hut and then rode into Dodge. I kept off Front Street and rode up to the jail from the rear. Chester was waiting inside.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon, I thought you'd never get back. Hello, Mr. Brandt.
Lock him up, Chester.
What?
He murdered Harry Pope.
Then I'll gladly lock him up. Right back through that door, Mr. Brandt.
Yeah.
He says Honeyman's still in Dodge. Have you seen him, Chester?
Well, Doc saw him over at the Alfraganza a little while ago.
I'll be over there, then.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Brandt, you just head on back.
Hello, Honeyman.
What do you want, Marshal?
I want to talk to you.
I don't want to hear it.
No, I don't think you do.
What?
I've been talking to Brandt. He's told me the whole story.
Where is he, anyway?
He told me that he and Carter have been having fun, as they called it, with Pope, making him think they were Indians.
Well, you told him that this morning.
He admits it now.
I don't believe it. And even if they had, is that reason enough to kill a man?
Pope was acting in self-defense. He wouldn't have shot Carter otherwise. It was a mistake. But Carter brought it on himself.
I don't believe it.
Honeyman, do you want the law in this country or not?
Well, maybe that depends on who's represented.
It doesn't matter. The law's the same.
Well, now, the law says you can't kill a man and go free. Now, don't it?
Says you can't murder a man.
Well, who decides which it is, Marshal? You or me?
I'd like you to decide this time, Honeyman.
You mean that?
Yeah.
All right, Marshal. You go and arrest Pope and get him hung. That's how I decided.
Pope's dead.
What?
You wanted him killed, and he's been killed.
What do you mean?
You said this morning you'd take justice into your own hands, didn't you?
Well, yes.
Well, it worked. Pope's dead.
How do you know?
He was out weeding that little patch of corn he planted. I think he planned to feed his pigs with it, mostly. And he took 2 rifle bullets in the back.
Who did it?
Are you satisfied, Honeyman? Is that how you wanted it?
Who did it, Marshal?
All Pope had was a sod hut and a few pigs. He didn't know what this country was all about. He might have learned, but your friends got him so scared, Brandt told me, that he'd sit in his hut and cry.
Look,
And then one night he loaded his gun and he went outside to fight. That took a lot of courage, Honeyman, for a man like Pope. But he did it. And today I told him he'd better leave his place, that you and Brandt had threatened him and would give him trouble.
What did he say?
He said he wouldn't go. He said he'd stay and fight.
And so he did.
He stayed. He didn't get a chance to fight. What's a man like Pope know about protecting himself?
Brandt
shot him in the back. Twice. All Pope had in his hands was a hoe.
Marshal. Well, I don't know what to say.
Brandt's in jail. I'm going to see him tried for murder. And he'll be hung.
Yeah, but I guess I'm just as guilty as he is.
You could have stopped it, but you encouraged it. You wanted justice done, Honeyman, and fast.
Well, I didn't understand.
You didn't take time to. The law was too slow for you.
I'm not very proud of what's happened.
The law's new out here, Honeyman, and sometimes I think the only time people want it's when it seems to act the way they would act themselves if there weren't any law. But it won't work that way. According to the law, you're right or you're wrong. You're guilty or not guilty. People out here have had a hard time accepting that. But there won't be much law till they do. And men like Pope will go on dying, no matter how many Brants get hung for it.
Marshal, would it help? Would it help the law if I get up in court and take my share of the blame for this?
Yeah. Yeah, Honeyman, it'd help.
Well, I'll do it.
Good. I'd be proud to buy you a drink, Honeyman.
Oh, sure, Marshal. I thank you.
Sam, set out 2 glasses.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin as Ned Honeyman, Ralph Moody as Harry Pope, and Harry Bartell as Brant. Harley Bear as Chester, and Howard McNear as Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, Camels are the favorite cigarette of people in all walks of life. Among them are singing stars, actors, announcers, people whose voices are their fortunes, people whose cigarette must be mild.
Make the Camel 30-day test and see how mild a cigarette can be. Puff after puff, pack after pack. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We make homicide pay for 100 a day.
Oh, that's pretty terrible.
Oh, you should catch me on a bad day. Nothing.
Am I going to see you tonight?
Not if you keep turning out the lights.
Who turns out the lights?
Oh, well, what difference does it make? It's fun.
I'll expect you at 8 and you be here.
Honey, of course.
How's business?
Oh, about as dull as 50 miles of dirt road.
We'll have dinner home.
Bless your little pointed head.
And your empty pocketbook.
Uh-oh.
What?
Mr. Diamond?
Yes, sir. Come right in, will you? Pull up an old bank book and have a seat.
Thank you.
Client?
Well, keep a good thought, honey. You may be gorging yourself at 21. Bye.
Bye.
I'd like to hire you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, I'd love every minute of it. I charge 100 a day in expenses.
All right.
He reached for his wallet. While he was counting his money, I was looking at him. This was the biggest man I'd ever seen. I was getting a nosebleed just trying to see over the second button on his vest. He had a pair of shoulders that looked like the mayor should lay a cornerstone for them, and the muscles under his coat stood out like smuggled shot puts.
My name is Collins. I'm B.E. Rollins, private secretary.
Oh, is that the B.E. Rollins?
Yes, he's a very wealthy man.
Well, there's an understatement.
He wants to retain you to find his brother, Martin.
He does, huh?
Would you mind coming with me? Mr. Rollins would like to see you in person.
Well, tell me a little more about Rollins' brother.
I'd rather let Mr. Rollins do that himself.
I'd rather hear some of it from you first. I don't want to see Rollins if I'm going to turn down the job.
Very well. Mr. Rollins' brother Martin was released from prison 5 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, he sent a letter threatening Mr. Rollins' life.
Oh, and your boss wants me to find his brother before he makes good the threat. Is that it?
That's it, exactly.
Well, why doesn't he call the police? Show them the letter and get the protection he needs. It'll certainly be a lot cheaper than hiring me.
Mr. Rollins doesn't want any more bad publicity. There was enough of it when Martin was sent to prison.
And why did Martin get sent to prison?
He embezzled $100,000 from the company funds.
Did Rollins try to save him?
He was guilty. Mr. Rollins prosecuted him to the full extent of the law.
Was the money ever recovered?
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Collins.
You won't take the job?
Oh, now you've guessed.
But why? Mr. Rollins is prepared to pay you handsomely.
Well, I don't doubt it at all, but it's too pat. Martin's killing mad because his brother sent him to prison. Rollins receives a threatening letter, but won't call in the police, yet he wants Martin found. Why?
I told you. He doesn't want any more bad publicity.
So I take the job and maybe find Martin. Then B.E. Rollins is a potential killer in the house. What's he going to do? Try and keep his mind off of things by letting him shrink heads in the basement?
Remember, Mr. Diamond, they are still brothers.
So were Cain and Abel.
You mean you think Mr. Rollins intends to kill his brother, and that's why he wants you to find him?
Well, that's a little crude, but it's certainly a possibility.
That's utterly absurd.
Maybe so, but no one would blame him. You better try Hearthstone of the Death Squad.
Now you're being ridiculous. Mr. Rollins is a highly respectable businessman. His reputation is spotless.
Well, then this looks like too good a time for him to start getting dirty. Goodbye, Mr. Collins. He got up, started to say something, but changed his mind. He turned and walked to the door, ducking his head as he went out. Someday he was going to forget the duck and take the whole wall along with him. 10 minutes later, I got a phone call. Yeah?
Is a man named Collins in your office?
But he was. He just left.
Did you take the job?
Who's this?
If you didn't take the job, you're fortunate. If you did, you'd better catch up on your insurance payments.
Oh, I think so, huh?
I think so. This is a family matter, so leave it that way or you're liable to get yourself killed.
Look, would the Sherlock and me show if I deduced your name was Martin Rollins? Hello? Hello? When I brushed Collins out of my office with a quick no, I wouldn't have taken the job he'd offered me for a share in Manhattan Island. But when somebody starts threatening me, it's like telling a 5-year-old kid to stay away from the cookie jar. The quickest way to get me to do something is to tell me not to and try pushing me around. I looked up the Rollins address, and in 20 minutes, my cab pulled up in front of a big old English house that looked like the summer training camp for the U.S. Mint.
Yes? Why, Mr. Diamond.
Tell Mr. Rollins I want to see him, will you?
Come in. I'm happy you've changed your mind.
Just tell him I want to see him.
He's in the garden. This way, please.
We went through the big house and out through the glass doors into the garden. B.E. Rollins was sitting in a chair feeding the birds. He was reaching his late 60s with the sour look of a man who didn't want to. As he threw the breadcrumbs out on the gravel walk, a big diamond on his little finger flashed in the afternoon sun.
Mr. Rollins.
Huh? Oh, Collins. Who's that with you?
The detective you sent for, Mr. Rollins.
Oh, yes. Pull up that chair and sit down, young man.
Oh, thank you.
Just feeding the little birds. Here, Birdie. Been doing it for some time.
Oh, swell.
Well, what are you standing around for, Collins? I want to talk to this detective in private.
Yes, sir. If you need me, I'll be in the library.
I won't need you. Here, you feed the birds for a while. Makes you feel good.
Oh, sure. Here, Birdie. Birdie?
That's fine. That's fine. What's your name, young man?
Diamond, Richard Diamond. Oh, hey, get a load of that little fella. He's grabbing enough crumbs to stuff a pheasant.
He's the greedy one. Always does that.
Reminds me of some people I know.
Yes. Well, Mr. Diamond, I suppose Collins told you why I wanted to see you?
Yeah, and I can't say I wanted the job at first.
So Collins tells me. What changed your mind?
A phone call. I think it was from your brother, Martin. He told me not to work for you.
And you don't like being intimidated? Good. I think we'll get along, young man.
Tell me, have you got the letter he sent you?
Have it right here. Read it. I'll take over with the birds for a while.
All right, thanks, sir. My dear brother, I spent 5 years hating you, but I learned a trade. I used it drawing blueprints for your shroud. Signed, Martin. Well, this'll never get the Pulitzer Prize.
Martin always did go in for the dramatic. Well, you think you can find him?
Was this the first you've heard from him since he went to prison?
Yes. I will admit the letter has me worried. Aside from the dramatic, Martin has always been a hothead. Since boyhood, he's envied my get up and go. We never got along. It was even too much for my mother. She died very young.
Probably overworked from knitting straitjackets.
Don't be flippant, young man. Well, will you take the job?
$100 a day and all hospital expenses.
Fine. See Collins. He'll take care of the fee.
Now, tell me one more thing. Can you think of anyone who might know where your brother is?
Only one, and I'm not sure if she's even still in New York. She was going with Martin when he was caught. I only met her once, but I will say, if nothing else, my brother showed good taste. Yes, indeed.
Well, that's nice. What was her name?
Carter. Virginia Carter. Lived someplace in the village, I think, but that was 5 years ago.
All right, thank you. Now, what about your secretary, Collins? Can you trust him?
Collins is above reproach. He's been with me for 15 years. Knows everything about me. Almost a member of the family.
Does he know anything more about Martin?
No more than I do. Now I'm getting tired, and I want to finish feeding my birds. Good day, young man. Here, Birdie. Birdie!
I left the old man sitting with his friends. He'd have one good deed to take along with him anyway. I went back to the glass doors, and a butler showed me the way to the library. But the cupboard was bare. Collins wasn't around. Collins! Collins! The shot had come from the direction of the garden, and I went back out in a hurry.
Mr. Diamond! Mr. Diamond, over here!
What's wrong, Collins?
It's Mr. Rollins. He's dead.
B.E. Rollins was sitting in the chair with a bullet hole just over the heart. His head was resting on his chest, and he still held the breadcrumbs in his hand. He seemed to be smiling like he knew he was going to be able to feed the birds for a long time now.
Martin did it.
He did?
I saw the whole thing.
I thought you were supposed to be in the library.
I started out of the library and came around the other way. As I rounded the corner of the house, I saw Martin standing behind that tree. I started to yell, but he fired and climbed over the wall. Mr. Rollins was dead when I reached him.
Let's call homicide.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
Not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's what noted throat specialists reported in a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days. That's how mild Camels are.
Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos. And see for yourself how mild Camels are pack after pack. See how well Camels get along with your throat week after week.
Yes, that's the sensible test of cigarette mildness. For only by steady smoking can you judge the day-in, day-out mildness of a cigarette.
Start your own Camel 30-day test today and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be. You'll find out why people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Hello, Rick.
Hi, Walt.
Well, the great private detective. What do you want the police force to do for you now?
Get rid of one of their stupid sergeants?
Now, I don't like...
is?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. This is Mr. Collins, Walt. Lieutenant Levinson, Mr. Collins.
Hello, Mr. Collins.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
The body's in the garden.
B. Rollins, huh?
Yep, big time.
Rollins Investments.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Any idea who killed him?
Mr. Collins here says it was Rollins' brother.
That's right, Lieutenant. I saw Martin shoot Mr. Rollins.
There he is.
Gee, on such a nice day, too. Isn't Otis a dream?
Oh, such a one.
Well, right over the heart. Otis, you go... What are you doing, Rick?
It was a letter from his brother.
A letter?
Sure, I read it myself. Holy Ike, it's gone. We searched the whole garden for the incriminating letter and came up with a big fat zero. Then I remembered something that the old man had told me about Martin. Something about a girl named Virginia Carter. I questioned Collins, but he didn't know her. So I put the old mind to work and became my usual shrewd self. I went back in the library, grabbed a phone book, and found the only Virginia Carter listed. It was a wild, long shot, but I grabbed a cab, and 40 minutes later I was standing in front of her door. When she opened it, I got the quickest scalding in history.
Hello.
Oh, I bet you have a hard time finding something to wear in July.
Do you like it? It's French silk.
Love it, love it.
What's on your mind?
Virginia Carter?
Mm-hmm. Now, if you'll stop panting long enough, maybe you'd like to tell me what you want.
Well, I'd like to know about Martin Rollins.
Oh, I have not seen him in years.
Maybe you've got a picture of him?
I've got lots of pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there is one of Martin someplace.
Well, let's look through the whole flock. I've got lots of time.
Before I let you in, you better tell me your name. I don't want you to steal anything from me.
Baby, if anybody stole something from you, they get their fingers burned off at the elbows.
Mm-hmm. You can come in.
She opened the door and walked ahead of me like she'd just oiled her sacroiliac. She led me into the living room and sat down. The shades were drawn. I had a hard time finding the couch.
Right here.
Oh, wow. Well, how do we look at the pictures? With a magic lantern?
I thought maybe you wanted to relax for a minute.
Well, put something in a glass. I'll cool down.
I don't drink. I never keep this stuff around.
Well, that doesn't leave you much of a field. Or what do you major in?
Cigarettes. Have a Camel?
Oh, yes, anytime.
I haven't got a match.
Well, just hold on to it. It'll light up.
I think I better get the pictures. I'll be right back. Just make yourself comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. Ba-da-dee-doo-da-doo-dee-dee-dee. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo.
We can start with these. If Martin isn't in this pile, I've got lots more. You're not in a hurry, are you?
No, not a bit.
Good. This might run into overtime.
There was one trouble with the setup. Looking at the pictures with her sitting close was like trying to read a mail order catalog in front of a blast furnace. She handed me one picture at a time, describing each guy in the photographs. I've seen draft boards with smaller clienteles. Several times she stopped and looked at one of the pictures like Diamond Jim eyeing a 10-course meal, then passed the guy to me. After 24 photographs, I started thinking she was the reason for the rise in the vitamin market, and I was just going to mention an old snapshot I had of myself when she thumped one of the collection with a polished fingernail.
Martin Rollins, here he is.
Well, he figured to show up sooner or later. How long ago was this taken?
Well, I could not say exactly, but I'd guess about 6 years.
Well, you should keep a file. How'd you get along with Martin?
All right, I guess. He had money, and he showed me a good time.
What else do you know about him?
He has a brother with a checking account at Fort Knox.
Any unusual habits?
Yes, but they wouldn't help you find him. Oh, yes, he used to play a saxophone.
Hobby?
No, not exactly. He played around town with several other small bands. He was a nut on jazz.
Did he make money at it?
I guess so.
Well, thanks, baby. I'll stop around again sometime and take a look at your parlor.
I'll spin a nice soft web.
Mind if I take Martin with me?
Not if you bring back a picture of yourself.
Maybe I'll just bring my camera. You can take it.
Good. That's why I keep the room so dark. I like to develop things.
I hated to leave, but my hair was on fire. She'd given me one lead. Martin was a musician of a sort, and sometimes he made money at it. I started to cross the street to catch another cab, and I was halfway there when I heard the car. That was an old trick. You drive by fast, open your door, and if anyone is in the way, he winds up with a face full of automobile. I picked myself up and thought about chasing him, but he was so far down the street I couldn't even get the license number. I grabbed a bug-eyed cabbie and had him take me to local 802 of the Musicians Union. I went in, and a little short guy with a twitch looked up at me from behind a big desk.
Something I can do for you, Pops?
Bad twitch.
Yeah, too much bop.
Tell me, do you know Martin Rollins? Plays the sax?
Has he got a card?
He makes money.
Then if he ain't, he better have.
I'll see if he does, will you? I'm an old friend. I'd like to get in touch with him.
You look like a cop.
And I've got a shiny little badge.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll see what I can find. Cop, huh? Now look what you done. You got me twitching more than ever.
Between twitches, he found what I was looking for. Martin had just renewed his card. It didn't show a home address, but his mail was being sent to one of the swing joints on 52nd Street. I said thanks and left him in the middle of another twitch. I walked out on the sidewalk, looked at the long gray shadows stretching out from the tall buildings. One of them moved and ducked around a corner. I was being followed. Fingers, gonna bother you for a minute?
No, but you can talk to me. Move in, lean on the piano.
Good. You know a Martin Rollins?
Well, sure, he blows here.
Which one is he?
He's off tonight, got a phone call and took off.
You know where he lives?
Yeah.
Well, here's 5. Come down and remember the address.
What do you want him for?
Here's another 5. What difference does it make?
Solid. It's got a little pad on 5th Street, 59 East. Now, don't put me on, Dad. You got troubles?
I'm going to ask him.
Crazy. I like his style. And when you got time, drop back and listen to the band.
I don't think I could stand the altitude.
Crazy guy.
I went out fast, and 10 minutes later, I was standing in front of Martin Rollins' apartment. I tried my knuckles and waited. I tried again and put my ear to the door. I didn't hear it at first because it was so faint. A light scraping sound like rope over wood. I tried the door. I had been right on both counts. It was a rope and it was rubbing on wood. Brother Martin was making the sound effects, but he was doing it the hard way. He was on the other end of the rope, hanging by his neck. He was turning slowly like a weather vane in a soft breeze. The chair was tipped over at his feet, so I picked it up and sat down to think. I started to get up when something in my stomach jumped up and kicked my mind into high gear. I looked up at the dead man, and what I saw threw the suicide theory right out of the window. Sitting in the chair, my head was just on a level with his shoe tops. If he had used the chair to stand on, he would have still needed a ladder just to tie the rope to a beam. I've seen a couple of guys who hanged themselves, but never one who jumped 4 feet in the air to do it. I shoved the chair under him just to make sure. He cleared it by a good foot. I started to think of all the people who had been connected with the case, and the phone rang. I knew Martin would have trouble answering, so I helped him out. Hello?
Hello, Martin.
Well, he's tied up right now.
Who is this?
Well, hello, honey. Still collecting pictures?
Oh.
Hello? Hello? Antisocial.
Mr. Diamond, did you bring your camera?
We'll play spin the bottle some other time. How did you know my name?
But you gave it to me this afternoon.
You're a bad liar, baby, and look out, I'm coming in.
Now, wait a minute. I'm expecting someone.
Well, if it's who I think it is, you better hide all the rope in the house. Now move it out of the way.
Oh,
You heard from Collins yet?
I don't know what you're talking about. Now get out of here.
Collins, Rollins' secretary, just killed Martin Rollins. He stretched his neck out so far he started looking like an ad in National Geographic.
What?
Yes. He strangled him first, then stood on a chair and hung the body to a rafter.
How do you know Collins did it?
Because he forgot he's a foot taller than most guys. He gave Martin a boost, left him hanging too high.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, I think Collins knew I'd come to you. I think he promised you the moon if you fingered Martin Rollins. He wanted to get Martin, but he wanted someone else to do it for him. He knew old man Rollins would remember you and tell me.
You're crazy.
Oh, well, we'll see. How much did Collins promise you?
He didn't promise me a thing.
You don't think he's going to let you go on breathing when he finds out the law is after him? You're the only hole in his story.
Wait a minute.
He just left Martin waiting for oxygen. He's probably on his way here right now.
He didn't say anything about killing Martin. I want to get out of this mess.
Now, that's better. Tell me everything you can.
Well, he met me about 3 months ago at a party. We started to see each other. One day he told me he was in some kind of trouble and asked me to help, and I said I would. He told me that he had been in a deal with Martin and that Martin had gone to prison for it.
So Martin had come back and wanted his share, is that it?
Yes. He promised me 50...
It all happened in the time it takes you to change your mind. He must have come in through the kitchen and started shooting. She went down like a diver with a bends and died on her face. He was trying for me when I jumped to one side and knocked over the only light burning in the room. He came close, but the flash of his gun gave me his position, and I threw enough lead to start a pipeline. He stumbled back into the kitchen, but he was dragging it. I heard him drop, and I moved in after him. The moonlight slanted down through one of the windows and splashed out on the hard floor. He was lying in it, on his back, like he wanted to get that far anyway. Don't try again, Collins. I still feel like shooting.
Forget it. No reason to kill you now.
Before you close your eyes, tell me something.
Better make it quick.
Why didn't you go out and get Martin Rollins yourself? Why hire me to find him?
Didn't want anyone to know I was looking. You were the alibi. With Rollins dead and Martin a suicide, you'd swear Martin killed the old man.
Because Rollins showed me the letter? You forged it?
Yes. Yes, I shot Rollins and took the letter.
And you planted that phony call to my office.
Yes.
Well, you nearly got away with it, Collins. You just forgot how tall you were when you hanged Martin. I thought sure Martin was the one who was trying to run me down.
I'm a rotten driver.
How bad is it?
You must have been a good cop. I caught all three. It should be raining out. Too nice a night to die.
Not a cloud in the sky.
Must be nice to look at. No. Keep standing up. You'll never see it from down here.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Camel's costly tobaccos are properly aged and expertly blended for your smoking enjoyment. Make the sensible cigarette test, not just a puff, not just a sniff. Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild, how flavorful, how enjoyable a cigarette can be.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a tribute to the men and women who have served our country, the makers of Camel cigarettes send gift cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week, the Camels go to veterans' hospitals, Fayetteville, North Carolina, and Des Moines, Iowa. U.S. Air Force Hospital, Bolling Air Force Base, Washington, D.C., U.S. Naval Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg as Virginia and Ted Osborne as Rollins. Tom Tully was Collins, Arthur Q. Bryan is Lieutenant Levinson, and Wilms Herbert Otis.
Men, pack your pipes with Prince Albert. The rich flavor and natural fragrance will tell you why PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco. Prince Albert's Choice Tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut to smoke cool and even. Get Prince Albert. It's the national joy smoke.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Our cast begins the first act of today's exciting adventure with the Shadow in just a moment. But first, a word to all you householders. If you want perfect home heating results with steady, dependable warmth throughout every room, then ask for Blue Coal by name next time you order fuel. Then you'll get a trademark product that has been carefully prepared and thoroughly laboratory tested for quality. You'll find that Blue Coal's perfect sizing makes it easier to bank. And because it's a superior quality hard coal, it burns better and gives you longer periods between firing. always insist on Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs, the only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, The Ghost of Captain Balo.
Come along, Cranston. We ought to find the mate of the Northern Queen and one of those waterfront saloons around here. I know you'll be interested in hearing his story.
I'm sure I will. Tell me, Mr. Ware, what happened to the rest of the crew when the Northern Queen went down?
Lost, every man jack of them. This mate we're looking for is the only survivor. He just got port.
The Northern Queen was your biggest freight ship, wasn't it?
Biggest and best in the whole fleet, Cranston. It was smashed to bits.
How did it happen?
I don't exactly know. I've heard some crazy explanations, but no facts. That's why I'm so anxious to talk to this mate. Maybe he can clear things up.
You say the Northern Queen was smashed to bits. Where did it happen?
On an uninhabited island off the ship lanes in the middle of the Pacific.
Uninhabited? Off the ship lanes? Then what was your freighter doing there?
That's just what I've got to find out. There's something strange about this whole business. 10 liners have been wrecked in the same spot during a score of years in the same manner. Here, Cranston. Let's see if we can find the mate in this place.
Hey, bartender. Fill 'em up.
All right. What do you have?
There'd be little trouble mustering a ship crew in this saloon, eh, Mr. Ware?
Yeah, a shout would bring you enough men to man a boat from keel to bridge, Cranston. Here's my mate. Hi there, mate. I see you're still fit to ride a gale.
Commodore Ware, sir, it's right pleased I am to lay an eye on you again.
I want to talk to you. Can we go in the back room there?
Aye, sir, right in here. It'll be nice and quiet.
Yes, this is better. Sit down, mate. Have a seat, Cranston.
Thank you.
I know you want to hear about the wreck of your ship, the Northern Queen.
Yes. Mate, give me the fact.
That I will, sir. And it'll likely raise the hair on your head just as it's whitened mine.
What happened? What caused the wreck of my ship?
'Twas Captain Balo stayed her on the rocks, sir.
Well, Captain Balo wasn't master of the Northern Queen, was he?
No, but he rode the bridge the night she broke up. Leastwise, his ghost did.
Ghost?
Aye. The ghost of Captain Balo held the wheel, and all the men aboard couldn't budge it from his grip. That strong he was.
Now, what I want to know, mate, is what the Northern Queen was doing off her course.
We'd sprung a leak in our freshwater tank, sir. The nearest land point was Balo Island. The skipper set the Northern Queen to the wind and steered a course for the island. The crew was agin it, but it was that or die of thirst. Gentlemen, if I knew then what was before us, I'd have died 1,000 times.
What happened?
Nothing, sir, till we were a few miles off the island. Then, Captain Balo's ghost took command. I most forgot, Mr. Cranston. I don't suppose you know about Captain Balo.
No, but I'm very much interested.
Well, sir, Captain Balo's been dead these 20 years or more. He was the last of the old square rigger skippers. It was the China trade he was in. On his last voyage out of the Orient, he carried 2 precious cargoes, a shipment of silver and his beautiful young wife. Captain Balo was quitting the sea to settle in South America. A happy pair they were, sir, none happier. His crew, though, was the motliest collection of sea scum ever to sail afore the mast. Well, sir, they were just off the island that's now called after him. Captain Balo was at the wheel, his wife beside him. The sea spray was washing her lovely face, and she was laughing into the wind. The crew was aft. heads together.
We're fools if we don't, I tell you. We could do it easy.
Captain Bilo's got the silver lock in his cabin.
Now, we could make him give up the key. He'll never do it. Are we weaklings that we can't make him do it? He's only one man, and we're a whole crew.
There's enough silver to make us all rich for the rest of our lives.
There's a much prettier cargo on the bridge beside him.
His woman, eh?
Aye. Silver comes from the earth. But a pace like that could only come from above.
I want silver.
Yeah, well, my share goes for the other cargo.
We share alike.
Avast that, folks. We get the prize first. We argue about it afterward. Come on.
While a happy woman laughed beside a contented man, the crew crept slowly toward the bridge. The laugh was cut short by the sight of the hard-faced men. Captain Balo asked them what they wanted for.
We want the key to your cabin, Captain Balo, and we mean to get us the key.
Save yourself.
He ordered the men below, but
We came for that silver cargo, and you ain't putting us off.
Better give us the key peaceful, or we'll take it away from you.
the skipper reminded him it was mutiny.
We know what it is. You don't have to tell us.
Mutiny or not, we're in command here, and you're
We've
doing...
heard enough talk. Out with that key.
Captain Balo told them they'd get the key over his dead body.
All right, then. Over your dead body it'll be, Captain Balo. Come on, men. Grab him.
He's choking me.
Bash him. Bash him.
Who there, you swab?
While the men fought like hungry wolves, Captain Balo's wife stood frozen in horror.
Hand me that belaying pin.
There you are.
That ought to settle the swab.
The blow from the belaying pin stunned the skipper. He fell to the deck. The crew were on him, snapping like a bunch of jackals.
All right, lift him up. Up he comes. There's no more trouble. Heave him over the side.
Captain Balo was half conscious when they threw him over the rail. He revived a bit when his body hit the water. He saw his ship with his wife aboard sailing away. Above the surge of the sea, he heard coming back on the wind the pitiful wail of his lovely wife. Before the waters covered him up, Captain Balo, with an oath on his lips, swore eternal vengeance on all men who sail the sea. Well, gentlemen, Captain Balo's wife died soon after that. But he's had his revenge many times over. He takes the helm of any ship that ventures into the waters where he lost his life and steers it onto the rocks of Balo Island.
You think that's how the Northern Queen was wrecked?
I don't think, Mr. Cranston. I know. I'm not given to ghost stories, sir, but I saw the Northern Queen's propeller frozen so her big engines couldn't turn it over. There she rode, helpless on the tide, straight for the rocks. She was smashed to bits.
Why are you so sure the ghost of Captain Balo took command?
Because I heard the warning.
Warning?
Aye, sir. I was just going off watch when I heard it, plain as I hear you.
What was it?
The pitiful wail of Captain Balo's wife. I knew then the Northern Queen was done for. Another seaman and myself put a small boat over the side and rowed away. The other man died from exposure. I was picked up 5 days later by a liner. That's why I'm here now, gentlemen. And there's not enough money in all the world that'd get me back to Balo Island.
Well, the wreck of the Northern Queen is still a mystery to me. Cranston, what do you think?
What do I think? Mr. Ware, how would you and Mrs. Ware like to take a trip on my yacht with Miss Lane and myself?
Trip? Where to?
To Balo Island.
By George, it's funny. Here I am, owner of a fleet of ocean liners I haven't been to sea in years. Cranston, I'm glad you suggested this voyage.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Mr. Ware.
Yeah. Oh, this salt air makes you sleepy. Mrs. Ware and Miss Lane have turned in long ago. Get off on a suit. Coming, Cranston?
Yes, I'll join you below in just a moment.
All right. Oh, good evening, Captain.
Good evening, Mr. Ware. Mr. Cranston. Yes, Captain.
Any orders for tonight, sir?
No. Go to do the same course.
Well, you haven't yet told me where we're heading, sir.
No. That's so.
You mind, sir?
Not at all, Captain. We're heading for Balo Island.
Balo Island?
Yes. You've heard of the place, I suppose?
What seaman hasn't? And why in heaven's name do you want to go to that place, sir?
I want to convince myself of something.
It's a dangerous voyage, sir.
You think we might be wrecked, is that it?
Not only that, sir, but it means trouble with the crew. When they find out we're heading for those haunted waters, well, I hate to think of what may happen.
Tell me, Captain, do you believe in this legend? Do you fear the ghost of Captain Balo?
Yes, sir, I certainly do.
Before the curtain rises on Act Two of The Ghost of Captain Balo, a word about Blue Coal, the product that makes these shadow programs possible. Right now, with winter half over, most of you householders find that it's time to order more fuel, for the supply in your bins is getting low. But when you order that fresh supply, be sure to remember this. There's a vast difference in the quality and the actual heating results you'll get from Blue Coal compared to ordinary hard coal. For Blue Coal is mined from the nation's richest anthracite field, and the superior resources and equipment of the Glen Alden Company, America's largest hard coal producer, are combined to make Blue Coal the perfect fuel for home heating comfort. That's why each ton of Blue Coal is screened and rescreened many times for proper sizing. That's why each ton is washed with over 12 times its weight in water to remove any existing impurities, and then finally laboratory tested by inspectors to guarantee its quality. And homeowners, that's why I say, make your next fuel order a supply of Blue Coal. Then compare the results Blue Coal gives you with the results you've been getting. You be the judge. I know you'll agree with the verdict of thousands of American families that there's no substitute for Blue Coal for perfect heat with less furnace attention. Your nearest dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. Call him for your supply tomorrow.
Quiet, men. Quiet. I tell you, I saw the sailing orders.
The chief engineer told me. It's a fact. We're off for Balo Island.
Mr. Cranston must be crazy.
Well, Mr. Cranston may be crazy enough to come here, but that don't mean we have to stay.
What do you mean?
We can make Mr. Cranston turn the ship back.
That's mutiny. You can be jailed for that.
Got any worse than what may happen?
We gotta do something.
The old crew's on watch tonight. Leastwise, not a man's asleep.
We can't be far from that cursed Balo Island now.
If it wasn't so dark, you could see it off the port bow.
That close?
Aye.
Suppose Captain Balo took command.
I've asked you, fool.
Yes, but I
don't want to talk about it.
What's that?
Hear something?
Yes. Listen. Hear it?
Yeah. Sounds like a woman.
That's it. It's her.
Who do you mean?
Captain Balo's wife. That's the warning. He'll come out of the sea now any minute.
The ghost?
Yes, we're lost. We're lost, I tell you.
Avast there. Keep quiet.
There it is again. We've got to turn back. We've got to get out of these waters. I'm going to tell the skipper. We've got to get out. Get it.
Billy, there, you swab.
Open the door. Quick, get it.
Here. What's going on here?
I heard it, Captain.
What are you talking about, man? What did you hear?
Captain Balo's dead. Why?
You men are letting your imaginations run away with you. Now get below and stay quiet.
No, I hear it as plain as a ship's belter. We got to get out of these waters. We'll all be lost.
What's going on, Captain? This man thinks he heard the wail of Captain Balo's wife, Mr. Cranston.
I don't just think, sir. I heard it. The other men heard it, too.
Oh, that's nothing, man. Just the wind in the rigging, that's all.
No, you've got to believe me, Mr. Cranston. There's still time to save ourselves. You've got... What's that?
Our engines.
They've stopped. Call the engine room.
Aye, sir.
There, you see, sir.
Boy, hello, Smithers.
Aye, aye, sir.
What's happened to the engine?
We don't know, sir. They just stopped dead. The motor started smoking all of a sudden.
Stand by. I'm coming below.
Aye, aye, sir.
Strange. The motors have all been shorted. They can't feed the engine.
I knew it. It's the ghost. He's taken over. We're lost. The ship's lost.
Quiet, man.
I'm getting out of here. The ship's haunted.
Don't go out there. Come back here. Captain, we've got to stop that man. He's gone mad. Stop that man! Stop him!
Oh, we lost, I say.
Ahoy there, mate. Turn on the searchlight.
You went off the board, Bob.
Wing that light this way.
Lamont, what's happened?
One of our men leaped over the side, Margot.
Leaped over, you say, Cranston?
Yes, Mr. Ware.
Why?
Our engine stalled. Poor fellow became crazed with fear.
Oh, this is frightful, Lamont.
I only hope we can find him in this heavy sea.
Cranston.
Yes, Captain. Have you found him?
No, I'm afraid, sir, there's not much of a chance in a sea like this. There's no sight of him.
We've got to find him. We must.
The men will do all they can up here. I've got to go below and see what can be done about our engine.
What's our position, Cranston?
We're just off the island, Mr. Ware.
Is there much of a drift?
Pretty heavy one, and it's toward the island.
That means we may crash if the engines aren't started.
Mr. Ware.
Yes, Cranston?
Help me lower one of our small boats.
Small boat? What for?
I'm going over to that island.
Lamont.
But what good will that do? The place is uninhabited.
Nevertheless, I've got to see what's there.
This is too dangerous. I don't want you to go out there alone.
You and everybody else on this yacht are in great danger, Margot. I've gotten you all into it. I've got to try and get you out of it.
Well, if you're going out there, Lamont, I'm going with you.
Here we are, Margot. Leave the boat beached here while we look around.
Not much to see in this darkness.
Oh, desolate place, isn't it? It's foolish of you to come, Margot. You should have taken my advice.
Lamont,
Huh?
look. Look over there.
What is it, Margot?
Something's coming out of that clump of bushes. Oh, it's coming toward us.
A man.
Lamont, could it be the ghost of Captain Balo?
Don't be frightened, Margot. I've got my gun. Stand where you are. I'll shoot.
What do you want?
Do you hear me, men? Keep away, I said.
Who are you?
I've come from that yacht off there.
Then you're not one of Yandy's men.
Well, who is Yandy?
A devil. A monster.
Do you live on this island?
I die on this island.
We understood it's uninhabited.
Oh, there are people here, but not above the ground.
What do you mean?
They're buried in dark, damp dungeons. Yet they live.
Who are these people?
Survivors of ships wrecked on the rocks here. Anybody that ever sets foot on this island is never allowed to leave again. Go away. Go away before it's too late.
I want to know about those prisoners.
Their lives are spent in darkness. All day they work in the mines.
Mines?
At night they're locked in dungeons. Always darkness. Never fresh air. Never light.
Are you a captive here?
I, captive and slave. I was the skipper of the Nellie Moss. She was wrecked here some 15 years ago. I've been here ever since.
But you're not confined to a dungeon.
I found the secret exit. I steal out at night to watch the sea and hope.
Lamont, something will have to be done for these unfortunate people.
There's nothing you can do. Go away. Go away.
Can you take me to the dungeons?
I can, but I don't think I should.
Please. I think I can help.
No one can best Yandy.
Perhaps I can.
All right, then. Come along and see how dead men live. Careful. The guard is due along any minute.
Keep close to me, Margot. This place is dark.
I'm all right, Lamont.
What's that?
The dungeons. They're just below this crevice. You have to jump here.
All right. Let me help you, Margot. There we are.
This is all the light we ever see. A single flare.
Lamont, look.
Good heavens. Are these men?
These are the ones that have gone blind from the dark. They
They can't work, so they must die of slow starvation.
How horrible.
How many men are here?
100.
This is awful, Lamont.
Men! Men! Look! 2 from the outside world. They've come to help us. There's no help for us. Careful. Here comes the guard.
Get back, Margot.
In here. He will pass.
Get behind me, Margot. Tell me, men. Does this guard have the keys to the dungeon?
Yes.
What are you going to do, Lamont?
Get those keys. Liberate these men.
But how?
Quiet, Margot. Here he comes.
There. That's done it.
Now the keys. Ah, here they are.
Open the dungeons quick, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. There we are. All right, men. Come on out. Come out, you're free. Don't you understand what I mean?
It's no use, Lamont. These men are afraid to move.
There's only one way to free them. I must remove the cause of their fear. Where will I find this Yandy?
Yandy? Oh, you can't get near him. He lives and works in rooms carved out of solid rock.
Where? Show me the rock.
It's useless. But if you want to try, come with me.
Margot?
You go on, Lamont. I'm going to open the rest of these dungeons and try to coax these men out of this place.
Yes, she will be safer here. There won't be another guard along before morning.
Come along.
Very well. But you will never get near Yandy alive. He's guarded day and night.
I've got to get him. The lives of those men, the lives of my friends and crew depend on it.
Can you make her out yet, Mr. Yandy?
Yes. Yes, she's a yacht. A rich man's plaything. It'll soon be his coffin.
They got the engines going again, sir.
Very well. Turn on the black beam. Short the motors.
Yes, sir. That's got him. She's helpless on a tie.
Now, turn on the magno beam. Magnetize the rudder.
Right. Got it.
Hold her on it. Steer the rudder toward the rocks on the north end of the island.
Yes, sir.
There. That's one more crew that will never be able to tell of the mineral wealth of this island.
Your secret is still safe.
I've guarded it for 18 years. Since the day I discovered it. No one will ever share the wealth or know it exists.
And another wreck will be chalked up to the ghost of Captain Balo.
Yes. Captain Balo has been a most convenient ghost. A most plausible one. Nobody ever doubts him, it seems. What was that?
I thought I heard a laugh.
I heard it. Have you the radio key open?
No, sir. I cut it before.
You're lying to me, you...
No, I swear I'm not, Mr. Yandy.
No, Mr. Yandy, this is not a voice you can cut off with a flick of a dial.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
The Shadow?
I've heard of him. He's the guy you can't see.
Your use of the Captain Balo legend is at an end, Yandy. You've created havoc with your diabolically clever electrical inventions. Like a monster, you've destroyed men because of your insatiable greed. Well, Yandy, this is your finish. The sea will be well rid of you, and poor Captain Balo will rest peacefully in his sea grave.
What's that? The slaves. They've escaped from their dungeons.
Yes, Yandy, they're crawling out of the earth to vent their just hatred on you.
Turn on the heat ray. Burn them up. Burn them to a crisp.
Right. The tubes. They're all broken.
My equipment is ruined.
Completely, Mr. Yandy. My yacht is free of your clever magno beam, and those people down there will soon be done with you.
I'm getting out.
Out of my way.
You're not getting on that boat. You got hit on the cove without us.
I don't care what happens to you. Take care of your family.
Run, Yandy. The sooner to meet your doom.
Lamont, are you here? Oh, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. I'm quite all right.
Oh, thank heaven.
Look, Margot. The captives have taken their captor. They've got Yandy.
They'll tear him to pieces.
That would be little less than the thing well deserves. But I suppose we'll have to try and save him for the law. Come along, Margot. We've no time to lose.
Well, we've got
all those men you saved from the dungeons berthed below deck, Mr. Cranston. The poor devils don't know how to thank you.
Take good care of them, Captain.
Aye, ma'am.
You found out yet what happened to Yandy and his men, Lamont?
Yes, Margot. One of the men just told me. But he waited until we were well out to sea first.
What did they do with them?
Well, they didn't pitch them into the sea, as they told us. They locked them in their own dungeons. And it's too late for us to do anything about that now. So we'll have to leave Yandy and his Confederates to suffer as long as their lives last the terrible fate they design for others.
Before you hear a preview of next week's Shadow Story, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating authority, with his weekly tip on how to save yourselves time, trouble, and money in furnace attention. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. Just about this time of year, your furnace fire may begin to act sluggish, with the result that you don't get enough heat upstairs. Now, in 9 out of 10 cases, this is caused by dirt having accumulated in the flue passes. If you tap the smoke pipe that leads into the chimney, and it sounds solid, then you can be sure that accumulated dirt is the cause of your trouble. This should be scraped away, and in extreme cases, it may be necessary to pull the smoke pipe away from the chimney. Another cause of a sluggish fire is dirt in the firebed. So I suggest you let your present fire burn itself almost out, then slowly rebuild it with fresh coal. You'll be surprised to find out what a difference in heating results a clean fuel bed can make. And if you can't locate the source of any other furnace trouble which may arise, call your Blue Coal dealer. He'll be glad to have a trained John Barclay serviceman inspect your furnace and tell you immediately how any trouble may be corrected. There's no charge or obligation on your part for John Barclay service, so always feel free to call your nearest Blue Coal dealer. I thank you.
Next week, Blue Coal brings you one of the strangest of all shadow adventures. At this time, we present a dramatic moment from this new shadow story. The scene is a hospital consulting room. Margot is speaking with Dr. Anthony.
Doctor, you've got to do something. You've got to save Mr. Cranston.
Miss Lane, I hate to tell you this, but Lamont Cranston can't live through the night.
What strange, frightful melody endangers the life of the Shadow? Be sure to find out next week when you hear the Shadow's newest adventure. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Lisa. You'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. Army intelligence is sending me to Sicily. That's right. The island off the coast of Italy. Seems some boy down there is running wild with a knife, and they hope I might offer just the kind of proposition he might like to take a stab at.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere.
Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Rolling Stones.
Anyone who thinks hide and seek is strictly for kids ought to take a look at Mario Gentili. Mario's been playing the game for years, and very successfully, too. But then look what he'll do not to be caught. 24 hours ago, he was in Naples, where he grabbed the night boat for Palermo, Sicily. And while the ship plowed through the Straits of Messina, Mario made like a butterfly. When he emerged from his cocoon, his brown hair was dyed black and his mustache was gone. 6 hours later, the new Mario was relaxing in a furnished room off the Via Vittorio Emanuele in Palermo. But even the best of us have to be it once in a while. And if you believe in sound effects, this may be Mario's turn now.
Who? Who is it?
It's Eda, Mario.
Who?
Eda Casalini.
Un momento.
Oh, my darling.
No, stop it, Eda.
Oh, forgive me. But it has been so long.
Who told you I was in Palermo?
No one.
Then how did you find out?
Every night I watched the boat from Naples, hoping someday you would return. Tonight my wish was granted.
How did you recognize me?
It would take more than dyed hair to fool a woman in love. Oh, Mario, why did you leave me?
Because I had business to attend.
There was not another woman?
No.
You lie. I saw a girl with you that morning you left.
She was a business associate.
I'll kill her if I ever see her again.
Don't be a fool. Now get out.
No, I did not mean it, Mario. Give me one more chance.
Will you behave?
I swear on my father's grave.
All right.
You won't regret it, darling. If there is anything I can do.
There is. Can you get in touch with Bianca Naldi for me?
Is she the one?
You are talking like a fool. I must see Bianca.
Mario.
Open up, Gentile.
There is no one here by that name.
We know better. This is the place.
You idiot. You led them here.
Oh, darling, I was most careful.
You might as well surrender, Mario. We have the building surrounded.
Listen, Edna. There is a staircase in the kitchen. It leads to the roof.
I will not go without you.
You will do as I say.
Oh.
If anyone asks you, you've been hanging wash up there. Now hurry.
When will I see you?
Sooner than you think. Now go.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.
This is your last chance, Gentile. Are you going to open this door? Or shall I have my men break it down?
That won't be necessary, Tenente.
All right, Sergeante. Take 3 men. Search the place.
Sì, Tenente. Andiamo, ragazzi.
Sì, andiamo da questa parte. What is the meaning of this?
May I see your papers, please?
My papers? Of course. But I assure you that your superior officer will...
Yes?
I seem to have mislaid them.
I submit you never had them to begin with. What is your name?
Mario Gentile.
It was not always so, was it? You were once known as Mario Toselli.
You are insane.
But you know who Mario Toselli is?
I have no idea.
Well, if you will be kind enough to accompany me to the Palazzo Chiaramonte, I will be only too happy to enlighten you. After you, signore?
Tenente, forgive me if I seem ungrateful for your hospitality, but I've been here for 3 hours, and I've yet to learn the charges against me.
Patience is a great virtue, Mario. You should cultivate it. As it happens, we are waiting for an American.
An American?
A gentleman named Michael Waring. Perhaps you have heard of him?
No.
A distinguished personality. He was once a private investigator in the United States called the Falcon. A very colorful name, no?
No.
A matter of taste. Today he is with American intelligence.
It is of no interest to me.
Well, I am sure you will be of interest to Senor Waring. You see, Avanti.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Michael, my good friend.
How are you, Emilio?
Better now, as I regard your countenance. I did not expect you till noon.
Well, I flew over as soon as I got your message.
It aroused your curiosity.
No end. What's it all about?
First, I should like you to meet Mario Gentile. Mario, this is Senor Waring.
I am delighted.
Well, I'm not. Look, Lieutenant, you didn't bring me all the way from Rome to meet him.
Well, you are familiar with his reputation.
Yeah, he's an organizer for the Communist Party.
And that does not arouse your interest?
No, the party isn't outlawed in Italy.
Ah, but suppose I told you in an earlier day he had another name. Prior to 1945, he was known as Mario Toselli.
Toselli?
Ah, you'll recognize it.
Sure, the Allied War Crimes Commission has been looking for him for years. They've got a rope necktie they'd like to try on him for size.
This is absurd. I never even heard of the man.
And you're the only one in Italy who hasn't. Toselli organized the Squadra d'Azione and the Milizia Volontaria Fascisti. They were Mussolini's personal strong-arm squad.
And think of it, Michael. Today we are honored by the presence of its founder.
You are mistaken.
Well, what were you doing in 1945?
I was fighting with the partisans near Genoa.
Who was your commander?
You will not find any record for him. We were a small group.
And prior to 45?
I was in France.
Doing what?
That is my own affair. But I tell you, I'm not Toselli.
Well, it should be easy enough to check. Lieutenant, didn't Toselli come from Messina?
Si.
Well, I'll take him there first thing in the morning. In the meantime, can you put him away on ice? I'd hate for him to spoil after all these years.
Halt! Who goes there?
It is only me, Your Honor. I wish to see the prisoner, Mario Gentili.
It is not permitted.
I have written authorization from Lieutenant Balbo.
Let me see.
You are holding it upside down. Can't you read?
Do you take me for an illiterate? Of course I can. This is most strange. I was instructed that the
You
prisoner...
question the authority of the tenente?
Of course not. What do you have in that basket?
Some food for my cousin. See? A bottle of wine and some cheese.
All right.
Edda!
How are you, Mario?
How in the name of...
The lieutenant was most kind.
You may have 5 minutes.
We are most grateful, Your Honor.
I warn you not to create any disturbance.
How did you manage this,
I
Edda?
had a pass.
A pass?
It was most official looking. Naldi is a great artist.
You should not have taken the chance. They will discover the forgery in a minute.
A minute is all I require. I brought you some food, Mario. See? Your favorite wine. My mother prepared especially for you. She hopes you will drink her health. Careful.
There is a stiletto in here.
It may be thin, but it's made of the finest steel.
Good girl.
Now you know how much I love you.
Oh, there was never any doubt in my mind.
You'll be able to use it?
Yes, indeed. Tomorrow I'll leave by railroad with the Signor Waring for Messina. And this may be just the thing to relieve the monotony of the trip. Very good, very good. My thanks to your very dear mother.
What time have you got, Sergeant?
It lacks 10 minutes of 1 o'clock, Senor Waring.
How's our friend Mario doing?
He's asleep. Shall I waken him?
No, there's plenty of time. I wonder if they got anything to read on this train.
I saw a vendor in the next car.
Well, now, if this were the super chief, all I'd have to do is buzz.
If you would like me...
No, thanks. I'll do it myself. Keep an eye on Sleeping Beauty.
You may rest easy, Signor. Sergeant Giovanni Martelli has never betrayed a trust.
Okay, Paisan. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I trust you slept well, Comrade Mario.
Huh?
One observing you would think you had not a care in the world.
I haven't, if you overlook these handcuffs. Would you happen to have a cigarette?
Oh, si.
Grazie. You know, Sergeant, you are a very good fellow. You know, you made a very definite impression on my cousin.
Your cousin?
The young lady who visited me in my cell yesterday. She thought you were very handsome.
She did?
Yes.
She's a most attractive female herself.
Hey. Would you like her address?
Very much.
She lives at numero 300 via 47. Well, why don't you write it down?
I will remember it. You said that 300...
you cannot write, huh?
My schooling was interrupted at a tender age.
Si capisce. It's very understandable. If you will remove the handcuffs, I will be very glad to do it for you.
What?
No, come, Sergeant. Certainly you have no fear of me. A well-proportioned man like yourself. That was the first thing Edda noticed about you. Even that uniform couldn't hide those muscles.
Hard work does it.
Well?
It is out of the question.
Oh, of course. You are afraid of the American senor, eh?
Sergeant Giovanni fears no one. Stick out your hand.
Many thanks, my friend.
Hurry. Write it down before Senor Waring returns.
It will be a pleasure. I believe I had the pen in my pocket. Oh, yes.
Hey, where did you get the knife?
You're mistaken. There's a pen. Here. You can feel the point.
No, Mario.
Yes, Sergeant. Yes, indeed. I'm sorry it had to be you. I would have preferred it if it were Sergeant Waring. Arrivederci, Sergeante. I fear we shall never meet again.
You and your children can expect to live long thanks largely to better medicine and surgery. But you could expect to live even longer were it not for the danger of automobile accidents. If driver education could be taught in all of our schools instead of only a third of them, it might someday help to save the life of your own son or daughter. Remember in your own automobile to drive as though your life depends on it. It does. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, that's Sicily for you, the land of hot tempers and cold steel. And when I got back to my compartment on the train, I found Mario Gentili was gone. But the good sergeant was still waiting. He was huddled on the floor, the blood pouring from half a dozen wounds. Yeah, Giovanni had reached the end of the line. But I had a hunch the big attraction for Mario was in Palermo, where we all started. So I headed back for the Hotel Rodolfo to await further developments. And they weren't long in coming.
Excuse me, please. I'm looking for the Senor Michael Waring.
Oh, come in.
My card, Senor?
Cesare del Lavoro.
See, it was suggested by the Lieutenant Balbo that I see you.
Well, sit down.
Grazie, Senor.
You care to join me?
Later, perhaps.
All right, what can I do for you, del Lavoro?
You have it within your power to save my life.
Huh?
You had in your custody yesterday a man who has called himself Mario Gentili. That was not his right name.
How would you know?
Because I have known him since 1934. In those days, he was known as Mario Toselli.
You sure of that?
Positive. We were almost inseparable.
I see.
I assure you, Signor, I was not a fascist. I knew Toselli purely in a social way. He was in love with a woman named Margherita Pecci. I took her away.
Let me get this straight.
She honored me by becoming my wife.
Oh. And how did Toselli take that?
Oh, most badly. He swore to kill us both. It was only by going to France that we managed to escape his vengeance.
Mm-hmm. And you think...
He returned to Palermo to keep his oath. For myself, I do not care, Signor, but Margherita...
does she know Mario is in Palermo?
All Sicily knows. The papers have carried little else. It was her idea I consult the Carabinieri.
Well, where's your wife now?
Well, she waits for me at Laura's hotel.
Laura?
Laura Reynolds. She's an old friend of Margherita.
What does she look like?
Well, she's most attractive.
No. I mean, is she a blonde, a brunette?
Well, why?
Well, a woman visited Mario Gentili in his cell before he escaped, and we've got a hunch she supplied the stiletto.
Oh, it could not be Laura.
Why not?
Well, she's an American.
Oh, I see. All right, tell your wife not to worry, Del Lavoro. Not that will stop her, but I promise you we'll do everything we can.
Quattro, cinque. Is the clock right, Laura?
No, it's a couple of minutes slow, Margarita.
But Cesare promised to call by 4. Something must have happened to him.
Maybe he was hit by a car.
How can you say such things?
It's real easy.
You never liked my husband.
I never liked spinach either, so what does that prove? As far as Cesare is
I will
concerned...
not permit you to say another word against him.
Margarita,
I refuse to listen. Ever since That must be Cesare now.
Come in.
I trust you ladies will excuse me, but I am searching for the Signora Del Lavoro.
I am Margherita Del Lavoro.
I kiss your hand, Signora. I recognize you immediately from your husband's description. I am Antonio Lombardi.
Antonio Lombardi?
Did Cesare not call and advise you I was to drive you home?
No.
That is most strange.
That is the understatement of the week.
Uncle Bisco?
Oh, forgive me, Signor Lombardi. This is my old friend, Laura Reynolds.
Delighted.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Why didn't Cesare come here himself?
With the problem at hand, he thought it best not to take chances.
What about...
It has all been taken care of. Shall we go?
Yes, of course. Goodbye, Laura.
Margarita, wait a minute.
No, sorry, dear. I do not wish to keep Cesare waiting.
Well, call me the minute you get home. I've got the strangest feeling.
Your concern does you credit, Signorina. But you need not worry. Rest assured, I shall take care of her properly. Arrivederci.
Signor Lombardi.
Si?
Did you not say we were to meet Cesare at home?
Did I?
Yes.
Then so be it. I would never think to contradict a lady.
But this is not the way to Via Toledo. We are going south. There is the marina. The sea is over there.
Well, miracles never cease. I would have sworn.
What are you stopping here for?
For this.
God.
You must understand, my dear. I bear no grievance against you personally, but my employer...
Who is your employer?
Would you care to venture a guess?
No, I don't have to. I know.
Let go, you fool! Let go before... Why must you women always be so difficult?
Is that you, Margarita?
No, it's Mike Waring.
Oh, just a moment. Signor Waring, this is a surprise. Please come in.
Thanks.
I'm so sorry my wife is not here to meet you. She would be most honored.
Look, De Lavoro, there's something I've got to tell you. I just came from Lieutenant Balbo's office.
He has apprehended Mario Gentile, huh?
No, not yet.
But then what is it? But tell me, Signor, what is it?
It's about your wife.
Something has happened to her.
Yes.
Well, where is she? Where is she? You must take me to her at once.
Wouldn't do any good.
No, no.
I'm afraid it's yes.
He kept his promise.
Uh-huh. I feel kind of helpless, De Lavoro, but if there's anything I can do...
No, Signor, no one can help me. If you will be so kind as to leave me now, I would like to be alone for a while.
Well, that's the story, Miss Reynolds. The Carabinieri found a body an hour ago. Naturally, I thought you should know.
Oh, I had a feeling when I saw that man. Couldn't you trace him through the car?
You tell me how.
Well, I watched them from the window as they walked out. His car was parked right across the street.
It wasn't the Blue Nash.
How did you know?
A tourist reported it stolen early this afternoon. Now, getting back to this Antonio Lombardi. What did he look like?
Oh, he was about 5'5", dark hair, dapper.
You're sure it wasn't Mario Gentile?
No, I'm positive. I've seen Gentile's picture.
And he must have been an old comrade doing Mario a favor.
Then why did he say Cesare sent him?
Well, you don't think your friend Margarita would have gone with him if he admitted he came from Mario?
Oh, why didn't Cesare call the way he promised?
Because when he left me, he went into a huddle with Lieutenant Balbo at the Palazzo Caramonte.
Well, I still think it's strange.
Well, that's your privilege. How long have you known De Lavoro?
I met him at Cannes a year ago.
And his wife?
I met her at the same time.
It's funny. I had an idea you and Margarita were practically sorority sisters.
You know, I don't think I like your attitude.
Well, I don't blame you. I don't like it myself. You mind if I use your phone?
Go right ahead.
Thanks.
I hope that's a local call.
It is. I'd like to see how De Lavoro is getting along. Got a feeling I shouldn't have left him.
Hello?
De Lavoro?
Who is this?
Mike Waring.
Oh, in the name of heaven, Signor, where are you? I have been searching all over Palermo for you.
Why, what's up?
I just heard from Mario Gentile.
When?
Not more than 5 minutes ago. He said now that he had disposed of Margarita, it was my turn.
Well, listen, De Lavoro. I'm going to hang up. As soon as I do, I want you to call Lieutenant Balbo.
It does not matter anymore, Signor. I just wish to thank you for all that you do.
Hello? Hello? De Lavoro?
What's the trouble?
And you call it, Angel. But from where I'm sitting, it sounds like murder. Let's hope I'm wrong.
He doesn't answer.
You didn't really expect him to. All right, get out of the way.
What are you going to do?
Put my foot through the panel.
There ought to be an easier way.
Well, there is, but this is more fun, Laura. Yeah, that ought to do it. Now, let's see if I can reach the lock from here. Entree, madame.
Thank you. Now what?
Well, don't you notice anything unusual?
Well, what do you expect me to do, scream?
I had my hopes.
Well, I'm sorry if I disappointed you.
Now, that's what I call a double take.
He isn't dead.
No. See if there's any brandy around.
You think he should have it?
No, but I could stand a drink.
Senor Waring.
Now, don't talk.
You got here a little late.
Well, don't you worry, De Lavoro. You're going to be fine.
Oh, you cannot fool me, senor.
No, I mean it. It's practically a scratch.
But it burns.
Well, that's to be expected. Was it Mario Gentili?
I couldn't say for sure. I did not see his face.
Now, wait a second. What's this in the corner?
Huh?
Oh, what do you know?
Oh, it is a gun.
Yep, it's what it is. A German Mauser. You know, it looks kind of familiar.
Is it the same weapon that was used
I wouldn't
on...
be surprised. You got a handkerchief?
I
Here.
finally managed to locate some brandy.
Nice work, Angel. Give him a shot.
What about you?
I'll take a rain check. Right now, I want to see Lieutenant Balbo. With a little luck, I think we can wrap this up.
My friend, much as it pains me to disagree with you, you are wrong. Mario Gentile is not within 50 miles of Palermo.
Then who took that shot at De Lavoro?
The same assassin who killed his wife.
No, I doubt it, Lieutenant. If a man is motivated by revenge, he'll want to do some of the trigger pulling himself. Otherwise, why did he come back to Sicily in the first place?
That is a very good question.
We got a million good questions. What we need is a couple of answers. You think your ballistics department is through checking the gun?
We shall see. Sergente, Tenente Balbo qui. Ha finito con l'arma? Vabbè. Che interessante. Bravo, grazie tante, Sergente.
Well, what did he say?
The gun was of German manufacture. It was a Mauser.
Oh, tell me something I don't know. What about fingerprints?
Not a one.
We expected that. I don't suppose they were able to run down the serial number.
On the contrary, Michael. There they were most successful.
Huh?
The gun was purchased 2 weeks ago in Naples.
In Naples?
And you will die when you hear the name of the man who bought it.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yes, it was purchased by an American named Michael Waring.
Oh, no.
You are upset? And I thought you would be delighted by the news. I guess there is no pleasing some people.
We all shudder and shake our heads sadly over the catastrophes we hear about. The floods, explosions, and other accidents which take 5 or more lives. We wonder if it could happen to us, too. Well, there is one type of catastrophe to which most of us are exposed many times every day if we drive or ride on the highways. It's the head-on collision between 2 motor vehicles. It means almost certain death or injury to the drivers and passengers of those vehicles involved. Take a lesson from the fatality figures and drive as though your life depends on it. It does. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, there's one thing you can say about cops the world over. They all get the same look on their faces when they're pleased. And Lieutenant Balbo was wearing that look now. And no wonder. Here I'd been needling him about Mario Gentili, and it turns out the gun that killed Margarita de Lavoro belonged to me. A most revolting development.
Well, my friend, what have you got to say for yourself?
Oh, very little. No wonder that gun looked familiar. Mario must have stolen it from my hotel room. But I was right about one thing. He's in Palermo.
So it would appear.
If there was one link we could find in the chain. Say, how far do your records go back on Gentili?
As Gentile, only till 1950, when he came to Sicily as an organizer for the Communist Party.
And you have no idea what he did before then?
Only theories.
But you don't know for sure.
No one does.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Lieutenant. I know one thing now about our mystery man.
What?
How to trap him. And maybe Signor de Lavoro will be kind enough to furnish the bait. Let's ask him anyway.
Senor Waring, I do not like this idea. I do not like it at all.
Look, de Lavoro, either you have confidence in me or you don't.
Well, I don't know about him, but I don't.
Well, that's not too important, Laura. You're just part of the scenery.
But I do not understand this business. It seems to me that I'm what you call a target.
That's exactly what you are. Don't you see? It's our only chance of grabbing Mario. By this time, he knows he didn't kill you this afternoon. Well, if he's a man of his word,
He'll return.
that's what we're figuring on.
But if he kills
Not
me...
a chance. Lieutenant Balbo's got the place surrounded.
Not entirely, Signore.
What?
You will oblige me by raising your hands.
You're the doctor.
Listen, Gentile.
Ah, Signor Del Lavoro, I believe.
Yes, yes.
You know, you have taken the name of Mario Gentile in vain. Naturally, I am displeased.
I can explain everything.
But why? Explanations are so boring.
Well, you're just going to stand there, Waring?
What else can I do?
He's right, Signorina. You see, I am a man with a purpose. I do not intend to be frustrated. All right, Del Lavoro. If you have anything to say, now is the time.
In heaven's name, have mercy. Waring, I beg you.
Stay where you are, Signore.
I swear, Gentile, I did not mean any harm. I did not think it would matter to you.
It matters a great deal. Tell them the truth.
I never saw this man before in my life.
What?
Continue.
He was not responsible for Margarita's murder. I was. I hired the assassin.
Mascalzone!
Mike,
It's all right, Angel.
it's all right.
Nothing wrong with him. He just fainted.
But that bullet,
It was a blank. Right, Paisan?
Uh-huh.
I don't get it.
Allow me to introduce myself, Signorina. I am Sergente Achille Bresci.
Sergeant Bresci.
Yeah, he's one of Lieutenant Balbo's boys. You did a beautiful job of acting, Achille.
So what good is it? With my luck, Signore, I'll wager Rossellini wasn't even listening.
Well, Mike, maybe I'm thick, but I've got to admit that I still don't get it.
Oh, it isn't difficult, Laura. It all comes down to the fact that De Lavoro hired that man to murder his wife.
Yes, but how did Mario Gentili figure in this?
He didn't.
I don't understand.
Well, you see, when Mario escaped, it gave De Lavoro the bright idea. The papers had played up Mario as a man of mystery. Nobody knew anything about his background. So De Lavoro spread the story that Mario came to Sicily for the purpose of killing him and Margarita.
Oh, yes, but she knew the truth.
Sure, but no one had a chance to ask her. She was murdered before either Balbo or myself could see her.
Well, then, the shot we heard over the phone while De Lavoro was talking to you.
Was self-inflicted.
Oh, you're getting all this.
Well, that's why we had to bait a trap. And when De Lavoro mistook Achille Bresci for Mario Gentili, that clinched it.
You know, you're pretty clever.
You ought to see me do card tricks sometime.
Aha, I'd love to.
All right, I'll show you one of my favorites. Now, let's pretend you're a woman and I'm a man, and we're all alone on the marina facing the sea.
And then what happens?
Well, that's what makes this such a wonderful trick, Angel. Even I don't know how it's going to turn out.
The Case of the Gorgeous Greek. The Case of the Gorgeous Greek. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when Greece gets too hot, somebody is bound to catch the devil. The adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Joan Allison as Laura. This program came from New York. This is Fred Collins speaking.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
The secret word tonight is heart. H-E-A-R-T. And Groucho, in just a few minutes, there'll be big news about America's most exciting new car, the DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
Oh, really? You bet your life.
Lamar and 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, General Marx. My hat's in the ring. Well, here I am again, George, with $2,000 for one of our couples.
Oh, Groucho, we invited some taxi cab drivers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Vernon Brown. His partner is a young lady with an interesting occupation, Miss Betty Farrell. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And don't forget, in just a few minutes, we'll all hear about America's most exciting new car, the DeSoto Firedome 8. Remember that name, Firedome 8. Now, if you say the secret word, you divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Betty Farrell and Mr. Vernon Brown, a likely-looking duo, especially Betty. Where are you from, Betty?
Originally from Clarksburg, West Virginia.
And you're a cab driver?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
31st and Main Street, Los Angeles.
That's a nice city out there, too. You're shaking a little. Is your meter running?
Well, I'm on waiting time.
Are you married, Vernon?
Yes, sir.
You are, huh? How'd you meet your wife?
Oh, I met her at a USO dance when I was in the service.
You were in the service?
Yes, sir.
What branch were you in?
I was in the Air Sea Rescue in the Army Air Force.
Mm-hmm. How old are you, Betty?
29.
29? Well,
Yes.
I thought you were about 19.
Thank you very much.
Are you sure you're 29?
Oh, I wouldn't lie to you.
Well, that's besides the point. How do you know you're 29?
Well, it says so on my birth certificate.
Let's see it.
Oh, I don't have it with me.
Could I see it some other time?
Uh-huh.
There's all kinds of ways, you know. You just don't have to ask for a phone number. Birth certificate, driving license, anything. Draft card. Are you married?
No.
Oh, there's good news tonight. Just call me Gabriel Marx, huh? Now, what shall I call you, Vernon? Cabby, Hacky, or just, hey, you?
Oh, just Brownie.
Brownie, eh? A pretty big brownie, I should say. Who do you drive for?
A yellow cab in Los Angeles.
Oh, I should think you'd be driving a brown cab and your name would be Yellow. How long have you been a cab jockey?
Oh, over a period of 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Now, where do you drive this hack?
All over Southern California.
Really? Have you tried driving it up the Los Angeles River? Suppose I was down in San Diego. Now, would you drive down there and pick me up?
No, we're not allowed to pick up loads outside the city.
Well, thank you not to regard me as a load. There's no law that says you can't get loaded in San Diego. Just what do you mean by that, Mr. B?
Well, each city has their own franchise cab, so we have to pick up our loads in the city of Los Angeles.
I see. What hours do you drive your hack?
Well, they have different shifts, but I would work the 11 to 8 shift days.
Mm-hmm. If you drove it as soda, you wouldn't have to shift. You realize that?
Oh, yeah, very fine machine.
Don't call it a machine, eh? It sounds like... What sort of work do you do, Betty?
I'm in concert management, Groucho.
Oh. Who do you work for?
Moss, Heyman, and Wilson.
Moss, Heyman, and Wilson?
Mm-hmm.
What's your position in this outfit?
I'm called an executive secretary.
By whom?
By him.
Well, do you do much running in that office?
Oh, constantly. I'm like the proverbial fullback, actually. They give me the signals, and then I try and run the plays.
Those fellows, Morris, Heyman, and Wilson, must be on the offensive platoon. Well, tell me, Betty, what are your duties besides eluding the Three Stooges?
I'll never be able to go back to work after that.
You won't have to, Betty.
Well,
I have some ideas on that subject myself. Well, let's climb back in your cab, Brownie. And tell me, do you enjoy your work, Vernon?
I certainly do. That's the only job you can be a little late on, and you're practically your own boss. And if you want to take a little time out for a little extracurricular activities, you can.
Why, Vernon. a racket you got. You've got the only job in the world where you can pick up a blonde, charge her 20 cents a mile, and then expect a tip. What do you charge for riding in your cab, Vernon?
Oh, it's 50 cents for the first drop and 10 cents for each additional 2/5 mile.
Wait a minute. You drop your fare and charge him 50 cents? You charge extra for backing up over him? What do you mean by drop?
Well, when you get in the cab and sit down, why, we drop the flag. That's 50 cents.
Suppose I don't sit down. Suppose I stand up all the way. Give me that.
Well, the law won't allow us to take care of you that way.
What do you mean?
We can't haul you standing up.
Not even if I give my seat to a lady? Suppose I prefer standing. What then?
I just have to take a bus.
I was going to give you a big tip, but now I won't. That crack just cost you a nickel, old boy. Well, you're a charming couple, and I've enjoyed this little chat. It's been most restful.
Oh, thank you.
Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,000 question. Right now, I want you to listen carefully to this. It's the big DeSoto announcement we've all been waiting for.
Presenting the most spectacular new car ever built. The DeSoto Fire Dome 8 with the famous 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine. This revolutionary new engine has hemispherical or dome-shaped combustion chambers, a design that gives you more work per unit of fuel. And that means the DeSoto Fire Dome 8, operating on regular gasoline, actually outperforms other cars using premium fuels. It means when you get behind the wheel of the exciting new DeSoto Fire Dome 8, you get instant acceleration. You go from a standing start to cruising speeds in a matter of brief seconds. And at any speed range, you have reserve power. Power to spare should you need it. Yes, friends, the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 has power written all over it. So tomorrow, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and see the new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected familiar sections of cities. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
19.
19? You don't even consult this with Betty, huh?
No, they always tell me men handle the money, so I'll just go along with it.
Not in my book. In what city do you find Greenwich Village?
New York.
New York is right.
You're on your way. You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $39 will you bet on your second question?
38.
38. In what American city do you find the Basin Street section?
New Orleans.
New Orleans is right.
You now have $77.
How much you going to bet?
76.
76. Here's your third question. $76. In what city do you find the Nob Hill section?
San Francisco.
San Francisco is right.
You now have climbed to $153.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to go for?
152.
Okay. In what city do you find the Loop?
Chicago.
Chicago is right.
And
Look at that, kid.
you wind up with $305.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
A man from a hardware store and a housewife were chosen, Groucho, just before we went on the air. And here they are, Mrs. Enriqueta Vasio and Mr. Peter Lang. Come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Let's see now. Enriqueta Vasio?
Enriqueta Vasio.
Vasio and Peter Lang. And Mrs. Enrique... how do you pronounce it?
Enriqueta.
Enriqueta Vasio, huh?
Well, if you want to call it that way.
I can see I'm going to have trouble. What does your husband call you?
He calls me Mujercita.
And what do you call him?
Corazoncito.
And after that, I suppose you start slugging each other. What is that in English?
Mujercita means little lady.
Oh, well, you're a little lady, all right.
And corazoncito means little heart.
Oh.
Heart's the secret word, yeah.
You said heart, that's the secret word, so here's 50 smackers for you and 50 pesos for you. Now, what do those names mean in English? One means little heart, and what does the other one mean? Little club?
Well, I found a new definition for the heart.
Oh, 50 smackers, huh? How many pesos is that?
Pesos? You're good in mathematics?
Let's forget it, huh? Now, what do you want me to call you? I can't keep track of these, Enriqueta and Lazio. What do you want me to call you?
Well, my friends call me Keta.
Keta. I'll just call you Sam. That's simple. Where are you from, Keta?
You mean at first?
Where are you from generally? Let's put it on that.
I was born in El Paso, Texas.
In El Paso, Texas?
See?
Now, your name is Peter. That I can pronounce, huh? You're the hardware man, is that
Yes, sir.
right? Where are you from, Pete?
Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh. And how long you been away from there?
Oh, about 30 years.
30 years?
30 years.
How old are you?
31.
Did you come by cab?
I was brought.
Where do you work, Pete?
I work in Beverly Hardware Company in Beverly Hills, Beverly's oldest store.
Oh, is that so? I go in that store frequently then.
We
You see me
appreciate
in
your
there?
patronage.
Well, I'd go in anyway. Now, what do you carry in your store?
Oh, probably 50,000 items.
Name them.
It'll take about a week, I think, to get them all.
Well, I have plenty of time. Make it the first week in August, huh? Why do you have to carry so many items?
Well, we have quite a number of things, and in those things we have different styles and sizes of the same thing.
I see. Well, could you give us an example?
Oh, sure. We take nails. We got common nails, box nails, galvanized nails, finishing nails, roofing nails, flooring nails, nails with big heads, little heads, and no heads
How
at
do
all.
nails get big heads? I mean, the little nails tell them how pretty they are?
Well, it's a hit on the head from the start that does it.
Oh. Now, suppose I slunk into your store. Now, what are some of the things you try to sell me?
Well, we've got locks and butts and catches and even a Hawaiian Wriggler.
A what?
A Hawaiian Wiggler.
Hawaiian Wriggler? Wiggler?
Right.
Could you get me a Hawaiian Wiggler? About 108 pounds with blue eyes. Could you try?
Yes, we can probably furnish you with better bait than maybe you've been using.
Well, that's certainly possible, huh? Now, Mrs. Vaccio, do you do anything besides housewifing?
Yes, I work for the Youth Services for the Board of Education.
Oh, really? Well, what do you do for the Board of Education?
I teach arts and craft to underprivileged children.
Oh. Well, suppose I was one of your pupils. How would you go about teaching me something?
Well, if you were a little girl, I would say, Maria, if you have an old skirt at home, bring it and I'll help you make an apron out of it.
Yeah, well, that's my ragged old skirts. I didn't want it. What else do you do?
Well, I also teach them how to sing and dance, Mexican folk dancing, and songs, the Lindian songs also.
Mm-hmm. Well, could you do something for us?
Yes, I'll sing you an Indian in Tarascan language.
You have to have music for this?
No.
Oh.
Cheparin, 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 tomate tekonengone. Ai chiki vitiri, ai chiki matore, ku wekan me wekan chupane. Korale churapetumale, ai, korale churapetumale. Ai chiki vitiri, ai chiki matore, ku wekan me wekan chupane.
That was very pretty. Now, what does it mean in English?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, that gives us something in common. You don't know what you're singing, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, I must say this has been very educational. And if you want an education, ask your dealer to show the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other covers, and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The taxi cab driver and Betty Farrell won $305, and the secret word is still heart.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected music through the years as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
15.
15? This song was popular at the turn of the century. Give me the title. I Wonder Who's Kissing Her Now is right.
And you're on the way. You have $35.
Now, how would you say that in Mexican? I wonder who's kissing her now.
¿Quién la estará besando?
Isn't that cute? All I know is posse. Posse, Grazia, and Baracho.
What's Baracho?
Drunk. All right, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 2,000? How much of the 35? How much of the 35? I got Fenneman blood in me. I forgot to tell you.
$34.50.
You're going to bet $34.50? All right. This song was popular during the 20s. What's the name of it? Change is made is right.
You're really climbing. You have $69.50.
Here's your third question. How much of the $59.60 will you bet?
$69.50.
Oh, yes. How much of the $59.60 will you bet?
Oh, for $69.50, yeah.
Oh.
Let's see,
$69.50.
You're going to bet how much?
69?
68.
68, the lady says.
68 what?
$68.
$68, okay. The late Mildred Bailey helped popularize this song of the 30s. Give me the title.
$137.50.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $137.50 will you risk?
135.
All right.
135 smackers. This song is currently one of the nation's favorites. Okay, Jerry. Singing this right. Put it there, kid.
And you wind up with $272.50.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you. We invited some women who work for newspapers to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Glennis Reeson, and her partner is Mr. Henri Vallée, who has an interesting background, Groucho. And here they are. Folks, come on in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Glennis Reeson, is that right?
Mrs. Glennis Reeson.
Mrs. Glennis Reeson? Oh,
right.
I'm sorry to hear that. And Mr. Henri Vallée, eh?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Reeson, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hate to say that. What does your husband do?
He's a student at the Los Angeles College of Optometry.
Oh, but he can't see his hand before his face, huh? How long did you go together before you married him?
About a year.
Mr. Valley, where are you from, Hank?
Brussels, Belgium. Brussels, Belgium.
Oh, from Belgium, huh?
Yes.
Oh, Belgium, Brussels sprout, eh? Is your wife from Brussels?
No, she's Romanian.
Oh, so am I. Every morning I'm Romanian in bed until around 9 o'clock. Where in Romania is she from?
Bucharest.
Oh, well, I Romanian in bed with my Bucharest. Henri, do they make jokes like that in Belgium?
Oh, no, they don't make jokes like this anywhere where I have been.
Well, just where have you been?
I have been in 32 countries.
Have you ever been in Nome, Alaska?
No, I haven't.
Well, it happens that that's the most popular joke in Nome, Alaska. They like them cold up there. And in the future, I'll thank you never to mention Romania again. Let's see now. What sort of work do you do, Glennis?
I'm in the classified department at the Santa Monica Outlook.
Oh, well, apparently I've been reading the wrong columns. Occasionally I do look through the classified ads. They always seem to have a man looking for a rich widow or a woman looking for a rich husband. Do you have, you carry ads like that?
Oh, once in a while. Mm-hmm.
Do you help these people write their own ads?
Yes, part of my job is to frame the ad.
I don't want to frame the ad. I just... I just want to frame the rich widow who runs the ad. Suppose I wanted to sell my house. Now, how would you frame the ad?
Well, the average ad would read something like, lovely 8-room house, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, enclosed yard with swimming pool, prominent actor, sacrifice, leaving town.
Does it say why I'm leaving town? Say, that ad sounds pretty good. I'll buy that place as soon as I get rid of the dump I'm living in now. Suppose I was looking for a rich young spinster. How would I advertise for that?
Well, you'd simply describe yourself and describe the girl you're interested in.
And you'd expect that to get results?
Could hope.
I think it would be better if I just described the kind of girl I'm interested in. If I described myself, people would think I was selling a second-hand lawnmower. In fact, I was a gay blade at one time. Well, help me out with my ad. Now, how would you frame it?
Well, I'd say something like eligible bachelor, well-groomed, diversified interests, desire to meet rich, attractive widow, object matrimony.
I don't think that would do it. How about active, cultured gentleman looking for a 105-year-old heiress? Must have bad cough, object money. Henry, let's get back to you. Does your wife have any little Belgian pet names for you, like my little Belgian Harry?
Well, she calls me Puyo.
No, I said pet names.
It's a pet name.
Huey is a pet name?
It's a pet name.
What does it mean?
It's Romanian. It stands for little chicken.
Means little chicken, eh?
It does, yeah.
Any man who allows his wife to call him Puey must be henpecked. You imagine that joke in Romania? Why does a Puey cross the street? And he complains about my jokes.
It's not a joke.
Well, Henri, I've kidded you, but frankly, you're a nice fellow, and I've enjoyed chatting with you. Isn't he a nice fellow?
Very nice.
Well, she's a lovely girl. I think I'm very fortunate.
Well, I think the three of us will be very happy together. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,000. You run your $20 into more than the other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The taxi cab driver and Betty Farrell still lead with $305. And the secret word is heart.
All right, here we go. Let's see how I can build you $20. You selected famous men of foreign countries. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$19.
$19, all right. Paul von Hindenburg was the general of what country?
Germany.
Germany is right.
You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the $39 will you try now?
38.
38.
38. What nationality was the violin maker Stradivari?
Italian.
Italian is right.
You now have $77.
Here's your third question. How much of the 77?
76.
76. Geoffrey Chaucer was a famous poet of what country?
Chaucer. England.
England is right.
You climbed to $153.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 153?
All of it.
She said all.
All of it? Okay. What nationality was the painter Goya? G-O-Y-A.
Spanish.
Spanish is right.
And you wind up with $306. And that means that you, in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Oh, terrific.
Thank you, Lord. You go up here. Just a moment. You're the winning couple by $1.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, good.
Now let's learn more about the spectacular new DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
Do you feel like an India rubber man after twisting and turning the steering wheel and shifting backward and forward to wedge your car into a narrow parking space? Then, brother, we've got news for you. Parking's no longer a problem. It's a cinch with sensational new DeSoto power steering. To turn the steering wheel, it takes actually as little effort as dialing a phone. That's right, with only one finger. Even when the car is at a standstill, you can turn the wheels easily, thanks to DeSoto power steering, one of the most remarkable milestones in automotive history. By an ingenious hydraulic system, power steering on the new DeSoto not only takes the hard work out of parking, but on the highway it makes your control of the car easier, safer, with less road shock. No matter how bad the road, DeSoto power steering lets you literally steer almost without effort. And friends, power steering is only one of the many great features that are yours to enjoy in the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. See it. Drive it. Now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And here comes the winning couple, Groucho. Mr. Valley and the girl from the newspaper all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
All right, here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, and think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. The capital of Tibet is a mysterious city surrounded by great mountains. It is the center of Buddhism and the home of the Dalai Lama. It's been in the news from time to time ever since you can remember. For $2,000, what is the name of this forbidden city, the capital of Tibet?
Lhasa.
Lhasa is right. Well, you win $2,000 plus how much in the quiz, George?
$306 in the quiz.
That's $2,306. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life. Thank you.
Tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When you're walking, think for two, the driver and you. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of The Mark of a Killer. The talking cereal, the only talking cereal in the whole world, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. That's the one that's fun to eat. When you pour milk or cream on them, Rice Krispies talk right up and tell you how fresh and crisp they are. They go snap, crackle, pop, and boy, do they taste good. Oh, you bet they do. Golden good. Have a big bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies tomorrow. Ask Mom to get some for you next time she's shopping. You'll want them every morning. When they were riding a trail, Jingles wasn't only deputy and saddle partner to United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok, he was also the chief cook. One night they were camped near a river, and the next morning Jingles decided to fill his faithful frying pan with some fresh fish. But before Jingles could catch his first trout, things began to happen which will lead down a trail of gun smoke to the mark of a killer.
I got him hooked. Oh, boy.
You gotta land him before you can cook him, Jingles.
Oh, that's a cinch. Watch now. Come to Papa, you great big breakfast trout.
Watch out you don't slip and fall in, Jingles.
No, sir, I wouldn't do that, Bill. Ow! Catch me open.
Now you've done it. Some fisherman for you.
Doggone it. He got away. Now, ain't that just my luck?
You're lucky you didn't float downriver into those rapids. I'd have never been able to haul you out.
Oh, what are we going to do for breakfast?
Want to buy some fish, mister?
Huh? Who said that?
Me.
Right behind you, Jingles. It's a little button with as fine a string of trout as you'd want to see.
Well, I'll be a pet raccoon. Howdy, Sonny. Where'd you get all those fish?
Caught them in the river.
Oh, he's got some secret kind of bait he uses.
I don't use bait. I spear them.
There, you see, Bill, I told... Huh? You spear them?
Yep.
Well, now that's an Indian trick. Where'd you learn it?
Blue Feather taught me.
Who's Blue Feather?
An Indian.
Oh, well, that takes care of that. What do you want to sell your fish for?
For money.
Oh.
2 bits apiece.
Why don't you take them home, Button?
I'm not going home. Not till I find my pa.
Oh, well, in that case, I reckon we better buy his fish, huh, Bill?
Yes, I think so.
Well, Sonny, here's the, Bill, could you lend me, say,
I got 7 fish. That'll be $1.06.
Yeah. Yeah, $1.06, Bill, please.
All right, here's the money. Now, you take those fish and pop them in the frying pan, Jingles, while I have a talk with this young fella.
I'll have these beauties fried golden brown in 2 shakes of a black sheep's tail.
Thanks, mister. I gotta be going now. So long.
Hey, wait a minute, youngster.
I haven't any time.
Oh, yes, you have.
No, I ain't neither. Hey, let go of me.
Now, you just simmer down, young fella.
You let me go.
Bring him back for breakfast, Bill. It's almost ready.
Come on, Sonny. You like those fish the way Jingles fixes them?
You young maverick. Don't you know nobody runs away from Wild Bill Hickok?
Wild Bill Hickok? Gee, Willikers. Are you Wild Bill?
He sure is, and I'm Jingles. What's your name, Sonny?
Zip. Zip Grady.
Well,
Now, what's all this about not going home till you find your dad? Is he lost?
I don't know. He went across the desert to the county seat day before yesterday, and he didn't come back.
Well, maybe he'll come back today. You know, it's a long ride.
Yeah, but I heard my uncle say last night that he reckoned maybe Pa wouldn't come back at all.
Then you ran away to find him?
Yeah. Will you help me find him, Wild Bill?
Sure we will, Zip. Now, you just eat your breakfast.
Hey, Bill, looks like we got company.
It's my uncle. Don't let him take me, Wild Bill. I'm gonna hide. Don't let him get me.
Hey, now, come back here.
Hold it, Jingles.
Well, Bill, if that's his uncle, that Indian with him must be Blue Feather.
Hey, you gents seen anything of a brat about 12 years old around here?
Well, now, maybe we have, and maybe we haven't. And if we had, maybe we'd tell you, and then maybe we wouldn't.
Why,
I wouldn't reach for those guns, mister.
Who's gonna stop me?
Now, that's a right silly question to ask when you're talking to Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok?
You hear right well, mister.
Well, I see 3 plates here, and there's only 2 of you. Hold up the horses, Blue Feather. I'm going to look around for the kid. Blue Feather, stay here.
Hold it, mister. I don't like strangers prowling around my camp.
I mean to find that kid, Hickok, and you and nobody else is going to stop me.
We'll see about that.
You stay right where you are, Blue Feather.
No worries, Blue Feather, stay here.
Atta boy, Bill. Mister, you ain't got good sense.
Now get up, Grady. I've got some questions to ask you.
Well, I got the answers.
Bill is gone.
You learn right slow, mister.
You tin-badged saddle tramp. You're messing in something that don't concern you.
I'm not so sure about that. Now, suppose you tell me why you're so anxious to find the kid.
Yeah, and you might also tell us where the boy's father is.
I ain't telling you nothing. Come on, Blue Feather. And Hickok, you'd better send that kid home and keep your nose out of this, or it's liable to get chopped off. Up, boy.
Oh, doggone that ornery polecat. I just know we ain't seen the last of him, Bill, and already he's given me a man-sized stomach ache.
Well, here's Charlie and your sidekick Slim again, kids. Any way you slice it, a peach makes a peach of a dish when you put it on top of Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Right, Slim?
Oh, you bet, Charlie. We had some this morning.
Yes, sir. Canned or frozen or fresh fruit and berries sure taste wonderful on those.
Good Rice Krispies. Snap, crackle, and pop. Kids, it's a wonderful thing to hear the talking cereal. It makes you want to sing all about snap, crackle, and pop. Rice Krispies good for you. They're fun to listen to, fun to eat. Eat Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
We do. Yes, partner, when you put the milk or cream to Kellogg's Rice Krispies, they tell you how crisp and fresh they are. They go snap, crackle, pop. Tomorrow, have yourself a big bowl of the talking cereal. Ask Mom to get you some Kellogg's Rice Krispies today. Just sing her that little song of Slim's. Hey, let's hear it again, Slim. Now, you play the guitar and have everybody sing.
Good Rice Krispies. Snap, crackle, and pop. Kids, it's a wonderful thing to hear the talking cereal. It makes you want to sing all about snap, crackle, and pop. Rice Krispies good for you. They're fun to listen to, fun to eat. Eat Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
We do. Wasn't that fun? Most as much fun as eating Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Now, remember to have some for breakfast tomorrow. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok. When Zip's bad-tempered uncle, Chet Grady, was out of sight, Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles started talking to Zip to clear up some of the sudden morning mystery.
Why are you so afraid of your uncle, Zip?
He's mean to everybody. He's always picking up my paw. And he beats Blue Feather.
Blue Feather? He's a friend of yours, huh, Zip?
Gee, yeah. One of the best friends I got.
I noticed he didn't mix in the fight.
Yeah, that's right. He just sat here on his haunches drawing lines in the dirt with a stick.
Drawing lines? With a stick?
Yeah. Why?
Look, Wild Bill. Blue Feather wrote me a letter.
Well, I'll be a sand flea. It's Indian picture writing, Bill.
That's right, partner.
Can you read it, Zip?
Sure, but I don't understand it.
Take it easy now, Zip. I think I do, but I hope it's not true.
Wild Bill, that first sign means danger. And the arrow pointing at the rabbit. Blue Feather calls me Little Rabbit. He means I'm in danger.
Bill, is that right?
Looks that way, partner. Who's the eagle sign for, Zip?
For my paw.
Oh, your paw, but Bill, there's an arrow sticking clear through that.
Hold it, Jingles.
Wild Bill, that means my paw's dead.
Easy, young fella. Don't jump to conclusions. We'll ride back to your ranch and ask your uncle a few more questions. All right, Jingles, we'll pull up here at the house. Move, Buckshot, move.
Oh, Joker.
You're not going to leave me here, are you, Wild Bill?
Well, we'll see, Zip.
Well, Hickok, I see you had sense enough to bring the kid back. Now you can leave him here and be on your way.
Not so fast, Grady.
Where's my paw?
Hold it, Button. Let Bill ask the question.
Where's the boy's father, Grady?
I ain't talking.
Here comes Blue Feather. Blue Feather, where's my paw?
You be big brave, little rabbit. Great eagle gone to happy hunting ground.
What?
Wild Bill, my paw's dead.
Now I guess you know why you ain't talking to him, Hiccup.
Jingles, see to the boy. All right, Grady, now tell me how your brother died.
Ran out of water coming back across the desert. His horse came in, we went out and found him.
Why didn't you tell us that in the first place?
Because I figured it was none of your business.
Your brother went to the county seat, Grady. Who'd he go to see?
And that's none of your business.
Me tell. Him get telegram 2 days ago.
Shut up, Blue Feather.
Then him go see lawyer man, county seat
You
place.
sneaking coyote. I'll kill you for that. Bill! Hold it, Grady. I'll kill him. I'll shut his mouth for good.
I said lay off, Grady.
Let him have it, Bill.
All right, Grady, you asked for it.
Ooh, he sure is stubborn as a muley cow, Bill.
Now, since you won't talk, Grady, I reckon we'll go over to the county seat and see that lawyer ourselves.
What for, Bill? Why, that's clear across the desert.
Come on, Zip, get up behind my saddle.
Hey, you ain't taking that kid with you.
That's where you're wrong, Grady. I'm keeping this boy with me until I get enough answers to satisfy me that he's safe here with you. Come on, Jingles, let's go. Hi, Buckshot.
Joker, you heard what Bill said. Ha!
Whoa, Buckshot, whoa, boy.
Whoa, Joker, whoa.
This seems to be the only lawyer's office in town, Jingles.
Well, I hope we find out what we want to know here.
Zip, you stay with the horses. You might fill your canteen while you're waiting. There's a pump over there by the watering trough.
All right, Wild Bill.
Well, we got to go back across that desert this afternoon, Bill.
We might.
Oh, Bill, if we do, it'll be the end of me. I'll just dry up and blow away.
If you do, partner, it'll be the biggest dust storm these parts have seen this year.
Now, you stop hoorahing me, Bill.
All right, come on, let's go in. Don't go away, Zip.
I won't, Wild Bill.
Well, howdy, Jan. What can I do for you? Hey, ain't you Marshal Hickok?
That's right. This is Jingles, my deputy.
Well, howdy, Jingles. I'm Jesse Fisher, clerk to the city attorney, Mr. Lansing. Hey, what brings you here, Marshal?
I'd like to talk to Mr. Lansing.
Well, now, that's too bad. He just left on the stage about an hour ago. He'll be back tomorrow, I reckon. In the meantime, can I help you?
Where'd he go?
Across the desert. Had a will to read over at the Grady Ranch. You in a hurry to see him?
A will?
Yeah.
Bill, what do you reckon that means?
Whose will was it, Fisher?
Old Pop Grady's. He died back east about a month ago. What do you want to know for, Marshal?
Pop Grady.
That's right. Built up a right big cattle ranch on the other side of the desert and then got tired and moved back east. Left his 2 sons, Chet and Joe Grady, to run the ranch.
Bill, this doggone business is getting as snarled up as a barrel of horseshoes.
Maybe not, Jingles. Tell me, Fisher. You know what was in that will?
Well, now, Marshal, even if I did, I couldn't tell you. It ain't ethical. What interest you got in the Gradys?
Does Mr. Lansing know that Joe Grady's dead?
Joe Grady dead? Well, no, I don't reckon he does. Joe was over here just yesterday morning talking to Mr. Lansing. That's when they arranged for the will reading. When'd he die?
Oh, he died on the way back.
Never mind, Jingles. We haven't got time for that.
Oh.
We'd better catch up with Lansing. I want to be there when that will is read.
Well, now, gents, I'm sorry I couldn't help you none, but if you're heading back across the desert, I got some cool water in a crock in the back room.
Well, now, that's right nice of you.
Just give me your canteens. I'll fill them for you.
We can get it.
No, it won't take a minute. That's it. Be right back.
Bill, what you thinking so hard about?
I'm trying to figure how a man who's lived in this country as long as Zip's father did could get caught in the desert without water.
Hey, that don't make sense, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Bill, maybe somebody else knew that he was...
Here you be, gents.
Thanks, Fisher.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, at least we'll have plenty of good water to get us back across that forsaken oven.
Glad to do it for you, gents. Man don't last long in the desert without good water.
You're right about that, mister. So long. Come on, Jingles.
Well, just think, Bill. If we'd stayed at the Grady Ranch in the first place, that lawyer Lanson would have showed up there and we wouldn't have had to cross this desert at all, let alone twice.
I guess you're right, Jingles.
Well, we ain't catching up with that stage this way. Oh, I wish we could travel faster.
Can't run our horses across the desert in this heat, partner.
I gotta have another drink of water. My throat's as dry as a gopher hole.
Yeah, mine too. We haven't tried any of this good, cool water that fella Fisher gave us, Bill.
Well, let's have a drink. But don't take too much. It's got to last.
Boy, is this going to taste good.
Jingles, don't drink that water.
What? You gone local, partner?
You heard me. Don't touch a drop of that water. Now I know how Joe Grady died.
This is Charlie Lyon and Slim, the singing cowboy, friends.
And this is why we're here. Good Rice Krispies.
Oh, now, wait a
Snap.
minute. Slim, don't be so all-fired anxious to play that guitar.
Well, I'm just sort of anxious to tell the folks that Rice Krispies are good to eat. We've only got a jiffy to talk about them here, and you know...
Yeah, well, now, maybe you're right. Tomorrow's breakfast isn't so far away, and Kellogg's Rice Krispies are just the thing to have for it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies with maybe some sliced banana or some canned or frozen berries on top. Oh, that's a delicious treat. Easy to fix and even easier to eat. Yes, I'll bet you'll want a second helping.
Well, sir, I always do. You just can't beat those crisp, fresh-tasting Rice Krispies.
Right. Rice Krispies are crisp and fresh. They tell you so themselves. They're so crisp that when you pour the cream or milk on them, they talk right up. Snap, crackle, pop.
Good Rice Krispies. Snap, crackle, and pop. Kids, it's a wonderful thing to hear the talking cereal. It makes you want to sing all about snap, crackle, and pop. Rice Krispies good for you. They're fun to listen to, fun to eat. Eat Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
We do. Have a big bowl of delicious Rice Krispies tomorrow morning. Get a couple of packages of them today. Now, back to Wild Bill Hickok. Recrossing the desert to the Grady Ranch, Wild Bill Hickok, Zip, and Jingles get thirsty and start to take a drink from their canteens. Suddenly, Bill yells,
Jingles, don't drink that water.
What? You gone local, partner?
You heard me. Don't touch a drop of that water. Now I know how Joe Grady died.
You do, Wild Bill? How do you know?
Yeah, Bill. What struck you all of a sudden?
He was poisoned, and we came with an Anasa going the same way.
You mean this water in our canteens is full of poison, too?
Smell it, Jingles, and you'll see.
Well, I'll be one step out of the grave, Bill. That ornery clerk in the lawyer's office filled our canteens.
Yeah, and he took him in the back room to do it. That's when he put the poison in the water.
Well, it's a good thing Zip filled his own at the pump.
It sure is.
Now, take it easy with that. It's all the water we got to get back across the desert.
No, let's go back and get that varmint, Bill.
But Wild Bill, why would he want to kill you and Jingles?
I've got a feeling your Uncle Chet telegraphed him that we were coming. And no doubt he did the same thing when your dad went there 2 days ago.
Well, then what's causing all this mix-up, Bill?
The answer to that must be in old Pop Grady's will, Jingles.
Yeah, and it's on the stage with Mr. Lansing ahead of us.
Which makes Mr. Lansing just as good as dead unless we catch that stage. Come on, let's ride. Hang on, Zip. Hi,
Jim Joker, you heard what Bill said. Ha! Bill, there's a cloud of dust ahead of us.
That's the stage, Jingles.
Then we're in time to save that lawyer after all.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that.
Bill, somebody's shooting at that stage. It's pulling up.
There's the owl hoot coming out from behind that rock. Come on.
Why, that sneaking Gila monster?
Maybe this'll stop him.
Well, that made him stop, look, and listen.
Wild Bill, he's running away.
Yeah, and I'm giving him something to help him along.
All right, let's see how good his aim was. Whoa, Buckshot, whoa.
Oh, Joker. Billy plugged the driver.
I don't see the lawyer in the coach.
And look inside on the floor, Bill.
Yeah, maybe he ducked down when the shooting started. Hey, here he is, partner.
No, don't shoot me. Don't shoot.
Sounds like he's hurt, Bill.
It's all right now, Mr. Lansing.
Yeah, we gave that hold-up varmint some of his own medicine. Where'd he get you, mister?
Through the leg. Who are you?
Well, this is Wild Bill Hickok, U.S. Marshal, and I'm Jingles' deputy. Yonder, that's Zip Grady.
Zip Grady? But I was headed for the Grady Ranch.
Yeah, we know him. Tell me, you still got the will on you?
Yes.
Then we better be on our way.
Where to, Bill?
The Grady's Ranch. You drive the stage, Jingles.
Well, what about our horses?
Zip, you ride Buckshot and lead Joker. I'll ride with Lansing and see if I can patch up his wound.
Oh, boy, I sure will. Come on, Buckshot.
Okay, Bill, let's go. All right, you ringtail cayuses. Hold still now while I get up here and get set. Now, stretch your necks and lean against those collars. Now, ha! 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 Here comes that ornery polecat Chet Grady to meet us.
Hello, Grady.
What are you doing back here, Hickok? I thought I made it plain you weren't welcome around. Hey, what's going on here?
Got a little surprise for you, Grady.
Hello, Grady. Sorry I'm a little late, but we had a little shooting out in the road. Lucky Hickok showed up, or I wouldn't have made it at all.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear you had trouble.
Yeah, I'll bet you are.
Hold it, Jingles. Grady, are you ready for some real bad news?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will soon enough. Mr. Lansing, you brought old Pop Grady's will with you. What does it say?
Here it is. It says, being in my right mind, I, Alan Dalrymple Grady, do hereby make up my will and testament. All my property and livestock and money and everything else on my ranch, but the rattlesnakes, I leave to my son, Joe Grady.
What's that?
And after him, to his son, Zip Grady. As to the rattlesnakes, I leave them to my no-good son, Chet Grady, who ain't been worth a lickety since the day he was born.
He was crazy. He can't do this to me.
Looks like you're the one that was loco, Grady. You ought to know you can't get away with murder just
I'll get you too, Hickok.
Pick up his gun, Jingles. You'll find out that's the one that shot the driver and Mr. Lansing.
You can't prove that.
Well, Bill, here comes Blue Feather with Uncle Chet's horse.
Yeah, and it's all lathered up like he's been riding hard. You still deny it was you shooting at the stage, Grady?
You ain't getting me, Hickok.
Billy's going for his horse.
You're through, Chet.
Well, now, I sure hope that's the last time we have to knock that Jasper down, Bill. He's as cold as a cow's nose in a blizzard.
Well, gather him up, Jingles, and we'll go back to Lansing's office and corral his partner in crime, Jess Fisher.
Yeah. Something tells me them two coyotes are going to come up with a suspended sentence. Sentence to be suspended by the neck with a long rope, which serves them right.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Thanks for being with us today, folks. We'll be back on Monday with another adventure story for you. How about it, Andy?
Yes, sir, Guy. And it's a Lollapalooza, all about the freight wagons of the Old West and a mysterious jinx that brought death on the trail. Be with us, will you?
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right. It's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Barney Phillips, Clayton Post, Paul McVeigh, and Johnny McGovern. Our director is Paul Pierce. Music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok battles his way through gunsmoke and treachery to solve the mystery of the wagon train jinx. Now, this is Charlie Lyon, speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Without a gun, there's only one way I can meet your challenge. I'm waiting. Whenever you're ready.
Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin.
Yes, hey, boy?
That Mr. Whiteyhead just here talking to you,
Yeah?
he must be very rich man.
Well, how's that?
He give very small tip.
Yes, he is rich, hey, boy, disgustingly so, but maybe he feels a little pinched at the moment. He just lost $80,000.
Oh, that's most awful, mighty big lot of money. He gambling man?
No, he lost it in one of the most rugged mountain areas of the state.
Well, seems to me that pretty careless.
He owns a mine up in the northern Sierras. One of his gold shipments, $80,000 worth, disappeared.
How did this gold disappear?
Nobody knows. There's only one narrow trail leading up to Mr. Whitehead's mine, and as far as they know, it's the only way in or out. The bullion left the mine, but never came out at the bottom of the trail. The gold, the guards, and the mules, they just vanished.
Oh, that is very strange.
It was a Wells Fargo mule train. Those animals are all branded. They can be recognized anywhere. They've been watching, expecting them to show up someplace, dead or alive, but so far, no one has found them.
Indeed, most mystifying.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yes, sir. Oh, you going to find gold for Mr. Whiteyhead?
Well, he said I could name my own fee.
Mr. Whiteyhead placed himself in position to receive most discomforting statement for services rendered.
Hey, boy, if I find the gold, we'll make it a good one. And add a little extra to make up that tip for you.
Oh, this miserable cold and my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan, the amazing Dristan decongestant tablets not only help drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergen helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever, and vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan. So for real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion, accept only Dristan decongestant tablets.
When I reached the snow-covered slopes of the Sierras, I rode for several hours through a maze of jagged cuts and gullies, leading nowhere, it seemed. Finally, in a narrow canyon, I came upon a pack train of mules, miserable, hungry, and half frozen. They were not Wells Fargo mules, and they were not carrying gold bullion, but they were laden with food stores and ordinary mining equipment. Nearby, I found the body of a man, half buried in the snow. He had frozen to death. I felt the least I could do was take the mules on to a spot where they might find forage, so I led them out of the canyon and past the snow drifts. Come on there, mule. Move. Move.
You might as well know there's guns on you from all sides.
What's that?
Stay right where you are. I'm coming down. Well, sure glad to see you. You gotta be Jake Seidel. I'm Frenchy Bodine.
Well, sure good to see a friendly face. What's this about guns on me from all sides?
That's right. My boys spotted around the rocks up there. I can't take no chances. You make one false move, blanco.
Well, I have no intention of making a false move. I guess you know that.
How do I know? Frida says you're all right, but how do I know? I can't take no chances.
Oh, sure. Sure, I understand.
You have any trouble following that map?
A map? Well, I'm here.
We couldn't get down yesterday, like we said. The storm.
It worked out.
We got no time to waste, but before we go up, just a couple of things. Now, your horse.
What about my horse?
There ain't a horse alive can make that trail ahead. We got a place for him hidden back in the canyon. He'll be all right. There's shelter, food. One of the boys looks after him.
I see.
And then, your gun.
My gun?
Well, you understand. Frida says you're okay, but I don't know you. I can't take no chances.
Sorry, I'm not giving up my gun.
Look, Seidel, I told you we got no time to waste. Now, just keep in mind it's your mules we need, not you. I always figure a deal's a deal, but I don't let that figuring ever get in my way. Joe?
Yeah, boss.
Take his gun and then search him good. See if he's got a knife hidden on him. No offense, Seidel. You see how it is, don't you?
Yeah, I'm beginning to.
Here's his gun, boss.
Say, classic.
Well, will you looky here?
A Derringer. Well, da-de-da. Now, ain't that cute? Is that it, Joe?
That's it.
Well, Seidel, I guess we're ready to go. Bet you'll be glad to see Frida, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I sure will.
Joe, you and Petey bring up his pack train. We'll go on ahead.
Sure, boss.
Tell the other boys to follow the train. We got to have everybody there to start loading. I got mules saddled for us, Seidel. We got a real tough trip ahead. Hope you're up to it.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Constipation is something people don't talk much about, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Now, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say: a laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Well, pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
Frenchie Bodine had mistaken me for a man named Jake Seidel. And all I could do was to go along and hope for the right answer. I mounted the saddle mule he pointed out to me and followed Bodine up the canyon. About a mile further on, we seemed to reach a dead end, but he guided his mount through a mossy rock formation, then motioned me to go ahead of him, and we started to climb. The trail was no more than a narrow ledge that twisted up along a sheer, craggy cliff. We rode silently. And I had time to wonder about a lot of things, but most of all, I wondered if the trail would ever end.
Seidel?
Oh, yeah?
Almost there.
Good.
Maybe you think it's kind of funny, me bringing you in on this deal.
Well, yes, I wondered about it.
Now, me, I'm like that. You got something I want, I got something you want, so we make a deal. All fair and square. And you go your way, I go mine. That's the way I am.
I can't argue with that.
I never have any trouble.
Say, the trail up ahead there looks like it drops off.
Kind of scary, ain't it? No, the trail goes on around and up to the top. We're going to make a sharp turn. And then you got a surprise coming. The mule knows the way. You just hang on.
Easy, boy.
surprising, ain't it? Did you ever figure this canyon was up here?
Never. Those rock walls go straight up 60, 70 feet, maybe. Huh?
Pretty steep, ain't they? And on top's the flats. That's where we've kept the gold. That's where we're going to do the loading. Well, come on.
Where now?
Now we'll go see Frida. She's more than likely in the shack over there.
Oh, yeah. Frida.
Now, before we go inside, El, let me tell you, if this works out okay, there's no reason why you can't come in on the next deal with us. Of course, we'll have to lay low for a while, but I don't see no reason why we can't pull the same stunt again.
Oh, I don't see why not. If it worked once.
And you see from the flats up there, there's a hidden path on the other side that leads down to the Whitehead Mine Trail. Nobody knows about it. Shove a few rocks around, you can't see it, even when you know it's there.
Huh. It's pretty clever.
You pick your time, wait for 'em, push a few guns at 'em. Before they know what's happened, you got the whole kit and caboodle up there on the flats. Mules, guards, and gold.
Yeah, what about the guards?
Yeah, we had a shoot then.
You mean you murdered them?
Well, now, you can't get squeamish, Seidel, when you're playing for high stakes. I never had a chance at the big stuff before now, and I ain't letting anything get in my way. Of course, we had to get rid of the mules, too. They was all marked.
And that's where I came in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Frida told me about you and your pack train. That's when I got in touch with you. Nobody'll ever know we've packed that gold on your mules. Now, I couldn't tell you all this in that message I sent, but now you know. You know the whole thing.
Yeah, I do, don't I?
Huh. Let's go. Maybe you think I'm a big blabbermouth talking too much. But that's the way I am. I lay it on the line. I still ain't taking no chances, see? Because I got the guns. I got your guns and I got my guns.
I'm quite aware of that.
But even if I didn't have the guns, I could still break you to pieces with my bare hands if I had a mind to.
You've made your point quite clear, Frenchie.
Yeah. Well, go on in. Frida?
Yes?
Well, here he is. Jake Seidel.
It's good to see you, Frida.
Well, now, what's the matter? Here, Frida's been saying how she couldn't wait to see her old pal from back there in Frisco. Well, now you both stand there acting like you never seen each other before.
Well, ain't that the truth? Jake, you old horse thief, give me a big hug.
Well,
is that any way to treat an old friend?
Yeah, Frida, you are a friend.
Oh, I'll bet you were worried about Frenchie. Frenchie's not jealous. Are you, Frenchie?
Nah, I ain't jealous of an old friend. An old friend's good.
I told Frenchie all about back there in Frisco. Back when I was at the Hippodrome.
What's then was then. What's now is now.
Jake Seidel, what do you know? We've got a lot to talk about.
Yes, we have.
You know, when Frenchie needed the mules, I said, you just get in touch with Jake Seidel. There's a man you can trust.
Well, thanks, Frida. Thanks for feeling you can trust me.
The mules will be coming in. I'll head them up to the flats. We'll go up by foot, Seidel. I'll show you the way in a minute. We got to get loaded.
All right.
Who are you?
My name is Paladin.
What happened to Jake?
I don't know for sure, but I can guess that he was the man I found dead in the snow.
Jake, dead?
Well, I can only guess. Was he a good friend?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. I needed him. Why are you here?
Well, because it seemed the best way to stay alive.
Hey, Seidel. Come on, let's go.
He's calling you. Go on.
Got time to waste.
If you get a chance, come back here. I want to talk to you.
I'll try. Thanks again, Frida.
Take your teenagers. Give them a Stereo One portable by Columbia, and there's a new sound of pleasure in your home and a brand new kind of fun. Only Columbia gives you a big 6-speaker stereo portable phonograph with all the rich tone and range of big console models, and it's only $139.95. Columbia has a wide selection of portable phonographs, and they're all flawlessly engineered by CBS Electronics. They all play any and all records, 45, 78s, and the new LP and stereo records, and play them better with true big sound. You just can't buy a better portable than a Stereo One portable phonograph by Columbia. You can't find a better buy either. Portable prices start as low as $39.95. Christmas is the time to give your youngsters a gift from which they'll get fun and pleasure all through the year. Time to give them a Stereo One portable phonograph by Columbia, #1 in the wonderful world of sound.
Bodine's special way up to the flats from the cabin was just a series of uneven and irregular footholds, chipped into the side of the sheer rock cliff. When we reached the rim, over 60 feet up, the men were coming up the trail with the mule train. Our job was to dump the loads of flour and blasting powder that the train had carried and refill the sacks with the gold ingots that were lined up in stacks by the ledge. Then the men loaded them back on the mules, along with picks and shovels and other mining equipment for a neat disguise. Then Bodine sent me down to let Frida know we had finished while he got the men and the train started back down the grade. When I got to the cabin, Frida was busy preparing supper.
Is Frenchie coming down?
Yeah, in a few minutes. Did you know that gold up there belongs to the Whitehead Mining Company?
What's that got to do with you?
Well, I was hired by Mr. Whitehead to find that gold.
No.
Frida, why did you protect me when I walked in this afternoon?
Because I need you to help me. When Frenchie agreed to bring Jake up here, I thought that would be my chance. When you walked in instead of Jake, I decided I would have to take my chances with you. Will you help me?
Help you to do what?
To get away from here. Get me away from Frenchie Bodine.
But somehow I thought that you and Bodine were married.
No. I loved him once. That was before I knew what kind of a person he really is. I'm afraid of him. And I can't stand it any longer. You have to help me.
But how? I haven't been able to figure out a way out of this myself yet.
You won't live to get out of it if Frenchie has his say.
Frida, have you got a gun here in this cabin?
No, but I think I can get one for you while the men are eating. Frenchie!
Well, is that interesting?
Frenchie?
I'm obliged to you for leaving the door cracked. Made it easier for me to hear what you two had to say.
Frenchie,
Nobody ever double-crossed Frenchie Bodine, not even you, Frida.
Oh!
Bodine!
You stay out of this. Your turn's coming.
No!
Don't run, Frida, don't run!
Bodine, why you...
Stay back or I'll shoot you too. No. I ain't gonna use this gun. 'Cause it's gonna do me more good to rip you to pieces with my hands. These hands... Now, that's just the beginning. Get up.
You come and get me, Bodine.
I told you nobody double-crosses me.
All right, now. It's your turn to get up, Bodine.
Why, you...
Get out of the way, Paladin!
No, Frida.
Frida, you didn't have to kill him.
Yes. Yes, I did. I knew I had to when I saw his gun on the floor. I waited until you were out of the way.
Come on. Let me help you up.
Oh, no.
Frida, we've got to do something about that wound.
Oh, I'm so tired.
I'll patch your shoulder up, and once we get out of these mountains and get you to a doctor, you'll be fine.
I don't think I can make it.
All right, now. I'll carry you to the couch.
No.
Now, easy. Easy. Now, there. Isn't that more comfortable?
Yes.
You know, Frida? Frida?
Yes.
I was thinking about it this afternoon. I remember seeing you at the Hippodrome. You were the prettiest girl there. You know that? Frida? Frida? See now. Can you think of any more expenses we can add on here, hey boy?
Pretty long list, Mr. Paladin.
All right. Well, add that up on your abacus and let's see what we have.
Yes, sir. Isana. Uti shiri shira. Pasanjara. Siyana. Bai Siang. Oh, Isa, $7,284.49.
Well, it seems to me Whitehead could go for 10% to get his $80,000 back. We'll make it 8,000 even. Put down the difference to miscellaneous.
Oh, Isa, miscellaneous, very big item on expense account.
Well, don't forget I have to figure your cut.
How so?
Well, to make up for that small tip Mr. Whitehead gave you.
Oh, you're very generous.
Oh, this miserable cold and my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan, the amazing 3-layer tablet now bringing real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion to millions. Dristan decongestant tablets not only help drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever, and vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan. So for real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion, accept only Dristan decongestant tablets.
Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin with Ben Wright as Hey Boy. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Walter Stocker, and Vic Perrin. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/C/GAR.
Shaking, so I gotta keep them in my pockets. And I'm starting on the itchy bit. Like there's ants under my skin crawling all over me. I'm telling you, Doc, another couple of minutes and I'm not gonna care if you got a patient in there or not. I'm not gonna care about anything. Even killing. I'm coming in. Theater 5 presents The Fix. There was a tree there just across from the doctor's office, and I knew how bad I was because I was holding on to it. Then I heard footsteps. It was the same cop who'd been by before, but he was coming up this side of the street this time. If he saw me still hanging around, I was dead. Then while he was still up near the corner, the light in the office went out. Okay, I crossed the street, and when the door opened... Dr. Rand?
Why, yes.
Doc, I'd like to see you for a couple of minutes. Talk to you.
I don't believe I know you, do I?
No.
Well, of course, not important, but it's very late, and I was...
I know, Doc, but it's an emergency on the level it is. If I can't talk to you, I don't know what I'll do. I swear I don't.
Oh? Well, all right. Come on in. Let me get the lights. In here, into my office. Now, what seems to be the trouble?
Doc, I need a fix.
You what?
I'm not kidding around. I'm giving it to you straight. I'm on this stuff and need help. You dig?
Yes, I think so. But what on earth brought you here, to me?
I was just taking a chance, Doc, but I had to do it. You see, I lost my connection. They picked him up a couple of days ago, and I haven't been able to get what I need since.
But I still don't understand
I told you,
why
I took a chance. I live near here. You're the only doc around who's here at night. I waited until I saw your light go out. That meant that there was no one else here with you.
I see. And I'm sorry, because I'm afraid you've made a mistake.
Doc, don't give me a hard time. You see this?
No.
I don't like guns any more than you do. And I don't want to use it. But if I have to, I will, because I'm at the end of my string. I'm not saying you ever fixed anyone before, but you've got to fix me. Now, maybe you don't have any H around, but you've got something that'll hold me for a while. Doctors always have.
Yeah, but I haven't. That's what I meant when I said you'd made a mistake. You see, I'm not that kind of a doctor. I'm a psychiatrist.
What? I don't believe you. Sit down there at the desk and keep your hands where I can see them. What's in here?
The bathroom.
Oh, yeah. But then outside there.
The waiting room. That's all there is.
But there must be something. What am I going to do? You know what happens when you get this way? I could kill someone. Anyone. As easy as...
Yes, I know. Here, take one of these.
What is it?
It's the only medication I have here. The tranquilizer.
Ah, that won't do any good. Not in the shape I'm in.
I know, but it'll help. What about a treatment center?
Oh, sure. They give you a small, quick shot if you're really climbing the walls, but then they got you. They keep you there and try and make you kick the bit.
Well, have you ever tried it? Kicking it?
You kidding. I tried it twice, couldn't make it.
Why?
Because I'm hooked, that's why. Everybody's hooked with something. With me, it's junk. With you, you gotta have a car, a fancy address, and Brooks Brothers suits. You think you're better off than me?
If that's what I was hooked with, no. But it's not. I'm afraid I'm hooked with something else.
Like what?
Well, like the need to help people.
Oh, for crying out loud. What do we get now, the salvation routine?
No. I'm just stating a fact. My father was a drunk. He died when I was 5. My mother didn't give a hoot about me. All the time I was a kid, I kept wanting someone to be interested in me, but no one was, so we call it compensation. Because having someone care about me was terribly important to me.
What are you getting at?
I'm trying to explain why I'm interested in you and anyone who comes in here.
Don't answer that.
What? Why not?
Are you kidding? You think I'm going to have you saying there's a crazy hophead here called a fuzz?
All right. But it's going to look much worse if I don't answer it, because it's either my wife or my phone service. They both know I'm here. And if I don't answer...
Okay. Go ahead, then. But remember, I'm holding this heater on you.
I remember. Hello? Oh, yes. Hello, Mrs. Gibson. How are you? No? What's wrong? When was this? I see.
Come on, Doc. Shake it up.
Oh, that shouldn't surprise you. I told you it might happen, didn't I? Yes. Now, Mrs. Gibson, please. I know how you feel. Yes, I do. But I want you to stop that and listen to me. You know I know you, understand you. There's no one who understands you better than I do. Now, the next thing is, do you trust me?
Oh, come on now. Knock it off.
Good. Well, then I'll tell you that nothing is going to happen to you. You're not going to do anything foolish, and you're going to be all right. Yes, that's a promise. Now, do you think you can wait until tomorrow for us to go into this whole thing? Oh, well, I'm busy at the moment, but I should be through soon. Then I'll be right over. Oh, I'd say about an hour. Right. Goodbye.
Well, it sure sounded like she'd flipped her wig. Who was she?
One of my clinic patients.
Clinic?
Yeah. I'm at a hospital most of the day. I only see patients here late in the afternoon at night.
Oh? Yeah, what was with her? Boyfriend belter one?
Not exactly. Her husband just left her.
Big deal.
Well, as it happens, it is. The first time I saw her was at the hospital right after they'd pulled her out of the river.
Did she jump or was she pushed?
She jumped from the Grand Street Bridge. She wanted to die.
And you thought she shouldn't?
That's right. I told you. That's what I'm hooked on. Knowing what it's like to be alone, frightened, and hopeless. Because the child we once were is always with us. Anyway, I've been treating her, Mrs. Gibson, for about 6 months now. Making good progress, too. But now...
She's flipped again.
No. If she had, she wouldn't have called me. But she did call me. She knows she can trust me. That's why... Well, you heard what I said to her. I'd like to get over there as soon as possible.
In other words, you want me to blow, is that it?
No, not necessarily. But I think we should get down to cases, decide just what we can do for you. What's your name?
What's the difference?
Well, I'd just like to know. I like to deal with people, not numbers or faces.
Well, you can call me Duke.
What do you do?
I'm a musician, an arranger.
Oh, I thought so.
Thought what?
That the way you've been acting and talking is a defense. That actually you've got a certain amount of background.
I've read a few books, so what?
Well, once I know that, perhaps we can really do something for you. Now, suppose I took you over to the hospital and let them give you something to...
What's that?
It's the doorbell.
Well, I know that. I mean, who is it?
I don't know.
It's the cops. Oh, that Mrs. Gibson jazz, the whole phone bit was a phony.
What do you mean?
I mean, there is no Mrs. Gibson. The whole thing was a tip-off to someone to call the law.
You don't really believe or trust anyone, do you?
Why should I?
Well, you ought to try it sometime, like now. You might be surprised. Excuse me.
Stay where you are, Doc. Don't move and don't try and open that door.
I'm afraid I have to, Duke. For your sake as well as my own.
No, you just start out of here and I'll blow you wide open.
Don't you think we've had enough of this? Put that toy gun away.
Toy?
Certainly. I knew it was toy from the very beginning. I didn't say anything about it because I was interested in you. Thought if we talked, I might be able to do something for you. But now... I'll be right back.
Doc, I'm warning you.
I heard you.
Okay, Doc, maybe the gun's a phony, but this is a... The doorbell again. I had to get out of there. I ran over to the window, and there was the cop. He was just up the street looking at whoever was ringing the bell. I was trapped. I couldn't go out the window with him there, and if I didn't open the door, he'd know something was wrong. There was just one thing to do. I dragged the doc into the bathroom, tied and gagged him with towels, and shut the door. Then, when the bell rang again, I went to the door, opened it.
Dr. Rand?
He was tall, thin, and kind of strange looking. I only took a quick look at him because I was more interested in the cop. He'd walked over, was standing only 8 or 10 feet away, watching.
I said, you Dr. Rand.
What? Why, yes.
Oh. I was beginning to get worried. The lights were on, so I knew you were there, but I've been ringing and ringing.
I was busy on the telephone.
I see. Could I talk to you a few minutes, Doctor?
I'm afraid not. Not right now, anyway. It's very late, and I was just leaving.
I know, and I hate to bother you, but it's terribly important.
I'm sorry. Why don't you make it tomorrow?
Because it won't wait till tomorrow. Please, Doctor. If I say it's important, it is. You got to give me a few minutes. You got to.
The cop was still standing there watching, and he was starting to look at me kind of funny, so... Yeah, all right. Come on in.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks very much. In there?
Yeah. Sit down.
Thank you. We've never met. Because I know all about you, just as you must know about me, I'm John Backer.
Backer?
Yes. Lily's father.
Oh. Oh, yes.
That was the first thing I wanted to ask you about Lily. How is she?
Why, she's fine.
Oh, then you've seen her recently.
Well, no, not exactly recently. Not for a little while.
Well, then how do you know she's fine?
Well, I've heard she was.
Oh, you mean you get reports?
Yeah.
But how do you know they're reliable? I mean, well, you know as well as I do that you can't always trust what people say. Look what they used to say about me.
They?
The neighbors. Isn't that how the whole thing started with them?
Well, I don't know. At least...
Oh, but you must know. What did they tell you? These teachers and all at the school. What did they tell you when they sent her to see you at the clinic?
Well, they just said it might be a good thing. It might help if she came and talked to me.
Help? And did it help? Look at what's happened because they were such busybodies. Lily's miserable. No matter what you say, Doctor, she must be. After all, I'm all she's got now, and she loves me. How could she be happy living with strangers? As for me... Well, do I have to tell you about these last few weeks? You know what it's like there, don't you? The locked doors, the bars on the windows, the doctors...
It was then that it got to me. I'd been too busy worrying about the cop, wondering if he was gone yet to really look at Backer. But now it suddenly hit me like a mainline shot. He wasn't just a kook or an oddball, he was a psycho. Clean off his rocker.
I asked you a question, Doctor. Do you know what it's like in there?
What? I'm sorry, Mr. Backer. Yes, of course. The thing is, well, I'm afraid I've really got to ask you to go now. Like I said before, it's awfully late, and I have to go see someone.
But I haven't had a chance to ask you the really important question yet. The one I've been thinking about all this time. Why did you do it?
Why did I?
Have me sent away? You say you know what it's like in there.
But I didn't.
Maybe not directly, but you were behind it. You must have been. The only one who knew about my voices was Lily. I started saying a little something about him right after my wife died. About how I'd heard from her and she was fine, but people used to look at me so strangely that I stopped. So the only one who really knew was Lily. After all, Mary was her mother, so I used to call her in whenever Mary talked to me. And she must have told you about it, and you must have told them, the other doctors, because that was one of the things they kept asking me about all the time, that I was in there, in that place.
But I didn't, Mr. Backer.
Don't lie, Doctor, don't lie. I know that man is but flesh, and the flesh is weak, and I can forgive him his weakness and even his wickedness. But the thing that can be forgiven, the unforgivable sin, is lying.
But I'm telling you,
Don't answer that, Doctor. Get your hands away from it.
I don't know where he'd been carrying the gun. I didn't even see him pull it. All I know is that suddenly it was there in his hand. And it wasn't phony like mine.
You don't like this, do you? I don't like it either. I hate violence. But after all, this is a violent world we're living in now, and as my voice has explained to you... Can't you stop that thing?
I'm afraid...
Well, then I'll stop it! There. Now we can talk.
I think that's a very good idea. I think we should talk. I want to ask you something. Do you think I dig you? I mean, that I understand you?
I don't know. How could you? You've never met me before.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with it. After all, that's my job, listening to people and trying to figure them out. You think you're the only one walking around feeling everyone's after you, against you, looking at you like there's something wrong with you? I get people like that coming in here all the time.
You do?
Of course. It's my job to help them. And if I can help them, I can help you.
But how can you if you don't believe in my voices?
I didn't say that I didn't believe in
You mean you do?
Well, let's say that I think you believe in them. That's the important thing, isn't it? And, well, do you want me to tell you where I think your trouble started?
Yeah?
Well, we doctors have a saying that the child we were once is still around, still with us.
The child we were once. That's very interesting.
Yeah. Now, what kind of a child were you? I mean, Were you happy when you were a kid?
No, I can't say that I was. We lived on a farm miles from anywhere, and I was pretty lonesome, even when I went to school.
Uh-huh. Now, what about your wife?
Mary? She was the most wonderful person I've ever known. She was a waitress in the place where I used to eat. As soon as I saw her, I knew she was lonesome, too. She was the only person I ever met I could really talk to.
And so you got married, and after a while, she died.
Yeah.
Well, don't you see how the whole thing fits together? I mean...
What's that?
What's what?
Well, that knocking.
I don't hear anything.
Well, it stopped now, but it sounded as if... Wait a minute. There it is again. Don't you hear it?
No. At least, look, let's get back to what we were talking about. You. Now,
I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about that knocking. You really don't hear it?
I told you no.
In other words, you think I'm imagining it, like my voices.
No. I mean, well, maybe I do hear something, but it's outside there.
It's not outside. It's here in your office somewhere.
Now, look, Mr. Backer, do you believe me? Trust me.
No, I tell you, it's not outside. It's coming from in there.
But...
Now, stay where you are. Don't move. I'm going to see. There's a man in there in the bathroom, tied up.
Okay, so maybe there is, but I can explain.
You don't have to explain. It's all very clear now. For a few minutes before, when we were talking, I almost believed you. But now I know you're just like all the rest of them. You lied to me. You said you didn't hear anything, but you did. Not only that, but you lied when you said you wanted to help me. You don't really help people. This is what you do. You tie them up and send them away someplace. It's probably what you did to Lily. My Lily.
What? But it's not. I told you I could explain. Help! Help! Someone!
What? What'd you say, Mary? Bad? Oh, but it wasn't a bad thing. It was a good thing. Well, after all, he did lie to me, and lying is wrong, isn't it? No, Mary. Of course, I won't hurt anyone else. I'd throw the gun away. There. And I'll untie that man he's got inside there, and when the police come, I'm going... Open up in there! Open up! Oh, Mary, I think they're here. Excuse me while I go let them in.
Theater 5 has presented The Fix, written by Robert Newman and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Cliff Carpenter, Stotts Cotsworth, and Ian Martin. Audio engineer Neil Pulse. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.